almost feel like we need a mannequin or something for the audience. Just so there's somebody there, you know? Ugh. So we have Eric and we have Kavika. We have Karen. So
Hello, everyone. We're just waiting for additional ESRC members, and so we'll wait another minute or so and we can begin. Aloha, everyone. We're just waiting for a few more folks. I think they just got on, so I think we're gonna start in just 1 minute, if even less than that. So just stand by 1 second. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. We can go ahead and start with our agenda. Let's see here. So item 1 is call to order. So today is Thursday, April 24th, 2025. The time is 9:04 a.m. And the Endangered Species Recovery Committee public meeting is called to order. My name is Jason Omek. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I'll be today's ESRC Public Meeting Chair. Before we get started, just a few reminders. Please note that this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. Please do not post comments on Zoom, as this is not visible to everyone in attendance. If you'd like to provide verbal testimony, you may do so via Zoom. If you would like to provide written comments, please email your written comments to dofaw.hcp@hawaii.gov. That's dofa.hcp@hawaii.gov. Meeting minutes and materials are viewable online on our ESRC website. With me in the conference room, I have DOFAW HCP staff, and they will introduce themselves at this point.
Sorry, everyone. I'll try and get in a view of a camera. Good morning. My name is Kelly Yamaguchi, DOFAW HCP staff.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kinsley McEachern. I'm another DOFAW HCP associate.
Morning, folks. Jesse Adams here, DOFAW HCP associate.
Do we have Danica here today?
I'm gonna text her right now.
Okay. Our Deputy AG, Danica Swenson, may be joining us this morning also. And I don't think she's here right at the moment, but we'll let folks know when she does come online. Let's see, that's of course, if we need to go into executive session. Committee members, if you can go ahead and just introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Aloha, Kaviko Winter, ESRC member in Hawaiian seat. I am in the public area, but I have earbuds on, so nobody can hear the conversation. Thank you.
Melissa Price, on behalf of UH. And there's no one in the room with me.
Morning, Karen Corto representing USGS, and I'm alone in my office.
Good morning, Jenny Kim representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I may have a minor in the room, in and out, but I will, no one is in the room right now.
Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and continue forward with the order of business today.
Real quick, any updates on Danica's presence?
Not
Is somebody
yet.
texting her?
Yeah, we're texting her right now.
Thank you.
So yeah, for today, we have 5 items on the agenda. We just completed item 1. So item 2 will be the 2024 status of the Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan, KSHCP, Seabird Mitigation on Kahuama Seabird Preserve, and the summary of the 2024 KSHCP. Item 3 is the report on the Kaua'i Endangered Seabird Recovery Project, KESRP, KESRP, 2024 search efficiency trials for the KSHCP. Participants, 1 hotel, Hanalei Bay, and Royal Sonesta, Kaua'i Resort, and the Kaua'i Coffee Company. Item 4 today is the 2024 status of the Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan. And finally, item 5 will be adjournment. So moving on to item 2, the status of Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan, KSHCP, Seabird Mitigation at Kahuama Seabird Preserve, sorry about that, and summary of the 2024 KSHCP. We'll begin with item 2 here. Let's see.
Jason, sorry, 2 quick questions. One, are the meeting minutes from last year available?
We don't have meeting minutes today for approval.
We did have.
Yeah, we did that last meeting.
So for our first KSHCP annual review day 1, we posted 2 sets of meeting minutes, and those included KSHCP days from last year. So those are on our website. I believe it covered all the KSHCP annual review from last year.
Okay,
So
I might
those
be
were
mixing up. Sorry, go ahead.
approved. Those were approved on April 10th.
Okay, I'm probably mixing up. We had 2 meetings back to back. Maybe I'm mixing up. One of the days the minutes were not available, but that was for the bat one, right?
That was for
That was
Napua.
for Napua, yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. And also, once Danica arrives, if I can request going into executive session to gain clarification on the email she sent regarding travel and stuff. So if it's possible to go to executive session once she arrives,
She's
I
here.
would appreciate that.
This is Danica. I'm so sorry. We cannot go into executive session about something that's not on the agenda. And since that's not on the agenda, we can't go into executive session. But if you want to talk to me more about it, we can have a talk offline, or you can call the Ethics Commission and further discuss with them. Their attorney of the day is super nice.
Okay, can we, how can we have, because it would be helpful for us to be all on the same page. about it. And I feel like if we have 6 different individual conversations, we're likely to get 6 different clarifications and pieces of information and might be missing things. And so it would just be it would be helpful to do so in an executive session. If it has to be on the agenda, then I guess I would request for it to be on a future agenda.
Yeah, we can request that DOFA put it on a future agenda. It could be titled something like an ethics refresher for ESRC members. And if travel in particular is what you're thinking of, you know, we can put that on there too.
Okay,
And
so
maybe I'll
was
even
the-
bring the ethics commission. I don't know.
was the travel that was broached by the applicant or permittee related to the KSHCP, or was it KIUC, or both?
Oh. It was not related. I don't think it was related to anything on today's agenda. It was related to something else that I received an email about, but it applies to all projects.
It applies to the KSHCP or it applies to the KIUC?
Well, it would apply to the KSHCP as well.
So that seems relevant to me to today's discussion, because the request was they wanted us to come do a site visit individually to clarify concerns or something.
For the
regarding predator control.
KSHCP?
That's what I'm asking. Was it on the KSHCP or was it KIUC?
Well, I don't want to get into the email I received, but if you received a request to travel individually for the KSHCP, we can go into executive session to talk about that.
Let's see here. Which okay. Let me figure out which one it was for, and I'll get back to you.
Melissa, I don't believe we've received, I don't believe any KSHCP participants had provided an invitation for any of the ESRC members, if that clarifies things.
Okay. All right. I may have some confusion going on. Okay, thanks.
I'll give you a call after today's meeting, Melissa.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to the agenda. So Dr. Eric Vanderwerth, Executive Director and Director of Science at Pacific Rim Conservation, will be presenting this morning. Are we doing anything first, or is it just straight to Eric? Okay. So Eric, thank you for being here today. If you want to move forward with your presentation, and we'll stand by.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Let me share my screen here. Make sure that this works properly, I hope. So can you all see my screen and the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Got it on the first try. Okay, yeah, so I'll give a presentation about kind of a summary of activities for the KSHCP in 2024. And, you know, some of this will be a recap from the draft annual report that some of you have seen. Hope you had a chance to read that. I'll still need to receive comments from the agencies on that, so there might be some final changes. And I've received some new information about a couple of topics related to the report and some of the aspects of the KSHCP. So there'll be a few things that I present today that are a little bit different than what you might have seen in the report, and I'll explain that as we go along. Just a quick outline of the presentation, and again, this kind of follows the same order as the draft report. First, I'll talk about activities at the Kahuama preserve itself, then mitigation effectiveness monitoring, take monitoring effectiveness, compliance monitoring, and lastly, the financial report. So first, a quick recap of the, I spelled Kahuama wrong there, sorry about that. Seabird Preserve objectives. The first was construction of a predator exclusion fence, which was completed in 2021. Then installation and maintenance of social attraction equipment, including a sound system, solar panel, nest boxes. That was completed in 2021, although there's some ongoing activities related to that. Eradication of predators from within the fence, also completed in 2021. Monitoring for predator incursions, and that is ongoing. Predator removal in surrounding Kauaʻi Valley area, that might serve as a source for birds that hopefully will colonize the preserve. Again, continual invasive plant control and vegetation control, monitoring of the covered seabirds, and then monitoring of other listed species. So this is just kind of a timeline of, excuse me, all the activities going back to 2020 when the project started. You know, the first was construction of the fence, and then the sound system, restoration work, predator control, seabird monitoring have all been kind of ongoing since then. And I don't want to spend too much time on this. This timeline is also in the draft report. Here are a couple maps showing the seabird preserve itself. On the left, the shaded polygons are the entire preserve. The pink area is really kind of the area that contains suitable habitat for seabird nesting. And then the lighter pink area is where the artificial burrows are concentrated. The green shading there, so this, for those of you that don't know, this site originally and still remains an outplanting site for rare plants that's used by the state of Hawaii. And there was initially a chain link fence around this area that protected the plants from ungulates. So when this site was chosen to be the Kaua'i Seabird Preserve, the existing chain link fence was removed and replaced with the predator exclusion fence. So the native plants are still protected. A portion of the reserve is fairly flat and not really good seabird habitat, but kind of the northeastern portion of the preserve does contain good seabird habitat. So that's shown in the pink. And then on the right, the blue line is the fence roughly. The pink dots are a 25-meter grid that's used for a variety of things, including the predator removal. There are traps at each one, or bait stations at each one of those. The blue points were stations that were used for forest bird surveys, although we're not doing that anymore. And just to give you like an overall view of what the layout of the preserve looks like. So the fence was completed in 2021. There's been a variety of maintenance issues. In 2023, there were some really heavy rains that resulted in pretty severe flooding in portions of the preserve. Thankfully, in 2024, there have been no big issues. So there on the right, you can see Dave Hanna, the preserve manager, doing some repairs to after the flooding occurred to prevent the skirt from being exposed. But thankfully, in 2024, the maintenance has been what was fairly minimal after a rougher year in 2023.
All right, could I ask a brief question on that, please?
Sure.
I think I remember last year's annual report, somebody asked if there were any incursions of predators because of that, and maybe the answer was unknown, but do we have an update on whether or not anything got in during that flood?
Yes, the answer is yes, there were incursions, and I will get to that, I think, in just a couple of slides here. So thanks for
thank you.
To my next slide. So one of the main activities that we do is auditory surveys at the preserve to monitor for the presence and abundance of the listed seabird surveys. These are done during the seabird breeding season in 2024. They were done on 6 dates from May to August, and these are done for 2 hours after sunset and 2 hours before sunrise on each date. And in 2024, some of the surveys were a bit shorter than prescribed because of bad weather conditions. This is a very rainy area, and I think those weather conditions also may have contributed to some lower detection rates in 2024 than in 2023, which you can see in the table here. So there's the number of calls per hour. We don't usually see seabirds during these surveys. We mostly just hear them because it's dark. So our main metric of presence and abundance is the number of calls per hour. We also don't know how many birds these calls represent. It could be one bird just flying round and round and round in circles, but more likely it represents multiple individuals passing by, at intervals. So the number of calls per hour is the main metric that we use to monitor presence in the area. And in 2024, the call rates for all 3 species were lower than in 2023. But like I said, I think at least some of this was because of bad weather conditions. If it's really windy and rainy, The birds themselves are a little bit less active, but also much harder to hear. So our staff just can't hear them as well if the weather is bad. So although the number of detections is down, we know that they're still common in the area. Our staff has heard them on other occasions outside of these actual surveys. And then the photograph below is a pair of Hawaiian petrels circling more or less over the fence on 20 May 2024 that our staff member, Dylan Blanchard, he was looking through a night vision scope and photographed this with his phone. So we still hear and see birds in the area, and we know that they're common, but the number of detections this year was a little bit lower. In good news, we had 0 barn owl detections during these surveys in 2024. In 2023, there were 2, so not a large number, but in 2024 there were 0. And please stop me if anyone has questions. Otherwise, I will just keep going. We also do social attraction in the Seabird Preserve, and this consists of a few things. First, we installed artificial burrows, so basically bird nest boxes that are partly buried in the ground. These are installed in 2021 in the portion of the preserve that I showed in the map there. And each year we have to do a little bit of maintenance, make sure that they're in good conditions for any birds that visit. In 2023, there were problems with flooding during those heavy rain events. A few burrows ended up with a little bit of standing water on the bottom. There were no birds in them at the time, but if there had been, that would have been bad for them. So we repositioned a few of the nest boxes to make them a little bit higher. We added a little more gravel and sand inside to provide a little bit better drainage. And since then, there've been no problems. There were no flooding, no problems in 2024, and all the burrows remain in good condition. We also do weed whacking around the burrows to make sure the grass doesn't get too tall for birds to get around, and we make sure the tunnel that provides access to the inside of the burrow is not blocked in any way. And in general, they've held up quite well, other than that flooding in 2023. We also operate a sound system that plays colony calls of Newell shearwater, and this is done from roughly April to September each year. The top photo there, you can see one of the speakers from the sound system, and this sound system is solar powered, and it turns on and off automatically. It turns on at sunset and off at sunrise, and we use trail cameras to monitor. We have 3 cameras set up, one near each speaker, and just another one in a place that seems like it might be good for birds to transit. And here are the results of actual seabird visits to Kauaʻi. We had a single Hawaiian petrel visit again in 2004. The table shows the number of visits in both 2023 and 2024, and the number of visits is still low. 5 visits 2024 compared to 4 in 2023. So the number of visits was slightly higher, but still low. But the visits in 2024 occurred a little bit earlier in the season, and this is a good thing. So in general, seabirds often spend the first several years of their life out at sea and don't return to land for several years. And as they get closer and closer to being prepared to nest, they start returning to the sites where they intend to nest earlier in the year. So the fact that we had birds visiting in May and June instead of June through August means that at least this one bird that visited is getting closer to being ready to nest. Eggs are laid usually in May, but obviously we need more birds to visit than just this. So the number of visits has remained somewhat low. I think we've all hoped for a little bit more than this. And the sound system is already deployed for the year. The nest boxes are in good shape. But in 2025, we plan to do a couple other things that I hope will help increase visitation, and those are to add other forms of attraction. We're going to add decoys, which we actually already have. We had bone and petrel decoys made for another project that turns out we're not using anymore. They look quite similar to Hawaiian petrels, and I don't think that it will make a difference to the birds. So we're going to deploy some decoys hopefully next week, and also, and I think this might actually be more important, we're going to try to use olfaction as another form of attraction. And this will be in the form of nest material and soil that we take from nest boxes at Kilauea Point that have been used by both Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel for nesting, and put them inside the nest boxes at Kauaʻi. There's increasing evidence that olfaction is another thing that can attract seabirds to nest in an area. If it smells like seabird, it might be more attractive to them. And seabirds like this actually have very strong smell. They have a pretty strong musky smell that even humans can detect. And for the birds, it might help. So we're gonna try everything we can. We'd hope for more than this, but there are a couple more things that we can try.
Hey, Eric, where would you put that material?
It would be inside the nest boxes. So, we don't know. So the photographs of the Hawaiian petrels that we've had on the ground in 2023 and 2024, the birds were mostly close to the speakers, and that's fairly common. The sound is what first brings them in. So they land near the speaker. We did not have evidence that they went inside any of the nest boxes, but we would put the soil inside the nest box, probably so it just doesn't wash away in the rain. But that would be, where a bird would expect to find it. It would last longer there. And, these birds actually have a pretty good sense of smell. So even if they just pass by the tube that provides access to the nest box, I think they would probably be able to smell the material inside the box.
So would a prospecting bird be checking out burrows that it thinks it might be occupied? Because I would think that would give it a indication that it's not available.
Well, yeah, they don't want to, encounter another bird inside that might be aggressive to them. But they're very curious. All seabirds are curious about other seabirds as well. And we actually get visitation in some of our nest boxes at other sites with other seabird species, and even if they aren't occupied, other birds visit. So I think it would be attractive to them. I don't think it would repel them. I don't think it's going to be like, oh, hey, there's another bird inside, I better not go in there. There'd be more like, oh, there's a bird in there, I wonder if it has a mate, maybe I'll go check it out. So I think it's much more likely to be attractive rather than repulsive.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and this is something there's been relatively little work done on this around the world, but there is evidence now from the Mediterranean with the shearwater species, and also from New Zealand, that olfaction can help to encourage visitation by nesting seabirds. So rodent removal, this is another important action that we have to do. So we removed rodents with traps and also with bait stations containing diphacinone. There are 63 bait stations spaced 25 meters apart, with one placed at the 25-meter grid points that I showed in the map before. We also have tracking tunnels spaced at every other station that we use to monitor presence and relative abundance of rodents. So the graph here shows the percent of tracking tunnels that showed presence of both rats and mice over time. So we feel confident that we actually did eradicate both rats and mice at some point. We know that there was a rat incursion that occurred in September 2022. They were re-eradicated after that. And then back to your question about whether damage from the flooding in 2023 allowed animals to get back in, and the answer is yes. We know that the skirt was exposed for some time, and we think that rats probably were able to get under the skirt during that time. So there's another reinvasion that started in January 2023 by rats, not by mice, fortunately. And we have been trying super hard to get rid of the rats since then. But there remains a very low abundance of rats inside, possibly just a single rat. These tracking tunnels don't tell you how many rats there are. This is a measure of relative abundance. So, we have a few cards that show rat tracks on them since that flooding event. And we have the bait stations filled, we have rat traps set out, and we have not been able to catch that last rat. But we're still trying, so we're not giving up, and hopefully we'll get that last rat. And I will say that this is something other people have encountered. The very last individuals can sometimes be difficult to remove. They may have a trap aversion. They may not like the bait. We've tried various types of traps and we have not caught it with anything.
Okay, so
Although
you guys are using good natures as well?
we've got good natures and the bait stations, and we've not. Yeah, I really think it is just one rat.
Yeah.
Um,
One
so
really smart one.
exactly, one smart rat, and rats are smart, no question about it. So we're still trying, but there is, I think, still one rat left inside.
For the 2022 incursion, was that incursion point or points identified and addressed?
You know,
Were
we
they?
still don't know exactly how they got in. We do know that the gate was left open at one point, and this is just a pedestrian gate, so it does not extend down to ground level. We know that some materials were brought in, not by us, but some materials were brought into the site. It's possible there was a rat that stowed away in there. But to be honest, we really don't know how they got in.
Okay, and then sorry, last question. For the good natures, you folks are alternating baits within the good natures as well?
We are. We've tried the chocolate-based bait. There's a nut butter one that we have now, which both are thought to be attractive to rats. But we have switched baits.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Cat trapping. So there are no more cats left inside the preserve. We think that when the fence was completed, there probably were just no cats in there. It's a fairly small area, and it's possible that the activity there just scared them away. These predator fences are one-way fences, so if there was a cat inside, it could have left on its own, but there's no cats inside the fence. But we also do cat trapping outside the fence, and we do this in two areas. We have 16 traps placed along the Kaua'i Swamp Trail and 22 traps along the Kaua'i Rim near Kahuama. So a total of 38 traps, and the graph here shows the number of trap nights per month in each month of 2024. We run the traps for about 10 nights per month. The HCP requires 300 trap nights per month. This is generally achieved. Occasionally it has not been. In June of this year, we did not do because there was bad weather that prevented us from accessing, especially the Kaua'i Swamp Trail. We also occasionally have had vehicle issues where we weren't able to use a vehicle to access the site, but in most months that requirement has been achieved. The number of trap nights has actually increased each year. So in 2024, this was the highest number yet in any of the years of the HCP. And initially, each trap was paired with a remote camera, and the idea that these were cameras that would transmit images of anything that was caught in the trap, so we'd know right away if anything had been captured, and we could respond more quickly. But we had several cameras stolen, and we also had issues with members of the public complaining that they didn't want to have cameras taking pictures of them while they're out there. And because of this and the continued issues with theft, eventually all the cameras are removed, so there are none deployed right now. And let's see, I'll go on to the actual cat trapping results. So in 2024, we caught a total of 11 cats. During all years of the HCP, we've captured 37 cats. They've all been removed from the site. And the graph on the top shows the number of cats and also rats captured each month. And as you can see, we actually catch a lot more rats than cats in these cat traps, which is pretty common. Rats are generally a lot more abundant in the environment than cats are, and we do catch quite a few rats. We also have rat traps deployed next to each cat trap to reduce the bycatch so that rats don't take all the bait that's intended for cats and interfere with catching cats, which is our real goal. Removing rats is also a good thing, but for seabirds like this, cats are much more damaging. So the real focus is to remove cats, but it's also a good thing to remove rats. The bottom two graphs show the number of cats and rats trapped each year, and you can see that there's also a lot of variation. Back to the other graph. So the variation in both the cat and rat trapping rate, we think is mostly related to the breeding season of these animals, especially males move around a lot more when they're breeding, and thus are more likely to be caught during the breeding season. And then the bottom two graphs show the number of cats and rats trapped each year, and it varies among years. And this is also pretty common in all the projects I've been involved with that have involved predator removal. The numbers are variable, and this is partly just sampling error. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But also the abundance of both cats and rats probably varies from year to year, and that's reflected in the capture rates as well.
But Eric, these are outside the fence, right?
Exactly. These are all outside the fence. Like I said, there are no cats inside the fence, and there have not been since the fence was completed. So
But for the rodents specifically, this is rodents outside as well.
Right. These are rodents. Right. These are rodents trapped either inside the cat traps or in the good nature traps set next to the cat traps to reduce bycatch and so the rats don't take the bait.
What's the species breakdown of the rats?
In most cases we don't know.
Oh.
Most of them are removed by the good nature traps, and the carcasses don't pile up underneath the traps. They're scavenged mostly by other rats. So in most cases, we don't have a carcass that we can identify. For the rats, most of them, I don't know the exact breakdown. Most of them are black rats, and that's also typical in forest environments in Hawaii. Black rats, or ship rats, roof rats, different names for the same species.
What about the Norvegicus? Has that been observed at all in the site?
I'd have to check the notes. If we've caught any Norway rats, they're certainly much less common than black rats. Black rats, Norway rats are generally rare out in the forest. They're really associated more with, they're more of a commensal species in urban environments.
Yeah, I'd heard a report that they're up in that area of the island, which I think was concerning because potentially they would eat more seabirds than the black rat. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, Norway rats, in general, they're found throughout all the islands, but they're much more numerous in urban areas. So I don't doubt that they're present, up in the Kauaʻi region and around Kahuama, but they're a lot less numerous than black rats. Norway rats are a little bit bigger than black rats on average, so they might be a little more damaging. But black rats are also very damaging. So to me, the small number of Norway rats is not as bad as the large number of black rats.
Okay, thanks.
Eric, I had one question, sorry. Apparently you have counters on these A24s, and that's what you're getting the information from. Are you noticing I heard that you may have a couple different flavors of bait. I know they have some chocolate and peanut butter. Are you noticing certain traps that have a certain type of bait, the counter is going off more or anything like that?
We haven't collected the data in a way that we could go back and compile the data to look at that, but we haven't done that yet. I know that the Army Natural Resources Program, they've done some more detailed trials looking at the different flavors and how attractive they are. And I think, if I recall right, I think they did find some evidence that the nut butter flavor is more attractive to rats than the chocolate flavor, which maybe is not surprising. But they're all tested in New Zealand, and they're all supposed to be attractive to rats. We don't have data specifically on which one might be more attractive, so I can't really answer that. But I know there is some data on that.
And you guys are also not having issues with like slugs or anything like that? You're not using that citric acid of the citric bait or anything like that?
We're not doing that. There certainly are slugs out there. It hasn't been a major problem for us. But we're also checking our traps a little more often than some projects do. So if there are slugs, they're removed, on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's also a cinnamon bait. Have you guys tried that one?
I don't think we've tried the cinnamon one up here. We could, but I feel like we're catching a lot of rats anyway. So if we were not catching rats, but evidence that they were still out there, I'd be more concerned.
Well, yeah, I guess I was just for that one. Apparently, at least one within the fence still.
Yeah.
There's another flavor to try that might get that one.
Right. I'd have to double check I think we have the nut butter flavor in there right now. But it's also, the issue with rats being difficult to catch, it can be partly related to what bait you're using, but it also can just be trap phobia, just aversion to traps. On these good natured traps, there's been a number of studies that have shown that a rat is a little bit less likely to put its head inside these good natured traps than it is to just walk across a snap trap. They have more aversion to being inside something than just walking over something. So, we have used some snap traps, but we could try a different bait, and we will continue to do that in 2025. Okay, any more trapping questions? Okay, I'll move on then. This is a list of the biological objectives that are in the HCP, and we've talked about most of these yet. I'll just go over them a little bit. First was constructive or predator exclusion fence, and we don't really use the term predator proof fence anymore because we know they're not predator proof. Every predator fence in Hawaii has had incursions. They're not predator proof. We've learned that here in Hawaii, and they've also learned this in New Zealand where the fences were developed first. So the fence was completed in 2021. We removed predators from inside, but there have been reinvasions, like we just talked about. The next one, ground activity by covered seabirds documented at the mitigation site by year 4. So last year was year 4. This, I would say, is partially complete. We've had visitation by Hawaiian petrels in 2023 and 2024. We have not yet had visitation by Newell shearwaters. I sure hope we do in 2025, but thus far, this objective is only partially complete. Breeding activity by covered seabirds at the mitigation site by years 5 to 7. So this is year 5. This has not yet been achieved. We don't have breeding by any of the species yet. I sure hope that this happens. I will say that in retrospect, expecting this by years 5 to 7 might have been a little bit optimistic. We've learned from other seabird social attraction projects that it can take quite a while for seabirds to begin visiting and then to begin breeding after they've visited. I certainly hope this happens soon. Not been achieved yet, but 5 to 7 years might have been a little bit optimistic. Upward trend in breeding, we haven't had any yet, so there's no chance for an upward trend. Continued upward trend, again, not achieved. The other objectives, maintain high quality habitat. That we've done that, but it's an ongoing thing that have to be done in perpetuity. Protecting nesting birds inside the fence by controlling barn owls. We have not done that recently for a couple of reasons. First, barn owl abundance there has been very low. In 2024, we didn't see or hear any barn owls. But also, barn owl control is done in this area by Halics. And a couple of years ago, they actually asked us to stop doing it ourselves because they didn't like the way that we did it. They thought it might be interfering with their ability to remove barn owls. I don't doubt that they're better at it than we are. So we stopped doing it at their request. But we are still doing feral cat removal at ingress points. And I think this has been important and effective. So during the 4 years that we've done it, we've removed 37 cats around Kahuama, not inside the fence, but along Kauaʻi Rim, and also along the Alakai Swamp Trail. So that's 37 less cats that had a chance to make it to the areas where the seabirds breed deeper into the Kauaʻi and the Alakai regions. So I think that's important and valuable.
I have questions about this slide. Is this the last one?
No, I've got more slides. This is just a kind of a rundown of the biological objectives.
Okay, well, I can hold my questions, but just to let you know, I have questions about this slide.
Okay. No, I have a lot more details about so the rest will be less about Kahuama itself and more about other aspects of the HCP that are done by the other participants.
Oh, well, maybe if you don't mind, I'll ask questions here before we lose. So about 2C and 2D in particular. So I'm mostly asking this because we have other applicants who are, proposing biological objectives themselves. I'm trying to understand, and I want the ESRC as a whole to understand where we're at with all this. So, so 2C is ground activity, and then 2D is breeding. It almost seems like in retrospect that's a bridge too far, because ground activity could just be a bird lands and takes a look around and fly away. But isn't the intermediate step actually making a burrow? Or I don't know, what's your professional opinion on that?
Well, so the artificial burrows are meant to be kind of a form of social attraction. If a bird lands on the ground and finds a site that's already suitable for nesting, that site might be more attractive because of that. Not all wild birds are going to want to nest in a nest box, but some will. So the nest boxes, they kind of serve two purposes. One is to try to help make the site more attractive, but also make it easier to monitor any birds that visit, and especially any that nest. If they nest in one of the nest boxes, we can check them easily. They have a lid that opens up.
Right.
We do this all the time. We look inside every box, repeatedly throughout the season to see if there are any birds inside. That hasn't happened yet, but if birds start using them, that'll make monitoring super easy.
Okay, so by your monitoring technique, what counts as breeding activity? Would establishing residency in artificial burrow constitute breeding activity or no?
So breeding activity is actually laying an egg.
Okay.
Not just being on the ground. So to count as breeding activity, we would need to see a bird lay an egg in one of the boxes or in a natural burrow that it dug itself at the site. We've not seen that yet. Ground activity is just, it's not a bird just flying past. That happens all the time. It's a bird landing on the ground at the site. And we have seen that in 2023 and 2024 by Hawaiian petrels. Ground activity would also include birds going inside a box, but not laying an egg.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. And you mentioned the 5 to 7 year timeline. Is that for 2E? Maybe that's 2D?
Right. That's 2D. That's breeding activity by years 5 to 7.
So I just want to go a little bit deeper on that, because one issue is birds, fledglings going out to sea, coming back for a few years, but there's also, existing birds that are coming back and prospecting. So I think, I'm not sure, I want to get your professional opinion on, it seems like 5 to 7 years might not be too long because there are prospecting birds coming back. So maybe there's another issue going on. I'm trying to hone in on why you think 5 to 7 years is not long enough.
Okay. Yeah, I can try to explain that. So, most procellular seabirds, which includes shearwaters and petrels, have high site fidelity, means that they will go back as adults to nest at the site where they were raised. The rate of site fidelity, we don't know. It varies among species. It's probably 90+% of birds will do that. In some species, it might be 99%. But a few birds do not. A few birds will investigate other sites and eventually choose to nest somewhere else other than where they were raised. So most of the prospecting birds are birds that they might just visit multiple sites, but those might be the individuals that have decided to nest somewhere else or checking out other sites besides their natal site. But there's a relatively small number of these birds. Most birds are going back to where they were raised. So these prospecting birds are primarily young birds. The established breeders that have already nested somewhere else, the chance of getting them to change their mind and nest at a new site is very, very low. They will almost always go back to the same site and nest for the rest of their life.
Do you think that has to do with carrying capacity of a colony? Maybe as if it gets closer to carrying capacity, they might be pushed to prospect sites outside of where they were reared?
Yes, absolutely. And especially, on small islands that are full of seabirds, carrying capacity is an issue. But in the mountains on Kaua'i, we're nowhere near carrying capacity. And we've got a lot of good habitat with no birds in it. And that's mostly because of predation or, invasive plants that are slowly decreasing the habitat quality. So I don't think carrying capacity is an issue in this case. It's just the decisions by individual birds. They almost always go back to where they nested before or to where they were raised. So we're trying to convince, some of this small proportion of birds that our site is a good site. If they're going to nest somewhere else, it should be here. But if there, and this maybe relates to something else you brought up. It sounds like there are other projects or other ideas to try to do social attraction at other sites as well. If there's more than one site nearby that's doing social attraction, those sites compete with each other for the prospecting birds. There's a limited number of these prospectors, and if they all go to one site, they're more likely to encounter each other and possibly breed at the site. If you have a whole pile of different sites doing social attraction, you might be spreading your birds out over multiple sites.
Yeah, no, thank you. And the reason I'm going into this is because I don't want us to be overly optimistic in what are achievable biological objectives for not only this, but everything else moving forward. So given all that, what do you think is a more reasonable time frame for 2D? If 5 to 7 years is too short.
Right. So, and one more comment on this 5 to 7 year period. So, there's somewhat limited information about the age at first breeding in Newell shearwaters. We had our at Nihoku at Kilauea Point, we had our first breeding of a translocated Newell shearwater last year, and that bird was 8 years old. So that was the first time that at least we know that it bred. It returned to the site where it was raised and bred when it was 8 years old. So there's not a lot of information.
And that was with a translocation, and there aren't even any translocations here, right?
That's right. That's right.
So 8 years with a translocation, and we optimistically plan for 5 to 7 years without a translocation.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying they won't breed before they're 8 years old. It might be 5, 6, 7 years old, but we have some information that suggests it might be older. There is information about this in a number of other seabird species, including other shearwaters, mostly from New Zealand. And the age at first breeding is somewhat variable. In general, it kind of scales with body size. Smaller species come back earlier and start nesting earlier. Bigger species nest at an older age. Newells are kind of a medium-sized seabird. So, I would say maybe 6 to 8 years would have been more appropriate than 5 to 7. But to be fair, when this was written, we didn't really have much information to go on. So we're learning now that it might be a little bit older in some species. So I'm not saying it's 10 or 15, but maybe 6 to 8 would have been better than 5 to 7.
Right. And my line of questioning is all in regards to we're all learning by this, and we're trying to get better at what we do in each of our respective roles. So having an understanding that 6 to 8 years might be a more reasonable biological objective for an outcome such as 2D is really important for us as ESRC to know. We can have some discussion on this later. I should probably let you get on with your presentation, but this is going to be really meaningful for other things we have going forward. So thank you, Eric.
Yeah, no problem. And another thing that can affect the kind of the rate of colonization by a species is whether is the habitat quality, but also if there's other seabirds at the site or nearby. So if there's a big seabird colony close by your mitigation site, that existing colony might be more attractive than your mitigation site. So we know in this case that there are, there most likely are pretty good sized colonies of both Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel on the steep slopes in the Kalawao Valley below Kahuama. And those are the birds that we're detecting during these auditory surveys. We can hear them and occasionally see them flying over Kalawao. So we know they're down there. The cliffs are too steep to actually get there to find out exactly how many there are, but we know there's a good number of them nesting down there. So we're trying to convince birds to leave that big colony or at least not return to that big colony and choose our site instead. And it might not be easy to convince them to do that. So that's what we're asking of them.
Understand. And then for HCP staff, I'd just like to formally request that this aspect of the conversation be captured in detail in the minutes. Thank you.
Can I ask one question? Eric, do you know, is there any evidence in this species, like, or in either of these species, that if they lose their mate, that they're more likely to be prospecting in following years? Like, so
You know,
for,
that's
in terms of the predation piece?
Yeah, that's a good question. If a bird loses its mate, it will probably miss at least one breeding season, maybe two, and that could be a reason why it might leave for a different site. I'm not aware of any data on that in either of these species. It's possible that Andre Rain has some of that data from his long-term monitoring. I've not seen any of that information published, but that. Because he has information on, banded birds in the same burrows year after year. So he might be able to begin to answer that question, but to my knowledge right now, we don't know anything about it.
Okay. I had a couple other questions, I guess, regarding this. I think if you're moving to a different part of the presentation, I just wanted to ask about now with the, I think last year this came up, like, so is the social attraction, are the calls that are being played still just for newels, or are you guys doing newels and Hawaiian petrel now?
We are doing only newels still. That was what has been wanted all along. We understand that there's greater interest in newels than in Hawaiian petrel. And despite playing only newel shearwater calls, we have still detected on the ground only Hawaiian petrels. But this is, I mentioned this briefly before, seabirds are attracted to other seabird sounds, even if it's not of their own species.
Mm-hmm.
They're most interested in their own species calls, that's the best. But any activity by other seabird species is also of interest to them. So it's pretty common to attract seabirds other than the species that you're playing the calls from.
And for the nesting material that you guys will be bringing, is that going to be newels and Hawaiian petrel, or just it'll be both?
I would do both. And we have access to nest boxes at Nihoku, from which we could take a little bit of soil. We'd be careful not to move any, parasites or anything like that along with it, and hopefully just bring the soil and its smell and not any parasites.
Thanks.
I was just gonna speak up and say that although all of the points you raised are good, thank you for that dialogue and that explanation. The fence wasn't actually completed until 2021. So if we're really talking about years here, 2024 implementation would be year 4 and not 5. Just wanted to put that out there.
That's right. That's a good point. In terms of how long we've been doing this, the attraction, that's a year behind the HCP as a whole. So, this is year 5 of the HCP, but it's not year 5 of the social attraction.
But it says year 5 from implementation, not construction of the fence completion.
Right, that's what it says. But biologically, in terms of when you might hope to attract birds, it is 1 year behind that. So because we didn't start trying to attract birds to the site until the fence was done and the predators were out. That would not be responsible.
All right. So Ginny, are you suggesting that in the future we should say 5 to 7 years or 6 to 8 after completion of the fence, or what are you suggesting?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I was just making that point because at the time that this was permitted, it was permitted during seabird season, and Pacific Rim wasn't planning on doing the construction during seabird season, rather waiting for them to be away at sea and then implementing it the following year in 2021. So this implementation can be misleading in the fact that, correct, the permits were issued and implementation of the HCP happened at 2020, but implementation of the conservation site did not happen until 2021. So probably, yeah, it should be specified, I think, Kavika, for future ones, just so it's very clear moving forward.
So Eric, was it 5 year or year 6 to 8 years? From what point do you think? What's the critical point that we start the clock on the timeline between how many years between initiating and breeding activity?
Well, from a biological standpoint, it's from when you start the social attraction.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, because the chance of the birds visiting some random place where you put a fence without there being anything to attract them is essentially zero. They're not just going to show up
Okay.
unless you try to attract.
So you're saying, hindsight being 2020, the better possible biological objective would be 6 to 8 years from the initiation of social attraction?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you so much.
Yep. Yeah, and that again, that time frame, it's not based on a lot of information. I would say that's the best we have right now. And you might get lucky and get it sooner, but if you're relying only on young birds that are looking for sites after they fledge, and they don't start nesting until they're, I think 6 to 8 years is appropriate for that. If you get lucky and attract an established breeder that just decides to leave its traditional site, you could get one faster, but most of the birds are not older birds that are leaving locations or moving locations. They're young birds that are choosing for the first time. Okay, after this, I'm going to go on. I'm going to move on to other aspects of the HCP, done by the participants. So this is I think my last slide on Kahuama. So if there's more questions about this preserve, we should do that now.
Eric, I had one question for the barn owl control and Halix, saying that they, I know barn owls are territorial, and so they kind of cover a certain territory, and then you go down a couple valleys and there'll be another one with its territory. Are they able to conduct that type of control over the area that we're talking about?
Yes, in general, and I don't know where exactly Halix is doing the barn owl control currently, but I know, at least in the past, they did have contracts to do barn owl control in the same area that, would encompass the Kaua'i area as well. I don't know exactly what it is right now. And they use a little bit different method than we have. We just kind of do, passive hunting. If we see a barn owl, we try to get it, whereas they actually try to call them in using playback.
Well, they give us some reports. Maybe we can take a look at some of those and put the pieces together to see where it's happening across the landscape. I'm not super familiar with it, but yeah, thank you.
No, that's worth looking into, and we could certainly resume doing barn owl control. But like I said, we have rarely seen or heard them around Kahuama recently, and not at all in 2024. And that may be because Halix is doing control there. I'm not really sure, but it'd be worth looking into that. Okay, any more questions related to Kahuama? Okay, if not, then I will go on to the next portion of the presentation. So this will again kind of follow the same order as the draft report that I think at least some of you have seen. There's a number of different mitigation and minimization requirements. One of those is lighting, and here's a list of all the different methods that the participants are required to do. I don't have a lot of knowledge about this, just what the participants provide to me, and I summarized that in the report. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. As far as I know, in general, this is the compliance has been good in this respect, but I'm not going to spend much time on that now. So predator control, this is another thing that the participants are required to do, and then they provide that information to me, and I compile it into the big report. And just some overall points here: of 191 properties included in the HCP, predator control is required at 47 of them. In 2024, predator control was done at 37 of these properties, so not all of them, but this was up from 25 properties in 2023. So there's been an improvement, which is good. And this increase from 2023 to 2024 was due entirely to an increase in the number of properties owned by Kaua'i County where predator control was done, from 13 in 2023 to 27 in 2024. So again, an improvement. So this is good. The county is making progress, and that's a great thing. However, having said that, at 9 of the county sites, trapping was done only from March to May, not during the seabird fallout season when it's most important. So there was an improvement, but the improvement at some of the sites did not occur during the most important season. So there's still some room for improvement there, but it does seem like they're making progress. And I'm not going to say a lot more about that. I'll let the county respond to that at the appropriate time. In 2024, a total of 235 cats were removed. This was down from 325 in 2023. The trapping effort was adequate at most sites. There were 10 sites where it seemed to be not adequate, and all 10 of those were on Kaua'i County properties. So I know these numbers are a little bit small here, but this is just a list of all the locations, the participant, the location, number of trap nights, and then the second column from the right is catch per trap night. So this is a measure of how many cats do you catch, and in general, if the trapping rate is low, then effort is adequate. And I use just kind of a benchmark of 0.1. So if the trapping rate was higher than 0.1, which is you put out 10 traps and catch one cat, that's 10%. As if it was above 0.1, then effort was not sufficient.
Eric, just a quick point of clarification. If it's blank under catch per trap night, does that mean 0 or does that mean no information?
So if it's blank, and this applies, I think, just to the A and B sites, they requested that only the overall catch rate be reported at all sites combined and not at individual sites, because cat trapping is somewhat controversial.
Okay. And are these, sorry if I missed it, but just as a point of clarification, is the catch per trap night self-reported? Are these, is the trapping effort equivalent at each of the sites? Like number of traps per area, that type of thing? Are they pretty standardized amongst sites? Or I'm just wondering how much to so you put out a trap and, it wasn't checked regularly, it wasn't baited regularly, or, whatever. And is the catch per trap night related to effort or to number of cats on site? Or I'm just trying to interpret this.
Right. So all this information was self-reported. The participants are required to provide a report that includes the trapping. So it's all self-reported. In a couple of cases, I emailed a participant to ask for a little clarification or more details, but in general, it's all self-reported. The effort is variable. There's not like a standard number of traps or number per acre. It's really variable. Some participants did it themselves with their own staff. Others hired a contractor to do it. So it really varied a lot. And so certainly the effort varied a lot, and that's reflected in the catch per trap night. If you put out traps but the number of cats never goes down that you catch, that's an indication that the effort is not enough. If you put out more traps, you can catch more cats. So if the number remains high, that's an indication that the effort is not enough.
Okay. And another thing, just to, if you can remind me, just as a way of helping to interpret these, were carcass persistence trials done at any of these locations? I know they're challenging in some locations because they're public areas and things like that, but was any kind of carcass persistence trial done?
You mean for seabirds?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think they have been done at some sites. You know, I don't recall the details off the top of my head, but I think there have been some seabird carcass trials done, at least at some sites.
Okay. And I probably can hold the questions until we get to the participant presentations, but I know that like essentially, and you know this, Eric, I'm just saying this for the record, discovery rates that are credited when to people's counts can really only be valid if predator removal is adequate, and therefore you are discovering the things that are the downbirds that occur. And so predators are directly related to our trust in those discovery rates that are being applied to calculate the number of calculate the actual take that's occurring at the site. And so understanding these numbers and understanding whether we can trust that predator removal is adequate is really important. So anyways, thank you for answering. I still feel a little bit clear as mud on this, but maybe Karen has some additional questions that'll help as far as interpreting these numbers.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the predator abundance is certainly related to discovery rate. If there's a lot of predators around, you're going to miss more carcasses because they take them first. I do have information about discovery rates, or at least what effect they have on calculated take. That's coming in a couple slides here. So this is just information about the cat trapping rate. At most sites, trapping effort was adequate, which is indicated by a relatively low catch rate. There's a lot of traps put out and not very many cats caught, or at least the number of cats eventually goes down. So the overall trapping rate is low throughout the season as a whole. There's a few places where it was particularly high. One of those was Lidgate Park, and I know there's been an ongoing issue there for a while. But there's apparently still a lot of cats in that area.
Can I ask about sort of that interpretation that I guess that the effort is sufficient based on that rate when the number of capture nights is so variable and in some locations so low. So it's hard to say that a capture rate is sufficient if you only have a sample size of like 25 nights, right? And so I guess, is that an appropriate categorization in terms of sufficient effort if they're not meeting a minimum threshold of number of nights?
Well, and this is why people use a measure like catch per trap night as a metric.
And there's not a minimum
required
standard.
The traps that you might put out depends on the size of the site. If it's a very small site, you can adequately cover it with fewer traps, but it also depends on how many cats there are. If it's a small site with a lot of cats, you might still need a lot of traps. So, the catch per trap night is kind of a way of measuring the rate at which they're being removed and whether that goes down. If there's either, if it's a big area or there's a lot of cats, you're going to need more traps. But regardless of the size or the number of cats, eventually the trapping rates should go down. And if it's done, over a long enough period, you'll see that reflected in the data. So, I just chose 0.1 as you have to choose some number. How much is enough? And you could choose a different number if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, I guess, that piece of it, but I'm looking at, like, if you look at Kaua'i Coffee Company that did 236 trap nights versus, a site that, let's say Spouting Horn that did 25 trap nights, and they're both saying that, for both the effort is sufficient. And So is 25 nights of trapping throughout an entire year sufficient to say that the trapping effort is okay? Is that how this is being interpreted?
Yeah, I mean, it's the catch per trap night. If you have 20 trap nights and you only ever catch one cat, was it worth putting out traps for 50 nights? Probably not.
And so there's no sort of minimum standard for the number of nights that they have to be attempting throughout a year.
To my knowledge, in the HCP, no, there's no requirement for the number of traps or the number of nights. It's just that the effort be adequate.
So maybe just gonna ask HCP staff or Fish and Wildlife Service if you folks have any standards on your ends, or if not, this is an opportunity to learn for future things.
Kavika, can you repeat the question? I had to step away real quickly, but I think this has to do with trapping and traps per night and efficacy. Is that what your question?
Right. So Karen brought up, 25 trap nights in a year. That's categorized as sufficient effort. And
So for each of the permittees, we had requested for them to do standardized surveys for predators to see what is on the ground in comparison to what they were trapping and their efforts, the results of the trapping efforts, to compare whether or not they're seeing, for example, 10 predators at their sites, and then if they're catching only 1 or 2 predators as a result of their trapping efforts, then we would say that that wasn't sufficient and that they had to do adaptive management to increase those trapping efforts to get all of the predators that they had seen off of the landscape. And as you know, certain facilities have a little bit more difficult of a time to do this if they have adjacent properties that have feral cat colonies or whatever it is. So it makes it difficult, but we wanted that standardized separate predator survey data so that we can understand what was happening on the ground, rather than just catch per trap nights. And then alternatively, another example is if they were never seeing predators on the ground or they saw 1 or 2, and then their trapping efforts, they had 1 or 2 cats that they had trapped. Then we would say, okay, it looks to be that you are catching the predators and your program is more sufficient than, say, the 10 predators on the ground that they're seeing, but they're only catching 1 or 2.
okay, so that doesn't seem like that's what you did, Eric, or is it when you assessed efficacy?
Right. So this is, and Ginny's right that there was information provided about predator surveys. So you go out and look and see how many predators you see. And to be honest, the reporting of that was a little more variable. Some participants included good information about that. Some didn't have very much, and that probably reflects how much effort went into that. But the number of predators that you're able to see if you go out and do a survey is hugely variable. If there's a big feral cat feeding colony right next to your property or on your property, they'll be easy to see because those cats are attracted to people because they're fed. If these are more wild cats that are not fed, you're not going to see them. They will see you long before you see them, and they're shy, so you might not see them. Doesn't mean they're not there. So I agree that predator surveys are also useful. And if you went out there and saw 20 cats at a feeding station but only caught 2 of them, then you also know the effort was not sufficient. But I think in most cases that that idea would also be captured by this catch per trap night metric. If there's a lot of cats out there and you put traps out, you should catch them, at least some of them, maybe not all of them. So I agree with Jenny that the predator survey information is also useful, but in the end, it's the catch per trap night that to me is probably a better and more consistent metric of how many cats are out there.
Yeah, and I would just say that having the catch per trap night is different from what the agencies have been requesting of the permittees. But I think all of these tools are useful to evaluate efficacy. And so more information, the better. And I think we can use it to just determine whether or not efforts need to be increased for the individual sites and individual permittees.
It's,
So-
yeah, I think one of the things that could be useful following up on that is, and maybe this is going to be present in the individual participant presentations, but if we're able to see number of trap nights over time and the number of cats trapped, or similar to what you showed for the sites, the protected sites, I feel like that I could understand that a lot better, because then if there's gigantic gaps, or if the cluster of 20 nights, 20 trap nights all occurred at once, or it was like, 5 traps over 4 nights, or you know what I mean? Like, it would be really helpful to see that cluster, and to understand the data. And Jenny, is that kind of what you were getting at, that you guys are typically looking for?
Yeah, we were looking for that. And I don't know if you remember a few years back, one of the permittees had presented a graph that showed that comparison over time, especially during the seabird fallout season. So you could see whether or not there were increase of predators during certain months, and then what their effort was, what their outcome was of the predator control trapping. And so we had recommended that all of the permittees use that model to present at ESRC. I don't know whether or not I'm not working on the project now. I don't know whether or not this was communicated, but I know that when I was working on the project, we had communicated to the individual permittees to use that model.
Okay, so since that has been communicated to the permittees in the past, and I don't know from our previous notes with the ESRC committee, but maybe for the sake of today and moving forward, if we can just make that official from an ESRC request perspective as well, if we can add that to the notes, HCP office, for what we would like to see in future presentations. I feel like that's something we would have requested before, but if Fish and Wildlife Service has been requesting it, then we should see it here too. And again, maybe that's part of, I know Eric's giving the overview, maybe that's present in the individual participant presentations, but it should be present in one or the other at least. And sorry, Eric, I know you've got more to do, so you're welcome to continue.
Melissa, just I'm gonna confirm that this was requested at ESRC in a previous year.
Melissa, and ESRC members, I was going to, once Eric's done, maybe just do an overall recommendation for just this topic, and then we'll continue with our normal recommendation slides as other folks present. But yeah, once Eric's done, maybe we can just do a overall recommendation for some of these things if we want to get notes down for this. So.
Okay, I'll go on then, but just to reiterate, this is this catch per trap night. This is just one way of assessing whether the effort is sufficient, and it's the metric that I have the most information about. But there are other methods too that can be used, in concert with this, and they should be used that way. But the reports that I receive, contain a lot less information about the predator surveys than they do about the predator trapping. So that's why I focused on this. And maybe that's something that could be required a little bit more is more detailed information about the predator surveys, because that information was a little more spotty in the different reports. Okay, should I go on? Okay, going on. Okay, another minimization compliance thing that's required is seabird training and outreach, mostly of staff, but also visitors, especially for the cruise ships. And all participants provided examples of the type of outreach and training materials that they used for within their program. And in general, these were really good. Most people have a nice training module developed. Some participants did it themselves with their own staff. Others hired consultants to do this for them. In general, I thought they were good, and I think that this seems to be something everyone has done fairly well at. And there are examples in some of the individual reports. I did not include those in the report that I wrote because it would have made the file really, really huge. But there's nice examples of the types of things that were included in the different training modules that everyone developed in the individual reports. And this year there were 84 training hours by 3,387 participants, at least as reported in the reports that I received. Okay, tape monitoring.
Sorry, Eric.
Yep.
Just to point out, I think last time we did this for the other ones, Melissa Price pointed out that she asked a question about the percentage of staff, not just the numbers. So I think that was maybe a recommendation we made at part 1 of this annual report meeting, and maybe if we could be sure that we include that here for our recommendations on this. We can talk about that later, but thanks, Eric.
Okay. Yeah, I have no information on percentage of employees that have been trained. All I receive is the number that actually were trained. I don't know how that relates to how many employees they have overall. Okay. So this is other information that was supposed to be included in the report. This is maps of the property indicating structures and features, topography, any unsearchable area, description of training, time of year, frequency of searches, time of day of searches, search methods, record keeping method, and presence of predators. So we already talked a little bit about the predators. In general, most participants provided this information. In some cases, it was more detailed than others, but there was at least something provided by all participants, but again, was pretty variable. Some included maps with the actual search route. Most people included the dates of the searches, the times of the searches, and the number of people, things like that. Some included actual logs of what was found on each individual survey. Others just included like an annual total of the number of hours and the number of searches and things like that. So this is fairly variable. And I'm going to keep moving because there's a couple issues that I think we will want to spend more time on. So, and again, there's more details on this are provided in the individual participant reports. I didn't copy a lot of that into the overall report because it was already really long, and I think it would have been a little bit unwieldy to paste in everything that people have provided. Okay, so the actual take summary from 2024. In 2024, a total of 43 seabirds were found in all the sites. This included 40 mule shearwaters, 3 Hawaiian petrels, and 0 banded storm petrels. 39 of the mule shearwaters were released alive, which is good. There's 1 bird for which the final disposition was not known, at least not that I know of. All Hawaiian petrels were found alive, 2 were released, and 1 died in care. By far, the most birds were found at 1 Hanalei Bay. That was 30 birds. No other site had more than 3 birds. About half of the downed seabirds were found over a 2-week period from 19 October to 3 November, and this was centered on the new moon. So it's known that this is the time when a lot of young birds fledge and are especially attracted to lights because there's no other light source. So the lights are more attractive at that time. This also happened in 2023, and this attraction during the new moon period has been shown in a number of other studies too, in Hawaii and elsewhere. So that's the crucial time, and knowing when that window is can be important for really focusing efforts to make sure lights are turned off and other things like that. The graph here shows by each year with colors for each of the different participants. You can see that the take in 2024 was fairly high, not as high as it was in 2023. In 2020 and 2021, those were COVID years. There was a lot less activity. A lot of lights were turned off anyway, and I think some sites were actually closed during that period. So that explains some of the increase over time, but still 2023 and 2024 were fairly high. Okay, I'm gonna go on unless there's questions about this. Okay. So this is a summary of the take monitoring by all the participants. In some cases broken down by individual site, number of birds found, searchers provided, training documents, search dates, search times. So this is what I mentioned, that in general, this information is being provided, whether there's search logs, methods documented, and things like that. So in general, this information is being provided. It's a little bit variable in terms of the actual the level of detail, but in most cases, it was provided. And then the third column from the left is the actual number of birds found, and this includes both Newell's shearwater and Hawaiian petrels.
Garrett, can you help us understand what continuously means in the context of NCL? Because I think some of the participants in the past had made the case that, hey, our hotel staff are always looking, but the reality is they have duties and things that they're supposed to be doing that are not looking under chairs and whatever else might be on the in that case on the ship, right? And so wondering whether that's adequate or whether something more akin to what the other participants are doing would make more sense.
Yeah, that is a good point. But I think that part of the idea of the searching being continuous is that some of the searching is done by guests on the ship, and the number of people trained by NCL also includes all their passengers, because they provide, it's not training just for their staff, it's outreach to their guests. Doesn't mean all of them are going to do it, obviously, but there is information available about what to do if you find a bird. And I think that, I don't know about this year, but I know that in some cases in the past, birds were found by guests, not staff. So this continuously, that's what was self-reported, so that's what I included. And whether how effective it is to have the guests searching, I don't know, but I know that some birds have been found by guests.
Thank you. I think I would just comment that I think it should be a yes and. So it's fantastic to have the guests trained and searching all the time. But in a case where we know that there are particular times where they are likely to be more attracted, in this case to the ship, such as at night when the lights are running and it's dark outside, having searches that take place either twice a night or right after sunrise. I think they had mentioned in their presentation that housekeeping does a check of each of the lanais or something in the morning. So if that's the case, as that was presented, giving them credit for doing that in the search times by noting that the housekeeping staff are checking the lanais first thing in the morning or something like that, I think would be giving them credit for something that they're doing, and would be less of a red flag for if other participants look at that and go, well, we're also continuously training our guests and they're also always around looking. So I just want to, I don't know, that nuance I think is important. Anyways, thank you.
Okay, next, I'll talk about the calculated take in 2024. So this is, not just the number. We know that some birds are missed because they're taken by predators or they crawl underneath something and are not visible or easily findable. So there's also a calculated take. of both lethal take and non-lethal take. And this table shows the amount of lethal and non-lethal take for each of the 3 species in 2024 by property. So these are the actual numbers, and we can look at them quickly, but I think it's more important to look at these in other contexts as well. And I have a couple more slides that I think will make some of these numbers more understandable. So first, a little bit about how the take is calculated. So it's involves the number of birds found alive. So there, at the top here are two examples of how the lethal and non-lethal take is calculated. And there's 2 things that people enter: number of birds found alive and number of birds found dead or euthanized before they can be released. And a big thing that affects this is the discovery rate. And we talked about this a little bit before. So, you know, if a bird is grounded, what are the chances that you find it, either alive or dead? And in some cases, we actually have, you know, there have been trials done that show what the discovery rate is at certain sites. Other cases, there have not. And the table at the bottom shows the discovery rates that have been approved to apply at each site. So 90% at one hotel, Hanalei, 90% at Nauilili Harbor, 50% at Port Allen, 75% at Lake Lihue, and then all others are 50%. So 50% is kind of the default. In the absence of other information, that's the rate that's used. And just a couple of examples. So if you find 4 birds alive and one dead, and your discovery rate is 50%, then that means you missed half the birds. So the total take is 10 rather than just 5, because you're assuming you missed half of them. The non-lethal take is 4 because those birds were found alive. The lethal take is the 1 bird you found dead plus the other 5 birds that you didn't find. It's assumed that all those birds were dead because most likely they were taken by predators, or they crawled under a bush or inside something and eventually died there and were not found. So that's how this calculation is done. On the right, here's an example where the discovery rate is 90%. So this says that you find 9 out of 10 birds that end up being grounded. So same numbers put in, 4 and 1, but now with the discovery rate being 90%, the actual total take is 5.56, so much lower. Non-lethal take is still the same, 4, but lethal take, so you're assuming that you missed fewer dead birds because your discovery rate is high. So this discovery rate makes a big difference in the total take and especially in the lethal take. So does that make sense? And one other thing, this I just heard yesterday from the agencies that the lethal take should be calculated in a different way than it had been in each of the previous years. And the difference is that in the past, it was assumed that 88% of birds turned into SOS eventually died. So there's some proportion of birds that, even if they're found alive, end up dying before they can be released. So the non-lethal take was kind of prorated, and some of those birds found alive were assumed to have died. So the numbers were multiplied by 0.88, 88%. Turns out that was not really appropriate because we actually know how many were released and how many died. We actually have the data from SOS. So those formulas were developed earlier on at a time when we did not always have that information, and the formula was just not updated. It should have been, but it was not. So I've done that now for 2024. So the numbers that I showed were a little bit different than what were in the draft report because of this recent change. So I wanted to point that out and highlight it so that if people compare the numbers that I'm presenting today with what are in the report, you'll see they are a little bit different. I wanted to explain why. And I think that the agencies might provide more explanation of that if what I explained is not adequate or correct. But does that make sense?
And
Thank
so
you, Eric. Yes, that makes complete sense, and we appreciate you, providing that info.
And so will you guys then every year be using like the data from that year to calculate it? It'll be
Well, so yeah,
the
so
survival rate per year from SOS or for each
Right.
individual bird.
no, and this is an important question. So I use this for 2024. And then last night I also looked at all the data from the previous years and I redid all those calculations because really this formula should have been used in all the previous years too, but it was not. So, you know, that's not up to me. I'll let the agencies decide whether we should retroactively change the take in previous years to use this updated method, in which case the numbers in the previous reports would no longer be accurate. So I don't know that we have to make that decision now, but I want you to be aware that the numbers in the reports from previous years did not use this formula, and therefore are not directly comparable to the numbers from 2024 in which I did use this formula. I know that's a lot to think about. I can just keep going on, and I will say that in the subsequent slides that I have, I've used the new method to retroactively change the numbers from previous years. I can change it back if people want. I saved the original version. I can always go back to that. But the slides I'm going to show after this one include the numbers using this new formula.
So is the new formula using a specific value from 2024 or the new formula is some broader generic value across years of data from SOS?
Well, no, it's not using the only difference is that in previously the non-lethal, it was assumed that some birds found alive would die, that 12% of birds found alive would die. We're not assuming that anymore because we actually know how many were released. You know, they might not have all survived after that, but we have no way to know. So post-release survival, you know, is not something we just have no information about. This is just survival up to the point where they're released. So in 2023, I didn't use any information from 2024. All I did was change the formula that was used to calculate the take in 2023 or in 2022, you know, whichever year you're talking about.
The only difference for this, it's a formula to determine what was not observed based on the discovery rate. That's all it is. And then what is known is what was observed and turned into SOS, and each of the permittees are responsible for letting the agencies know what the final disposition of the bird was. Did it die when it was being transported to SOS? Did it die in SOS's care? Was it so badly hurt that it needed to be euthanized, or was it released? And so then we use that actual data of they were released versus they were not released. So that accounts for the actual number that goes into this blue row here. And so this formula only accounts for the birds that were not found at all based on the discovery rate. So I don't know if that clarifies things.
That clarifies it. It sounds like you're using the bird specific data and so that'll be, you know, if that changes over time, that will be reflected in subsequent years. You know, it's like
it's not anything that should change over time. It's what the actual disposition of the birds were. So in any given year, some birds will be released and some birds will not be released, and we have that data. So that just gets accounted for. But the only thing that this formula does is accounts for the discovery rate and what we're saying that they never found.
No, wait, no. This is let me clarify. What's changed is not the discovery rate. That's still the same.
Yeah, you're correct. The discovery rate doesn't change because Princeville still has 90%. H. Navilivili has 90%. H. Port Allen has 50%. H. Lihu is 75%. And then all the others have the 50%. The only thing that this formula does is accounts for the 10% of birds that were never found at one hotel, Hanalei, and then the 10% that were never found at Navili, and so on.
No, I don't think that's it. What this
That's
changes,
what it is.
it doesn't change the total annual take. It changes how many of those were lethal and how many were non-lethal. So right now it's 6 and 4, 6 lethal, 4 non-lethal. If we continue to assume that some of the live birds actually died, so we would multiply 4 by 0.88 and add that to lethal and subtract it from non-lethal. So the 10 is not changing, it's the 6 and the 4 that are changing. It's not a change in the actual total take. It's a change in whether they're counted as lethal or non-lethal.
I mean, it's
Maybe if we can get clarity again on how this equation is to be laid out, because the information that we received just yesterday coincided with how Eric explained it. And so, for us to continue to move forward with trying to provide this information to the public and to folks based on a formula that we should all be using, we all need to be on the same page. And I mean, and especially having this happen, these discussions happening, a few minutes before we have a meeting with folks is kind of hard for us to get through these things. So I would really like to see that everyone have agree on what this formula is supposed to be, and everyone understanding how it's derived. And
I
so
can explain it.
we can try that one more time then, please.
Yep, I can explain it. If you look at page 65 of the KSHCP, the method for determining the amount of take of covered seabirds, section 6.2.2.1, this was prior to the permittees knowing what their outcome would be of lethal versus non-lethal take. And so this was a method that used SOS data and the success of their program. And when you look at an average of 5 years of data, so we looked at the recent 5-year period of SOS final disposition, it came out that there was 88% of birds that were submitted to SOS that were released. Birds that were turned in were released. And the resulting 12% was mortality of the birds. Either seabirds that were turned in dead, those that died while in care, and those that were deemed unfit for release back into the wild, in other words, euthanized. So for the applicant to figure out how much take they should request from the agencies when they were applying for the incidental take license and the incidental take permit, the applicant had to use this to factor in whether or not, if they have 5 birds at the facility, what does that look like based on their SOS final disposition? And so we used that 88% of the five birds that they found would likely be released, and therefore would likely be non-lethal take amount that they should request, compared to the 12% of birds. So 12% of the 5 birds would likely be, on average, the ones that were never released. And that was used to determine what take amount that each applicant at the time should request. After permit issuance, the permittees had to submit birds to SOS and find out what the final disposition is. We have actual numbers, and it does not make sense to say, oh, on average, the 1 bird that I turned in or the 10 birds that I turned in, only 88% were released, when we have actual data to say all 10 birds were released, or no, none of the 10 birds were released. So we use that data from SOS as well as the participants telling us what the final disposition is. That's what's going here in the green and blue rows here. How many birds did you find, and how many birds did you find but eventually died? So we have 5 birds. But if you have a discovery rate of 50%, that's the yellow row, then of those 5 birds, that 5 birds only represents 50% of the birds that were down by light attraction. So you did not find another 5 birds. Those all died. So if you break it down, you can't see the math here, but if you look at it, so a total, that gray row, total annual take, is the total number of birds that you found, plus what we assume were not found based on 50% discovery rate, which is 10. And this next row, lethal take, is the observed birds found. So whatever you found that died, sorry, the birds lethal take. Yes, so the birds that, the blue row, whatever you found that died, you took it to SOS, but it was still dead or not releasable, plus the 50% of birds you never found. So that is a total of 5 plus the 1 in the blue row. So that makes 6 birds that are lethal. The non-lethal one is the birds that you found, and that just is the same number from the top. The birds that were found alive and released from SOS. That is that last row down there, non-lethal take.
Yeah, that pretty much sounds like what Eric just explained, but go ahead.
No, because previously we had misinterpreted, and this is in previous years, we had assumed that it was 88% and 12%. So we had been applying that number, which was incorrect. And so we remedied this, Elise remedied this, and we figured out that we should be reporting correct numbers. And so, yes, it was last minute, but it does not ever change anything that has ever happened in the history of this HCP.
No, I understand that, but when I'm looking at these tables right here, these tables are reflecting not using that 0.88% anymore. This is reflecting exactly what you just described, birds found alive, anyways,
Yeah.
the tables that we're looking right here are using the correct equation, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is Eric. Can I just jump in again? Jenny, I agree with you 100%. What you said is exactly what I said. So this change that we're talking about now does not involve the discovery rate. So it does not involve the total annual take. The only thing it affects is how much of that take is lethal versus non-lethal. We're not changing any of the non-lethal take to lethal take, which was done in the past, but turns out we shouldn't have been doing. So the 10 doesn't change. The 6 and the 4 would be different if we were still using that 88%, but now we're not.
Yes, because it's based on actual final disposition.
Right. Right.
Yes.
And that's what I said before. So that's what's changed. It does not change the discovery rate or the total annual take. Only if they're counted as lethal or non-lethal.
Next slide.
Yeah, let's go on. Okay, so this is the cumulative 5-year calculated take from 2020 to 2024. And again, in these numbers, these are the numbers that do not use that 88%. So I've updated this table from the one that's in the report. So this is the total take over all 5 years since the HCP started by each participant for each species. And again, just on their own, this is not that meaningful, but let me go on to the next slide. This is the total permitted take over the 30 years of the HCP for each participant. And, the numbers are different for each participant. I wasn't involved in calculating how much take should be permitted, but these are the numbers from the HCP. And then I'll go on to the next slide, and this is the most important one. If you take the average take per year based on the first 5 years and project that over 30 years, these are the numbers that result from that. The yellow highlights indicate values that are higher than the permitted take in the HCP. So you can see there's a number that are higher. And again, this is based on the 5-year average. So you're taking the average over the first 5 years and then multiplying that number by 30. And an important thing to note here is this average, and this is specified in the HCP, this is a 5-year rolling average, which means you take the most recent 5 years. So we only have 5 years thus far, so we're using all the years. But let me go back to a previous slide here that I showed. So this is the take in the first 5 years. So take was much higher in 2023 and 24 than in previous years. So next year, to do the same calculation, you would have new data from 2025. You would no longer be using numbers from 2020, and 2020 was by far the lowest. So the rolling 5-year average is going to go up. You know, we don't know by how much. It depends on how much take there is in 2025, but there's a chance it could go up by quite a bit because now we have a new average. This rolling average adjusts with each subsequent year. So if that, and you can also see that, the pattern among different participants has varied a lot among the years. So for example, one Hotel Hanalei Bay in 2023 and 2024, take was fairly high. I think that the resort was closed in the 3 years before that. This was during COVID and then for renovations, I think. So their number for those first 3 years was 0, and it's been quite a bit higher since then. So now I'll go back to that table that I showed before. So because of this 5-year rolling average, it's likely that some of these numbers could go up, some could go down. Some sites have actually showed a decline over time. For example, A and B had less take this year, or HDOT had less take this year than they did last year. So there's a chance that number will go down, but it depends on what happens in each subsequent year. But I think that, the number of cells with yellow highlights here indicates that there's a good chance that some of the permitted take might be exceeded if things continue the way they are. That's the main message here. We don't know how it's going to play out in the future. This is just, a bit of a warning that if things keep going the way they are, take could be exceeding what's permitted. So I know there's a lot in there. I'm happy to try to answer questions. And I think this is my last slide, except for the financial report, which I just get from NIFWF. I have no control over that. That's just what the NIFWF files show me. So maybe we should take some time to talk about this.
Eric, you did a great job of going back and forth between those slides. One thing I just want to highlight, if you can go back to the one that shows the by-year graph, one of the things that's really important to note here is that the first 2 years, the discovery trials that were done with the decoys showed very abysmal searcher efficiency. And so those years are low, not only because some of the hotels were closed due to COVID, but also there was just, things just weren't being discovered that were downed. And so we had highlighted during that time that the 50% and 90% discovery rates that they were being credited with were completely not held up by the decoy discovery trials. And so I do want to commend them that it appears like in the last 3 years, they've done a much better job of searching. And I really appreciate that, because that means more birds are going to be found and saved by sending them over to SOS for rehab. So thank you for doing that. And I don't want to create a perverse incentive where the first 2 years, the numbers artificially are low. They're artificially low. So you highlighted that this is a 5-year rolling average, but the last 3 years are in theory more representative. the way to get those numbers down are two things. One, to find birds alive, because you search earlier in the night or day, you find them quicker, and therefore you're able to get them to rehab. And those creditings are better when you're, as you showed with the math earlier. And secondly, doing a good job with lights. So in the meeting with One Hotel Hanalei, one of the things highlighted was like the screen that would help, that would come down at night and help prevent light attraction. So doing a better job with lights on site should also reduce the take. But I just do want to commend them on doing a better job of discovering birds, which I think is more accurately what the 2022, 2023, and 2024 numbers show. And now we've just got to do a better job with the lights and get the actual, in reality, how many birds actually came down, get those numbers down as well. So just wanted to highlight that those 2020 and 2021 numbers are, we had extensive discussions in the past about how those are artificially low.
Melissa, I do want to point out too, that we have SOS records that do show those years were higher than other years. So, but yeah, all of your points are correct.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Eric, for the presentation. Really appreciate you being here today to provide this information to us. Very important. I guess at this point, we could see if there's any comments in our email. Oh, well, I guess, hold on, let me back up here. If any members of the public would like to provide any comments on the presentation that was just shown to us, go ahead and you can email our email address and we'll check that here in a little bit. Does the ESRC do we want to get up any sort of recommendation slide or comment slide for this section? If you guys would like to, we can do something like that.
And I just want to know, Eric said that he had a couple of financial slides. Are those important for us to see just for, he went to all the work of preparing them.
Oh, I thought he said he didn't have them, but.
Oh, that he didn't have them.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Okay, I misunderstood.
I'm happy to show them. I did not prepare them. All the financial stuff comes from NIFWIF. The actual money is handled by NIFWIF. So I just receive files from NIFWIF and I put them in a slide. I'm happy to show them if people want.
Sure, I think it's helpful. And since you bothered to create the slide, we might as well take a look for the record.
And I just have one slide on this. The report I get from NIFWIF is 5 pages long. These are the 2 pages of it that I thought provided the most important information. And again, this is also in the draft report. This is not your only chance to look at it.
And what are the amounts being spent on? Like when we're looking at this and we're seeing credits, account balance from previous period, and deposits, those are deposits by each of these organizations into the larger pool?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that those are the deposits made by the participants into this account that's managed by NIFWIF. And then the expenses, the disbursements, those are to PRC for our management of the preserve and also for the preparation of this report.
Okay, so the monies that they're paying in are going to do the mitigation site as well as the contracting for preparing the report, those 2 activities.
Yes.
Okay, so they're independently paying for things like predator management at the site or any trainings of their staff or things like that are all done in-house and would not appear on this budget, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Eric, I want to just say thank you. I know it's not easy to work with 8 permittees for one HCP and collect all of the information and present on their behalf and draft up the annual report. So I just want to say thank you for doing that and thank you for presenting at ESRC.
You're welcome.
Jason, in regards to your earlier question, and since we've checked the box on taking a look at the financials, I think that if there's some language that we expect will be said over and over in each participant's case, it saves us having to say it 5 times or whatever. If we have some things that we can see overall from Eric's report and just develop the standard language around that, and then folks at the HCP office can copy paste with each of those rather than quibbling over semantics each time. And we may even have some language from the previous time when we met, as far as like searcher efficiency and discovery rates and predator control and things like that, that we can copy paste in and be a little more efficient.
Great. I think we're being really efficient already, but I hear what you're saying. Well, let's move forward with seeing if we have any comments on Zoom at the moment, or if anybody would like to testify in Zoom.
Nothing on.
Nobody?
Zoom.
Okay. And did we have anything in our email?
Not an email.
So we're gonna let's move on to item 3 then.
Just gonna show the recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Recommendation slide. I was kind of thinking that we were going to do this later, but
Is that correct, Melissa? You were saying it'd be helpful to pull it up now.
do it now.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, since we've already noted that it was requested by both ESRC and by Fish and Wildlife Service to show catch per trap night at each site over the term of the permit. If it wasn't included in Eric's report, probably because it wasn't provided by the permittees to him. So we would expect to see it in their individual presentations today. And we can anticipate that if it's not there, that's something that we're just noting. Hey, we've already had this long discussion about how this was requested before on the record. It wasn't in it this year. This is, and we don't need to have an extended discussion about that. So hopefully that is a slide in each permittee's presentation today.
I believe in addition, it was the show the predator, I can't articulate right now.
The catch rates, essentially.
Well, ultimately, but like show the survey data of predators in comparison to what was trapped. I don't know how to say them.
Predator detections. Show
yes,
predator
thank
detections.
you.
Yeah. We do a lot of camera trap studies. So yeah.
So I have some questions about what ESRC members' roles are, or collectively what our roles are in regards to when we deem that one of the permittees is not meeting the HCP requirements. I'm wondering if we need to have that discussion in the executive session, or we can better to do that openly. I want to do this before we get into all the individuals.
Is that a Danica question or an HCP office question?
I guess open question either for Danica. But how's about this? I will make a motion to go into executive session to discuss what ESRC's responsibilities are if it's deemed that one of these permittees is not meeting requirements, not reading the requirements of the HCP. And that would need to get seconded and then voted on, I believe.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll take a vote to go into executive session. Is Danica available at the moment?
Here, I'll switch over to the executive session Zoom.
Okay, can we take a vote real quick to go into executive session, or do we not have to? Yep, vote please.
Karen.
Oh, one.
I think you need a quorum to vote
Yep.
affirmatively to go into executive session.
And we have one, I see two, I see three, I see, and all before. So there we go. We'll go into executive session.
Can I have the invite? I don't have an invite.
We'll send you the invite.
Thank you.
Let us know when you get it, and then we'll
And then we'll put a slide up for the people who are attending via Zoom. Just bear with us while our ESRC members are in executive session, and then we'll resume via Zoom.
thank you, Kinsey. Can you let me in?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna let you in. Melissa and you. Okay, you guys are coming in.
Aloha, everyone. We are going to just take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with you here in just in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Whenever you are ready.
You guys all good?
We just gotta stop sharing. How do we go to stop sharing your screen?
Stop sharing.
Aloha, everyone. We're just coming back. Thank you for your patience. The ESRC just met with its attorney to discuss its powers, privileges, and immunities and liabilities related to a licensee's compliance with the terms of their HCP and ITL. And we'll be back on Zoom here, and we're just waiting for a few more folks to come back on, and we'll continue with our meeting here. So 1 second.
Are we just waiting for Jenny so we have quorum? Oh, I can't hear.
Is Jenny here? I didn't see.
No, I don't see her. Is that who we're missing so we have quorum?
Yeah, we need one more person for quorum.
Yeah, back on. I think they're having connectivity
Oh,
issues.
okay. Well, she's trying to get on.
Oh, I see her. She's here.
There we go. Where do I see her? There she is. Aloha, Jenny. Can you hear us?
We have Elise just let me know they're having really bad internet connection because they have a regional call, so 60 people. in
Oh,
their
goodness.
office, so-
Can you find out if she can hear us? So well, at least we know that she's. Our service building has a lot of people online right now that are causing some issues. And she
And I know
just-
she said in the executive session that having her camera off was helpful. So maybe, yeah, as long as she's able to hear us, if she can keep her camera off, that might help.
Can you watch to see if she joins again? Because it looks like
Here
she.
is.
Okay. Aloha, Jenny. Can you hear us? And if, or maybe raise your hand if you hear us?
I can hear you. Sorry,
Okay.
I keep getting kicked out for some reason.
Okay, well, we'll just keep monitoring that, and if we see you pop out of here, we'll stand by for a moment. But thanks for coming back. So I've already explained our let's see here. I'm sorry, guys. I provided information on our break. So at this point, we'll move on to item 3. Item 3 is the Kaua'i Endangered Seabird Recovery Project, KESRP 2024 Searcher Efficiency Trials for KSHCP. Participants, one hotel Hanalei Bay, Royal Sonesta, Kaua'i Resort, and Kaua'i Coffee Company. Kelly from our DOFAW office here, HCP program, will be presenting on the Kaua'i Endangered Seabird Recovery Project. And she'll go ahead and start that presentation now.
Can I just jump in with one thing? So I guess just to make notes, Kavika did not return after the break. He's going to be gone for now. But then somebody has their hand up, and I don't know if that's something that we addressed now. Or
I do see a hand. We didn't have any. I mean, I think that person may have put their hand up when we just came back, but we didn't have anything that we're waiting for questions from the public on at the moment. And so I guess we can, after this presentation, we can take whatever questions are out there, and we can address Maka'ala's hand raise, if that's okay. So we'll just continue with the searcher efficiency trials for KSHCP presentation at this point.
Okay, bringing that up now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Kaua'i Endangered Seabird Recovery Project for DLEC and her team. So yeah, pardon, this is a PowerPoint presentation that they had put together. So yeah. Next slide, please. So basic outline of this presentation would just be to review the purpose of these trials, the methods of how the trials were conducted, reviewing the results for the 3 licensees who did undergo these trials this year, and some follow-up discussions and recommendations. So of course, the purpose of the discovery rate validation trials, these should be occurring for ideally all of the KSHCP participants, but for this past year, just for the 3 listed at the bottom of the slide. This, of course, is an important factor when we do our take estimations and take calculations. And this also helps us inform how the participants are doing as compared to their discovery rate. What the participants' discovery rate has been approved versus like what they're actually on the ground accomplishing. So the results of these discovery searcher efficacy trials help identify where adaptive management measures are necessary if the discovery rate, or if the searcher efficacy rates are lower than the discovery rates quoted in the participant inclusion plan. These again are the participants who underwent the trial in 2024, one hotel Hanalei, Kaua'i Coffee, and Royal Sonesta. So methods, these have been kept consistent over the past few years that DLEC has performed these trials. The decoys are only deployed through the fallout season, so September 15th through December 15th. But the trials begin a little bit before that in October. They are placed randomly, but not a totally random placement. It's a stratified random deployment schedule. Basically, I think at one point they had tried to do, KESRP had tried to do random deployments, but it ended up happening that birds were being clustered in areas. So that's why they moved to a stratified random deployment schedule. 20 decoys are distributed across the properties. 10 of them are placed in cover, and some of them are partial cover and some of them are full cover, and 10 of the decoys are placed in the open. And in a couple slides, we'll have some kind of examples of what that looks like. The decoys are in place before the first scheduled downed survey bird search of the night begins. So this would be like about 30 to 2 hours after sunset. Here are the decoys that they're using. These are the decoys that have been used with previous trials in previous years. They do have a little tag on them indicating what they're for and instructions on the bottom of the decoys. There is a phone number to call to report the decoy, and a test call is made to the reporting number each night. There is a cutoff time for finding these decoys. It's 40 minutes before sunrise for decoys without cover, so that are found in the open. And at sunrise for decoys with cover. This is because, of course, if birds are like out in the open, depends if they're gonna find cover before sunrise. So they're trying to mimic bird behavior with that. Okay. So again, this is a little bit more detail on the methods for these trials. Of course, they were not placed in areas that were not safe. And again, we'll go into in the next slide, open or no cover versus cover, which is partial or full. I think, yeah, got it for the slide. Slide. So this is an example of the different cover types, so and pictures of each. So the no cover is completely open. They're very visible from a majority of angles. They should be pretty readily seen during the search. And this is kind of mimicking what happens if a bird was just downed before it has had a chance to seek cover. In the middle, you'll see a partial cover example. So these might be kind of on the edges of vegetation. The birds have started to seek cover, and they might be shielded from view from many angles, but visible if you're being diligent about searching on borders or edges of where birds might come down. And it might require searchers to do like bending and looking to get a better visual of these. And these probably will not be something that would be readily visible, so you're not just going to walk by and see. You really would have to be specifically looking, as you should be during a downed bird search. So the last column is full cover, and these birds are very they're not readily visible at all. This might be after a bird has had some time to kind of seek full cover. This is gonna, again, require pretty determined search effort. And yeah, these birds have kind of hidden themselves quite well, probably fully under something and not readily visible. Okay, slide. So we'll just hop into the results. For One Hotel Hanalei, their discovery rate that was claimed in their participant inclusion plan and their current approved discovery rate is 90%. The results for 2024, they had a discovery rate of 50%, and the average time to discovery rate for all decoys is 232 minutes. So a bit of time before the birds were actually found. This is a little bit more detail about the number of birds that were deployed and where, as well as the number of birds that were found and the individual discovery rates for each category. 70% of open decoys were found. So even for open decoys, not all of them are located. And 30% of the covered decoys are found, whether they're partial or full. So again, just, really highlighting that this takes dedicated search effort, even given that open decoys were not located. You can see the map in the right corner, kind of where birds were and were not found, depending on where they were placed. Okay, next slide. So this gives a little bit more detail on the time to discovery for these decoys. Again, average overall was 232 minutes. If it was in the open, it was less at 124 minutes. If it was undercover, that's when it crept up more towards the 230-minute mark. Average time to discovery, it was longer this year than in previous years. So 2023 average of 92 minutes. 2024 data average 140 minutes longer than 2023. again, to point out that the longer these birds go undiscovered, the more chance they will have to seek cover. If it was like simulating, no, if it was actually a downed seabird, those ones in open, after a period of time would probably find themselves in a covered spot, so then would be much more difficult to locate. So that highlights the importance of finding them, not just finding all of them, but finding them quickly as well. Okay, next slide. These are the results on who located the decoys. So most of them were reported by the Seabird search team, so 90% or 9 out of 10. One was reported by security staff. No decoys were reported by members of the public or guests. And this is one example of an open cover bird that was not found. I'm sorry, not an open cover bird, an open bird. So not covered bird, obviously out in the open on the sand in a public space. Readily, you can see it pretty clearly, but was not reported by public. So potentially some indication that maybe public outreach, etc., might be helpful for this kind of situation. Okay. Okay, Kaua'i Coffee Company results show discovery rate of 55%. So these folks are doing slightly better than their approved discovery rate of 50. Their average time to discovery, though, was a bit on the longer end, so almost 370 minutes for decoy discovery. This again is that breakdown on property, how many were partial, how many were full, and how many were open. And of course, if you see in the last column, the full cover is where it's a little bit more difficult, 25% discovery rate for those. 2 decoys were found in addition to the ones that are noted for this, but they were after the reporting window had closed, so they were excluded from the results. Okay, next slide. This is, again, average time to discovery, 69 minutes, almost 370 minutes. And usually it was open cover, took a little bit longer to find than cover, but yeah, let's get that out. Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry, already hopping into the next one. Royal Sonesta Kaua'i results. These were, so this one unfortunately had a discovery rate this year of 30%, recovering only 6 of the 20 decoys which were reported. The average time discovery, though, was short, so that's a positive for this participant. Next slide. Here's their property map with a breakdown again of open, partial, and full, where these birds were located on the property. They found only 1 of the decoys in cover, and 50% of no cover or open decoys were found. But overall, only 30% of the decoys were recovered and reported by the cutoff time. This was, I believe it was lower than prior year's reports. Sorry, I don't have that data. Just 1 sec, let me see if I can. Oh yeah, okay, it's in the last slide. So in the last slide, there's a reference to compare this year's data versus prior, if they've had prior search or efficacy trials done by KESRP. Okay, next slide. So average time to discovery for Royal Sonesta was 182 minutes. Cover significantly longer to recover and report. So undercover was almost 440 minutes. No cover or open was 131 minutes. Overall, they actually improved the time to discovery and reporting. In prior years, 2022 was 382 minutes, but in 2024 was short 182 minutes, or shorter 182 minutes. Okay, next slide. So here's where we'll take a look back at prior data from prior circular efficacy trials that were conducted by KESRP at these licensees if they had one in the past. So 2024's trials for One Hotel Hanalei, there was an improvement of 15%. However, still significantly below their claim of 90%, which at the April 10th ESRC meeting, One Hotel had agreed to amend their permits discovery rate to a more appropriate discovery rate. For Kaua'i coffee, they did better. So they did show an improvement significantly from their 2021 searcher efficacy trial. It was only 10% in 2021 and currently 55%. So overall, a really large improvement on their part. And they worked quite closely with DLEC and Kaua'i Endangered Seabird Recovery Project to work on this and improve that. So it's definitely showing in their results. For Royal Sonesta Kaua'i, so overall, again, 30%. Here's their prior numbers. So 40% in 2022. So it's actually gone down. And still below their overall participant inclusion plan approved rate of 50% search efforts.
Karen's not here anymore. It's Kay. I don't know. Karen's not here.
Sorry, there's some whispering coming through. I'm just letting you know.
Sorry about that, Melissa. We were just looking to see if we still had quorum, but,
We don't.
and we
We
do
don't.
not right now.
Lost Karen.
Oh,
Jason, I'm trying to join from my phone instead to see if that helps me, because I keep getting kicked out on the
Okay,
computer.
we'll let you in on the phone. But we are missing one other committee member. Up, and she's back. Okay. Moving on.
all right, and last slide. So there's a couple of things I touched base with DLEC on things that she'd like to highlight. Her two main things that she'd like to point out was definitely for all licensees, you know, a more dedicated search effort is required. She especially noted along vegetation, you know, borders and edges, and it is going to take, you know, if it's not in the open, which if the bird has come down and has had some time to hide itself. And again, looking at those numbers on time it takes to find, discover, and report the birds, you know, the birds do have some time to seek cover. So even more important to really do the dedicated searching and changing, you know, like your body position when you're looking for these birds. So not just doing a standing and walking search, but really kind of bending and looking under things along your search path. So more active searching. And then other things that, you know, birds could be hidden completely under, such as cars and like we saw with the beach chairs or cabanas. We've had instances of birds completely hidden under items completely. So yeah, important to really do those concentrated, dedicated, very good search effort. Another thing that I think she wanted to just highlight again was as mentioned in this earlier in this presentation, the time it takes to report is really important as well. So the shorter we can have that time to reporting, the better, because again, the less chance the bird will have to kind of hide itself away and make it more difficult to find and potentially not found at all. And I think the last slide DLEC had was for questions. If there's any questions, we'll gladly take them down and share them with DLEC. I'd probably defer any questions. I can't readily answer for her to DLEC, but yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so much for the presentation. Oh, sorry, Jason, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thanking Kelly for her presentation. We can, yeah, take questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Great job. Maybe just a point of clarification. Early in the slides, you stated that the discovery rate is 50% unless they can prove otherwise. There's One Hotel Hanalei is credited with 90% discovery rates, and that's, I think, what was used in the report calculations and stuff like that. They've never demonstrated anything even close to that. And so how is the HCP, or the ITL, I should say, is the ITL written so that it should be credited with what they can prove at a minimum? Or is it, does it require an amendment to change the discovery rate?
Yeah, the second way, actually, the latter. So as the KSHCP is written, the participant, when they applied for their ITL, were able to kind of offer their, I guess, their reasoning for electing a higher discovery rate. But after it was approved and they underwent search or efficacy or were not able to prove that they can meet that discovery rate that was approved in their PIP, it does actually require an amendment.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up comment on that, but before I dive into that one, I wanted to ask why only 3 participants participated in the searcher efficiency trials this year. As you mentioned in the presentation, given the searcher efficiency trial results of the first couple of years, it seems pretty important that they continue to do this to demonstrate that they're improving their searcher efficiency. So not participating in this seems problematic. Can you clarify why only 3 participated?
That's actually, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I have the right answer for that. I know that these searcher efficacy trials are funded through DOFA, though, not through the licensees themselves. So yeah, I don't want to, overspeak, but that might be some part why I'm not sure if it's a funding or staffing or, and I know they do take quite a bit of effort on the ground too for KESRP's team to do all of these. Though yes, I completely agree that, it'd be really, if we were doing it best, all of them would have one every year. Really.
Given the results of the first couple of years and that it was paid for by DOFA, it seems like at this point the onus is on the participant to demonstrate that they are meeting the discovery rate that's in their permit, given that the evidence showed that they were not. And so just for the record, since I know there's different people in attendance each time, the reason why there's a couple of things that are important when we're looking at the annual report. First of all, we're looking at, sure, searcher efficiency trials tell us how good are you at looking for and finding downed birds. The long period of time from placement to finding means that there's many opportunities for the bird to hide or get eaten. Combined with the fact that if the predator control is inadequate at the site, these are plastic decoys. And so they're the easiest thing in the world to find compared to an actual bird. An actual bird has a likelihood of getting dragged off by a cat if it's present at the site, or otherwise disappearing and never being found. And so essentially, your take that we're seeing those numbers, are you exceeding your take that's permitted for, is likely much higher if you are not doing adequate predator control and adequate searches. And so all of the things we've seen so far in the first 5 years of the permit tell us that for several of the participants, their predator control is inadequate for us to trust that the amount of birds they're discovering are the actual number of birds at the site, because some birds are likely getting dragged off and eaten and never discovered. And 2, their searcher efficiency trials are suggesting that their searches are inadequate. So again, the amount of take they're being credited with is way under, given that there was an extremely, the take at One Hanalei Hotel was high, and yet it's likely an underrepresentation of the actual take given the searcher efficiency and the predator control. I am very concerned. And so I know we put several things on the record in the previous meeting, but I think this highlights even more the concern that I would like to request that we have an update in 6 months prior to the next seabird fallout season and that they have rectified their searcher efficiency, or we will recommend to the board that they're out of compliance with their incidental take license requirements. And so if we can have that in the recommendations and discuss it as a committee and see whether folks agree. But I'm pretty concerned with, I want to thank, first of all, those whose numbers have gotten better. But I also want to highlight that I'm concerned about some of the applicants continuing to be low 5 years into the permit. One other point I want to make briefly, and then I'll cede the mic, is that when you're credited with a 50% discovery rate, these searcher efficiency trials are done with plastic decoys that are not smelly, not attractive to being dragged off by cats. So if you're pretty close to that 50% mark in the searcher efficiency trials, so say like 55%, and your predator control is inadequate, that's not saying you're meeting your requirement. So your predator control and your searcher efficiency trials are combined, telling us whether your take is representative of actual take at the site. And so great job finding 55%. It really should be higher than that. And then because the likelihood of discovering real birds is probably a little bit lower. This is just the best approximation we can do for a searcher efficiency trial.
Agree, yeah, Melissa. Thank you for that. Definitely agree with what you said.
Go ahead, Karen. Did you have anything?
Yeah, well, so I had a question. So, Kelly, you said that so it's like, so for one Hanalei, for example, it's like they did the trial and they're not, they're not hitting the mark that's being used for their calculation. And you said that the process is then for it's for the licensee to request an amendment. Like DOFA cannot go to the licensee and say that we have the data to show that this is incorrect. So they're required to request an amendment. Is that?
Yeah, that's my understanding of the KSHCP. As it was written in the KSHCP, the searcher efficacy trials were to inform, and I think this might have been brought up by a licensee as an argument against using this for calculating take. So in the KSHCP, it actually says that these searcher efficacy trials were to help kind of inform adaptive management. Like, for instance, if they're claiming 90, but they're only coming up during the trials with 40, what kind of adaptive management would they need to do to reach the 90? And then it says, if the discovery rate needs to be amended, yes, it does need to be amended from the participants' behalf. Not necessarily saying that that's, we want to tread lightly. I'm not necessarily saying that that's the best way to do it, or we agree or whatnot, but that's what's in the KSHCP.
And there's no, I guess I'm thinking back to the discussion we were having an hour or two ago about how the calculation was corrected when it was recognized that there was better data to use from the SOS recoveries, that it was so more appropriate to be using those data for the calculation than the 88%. Why is it different in this case to we have better data, and why can the calculation not be corrected in this case?
I think that's a Danica question almost, isn't it? I don't know if Danica's here.
Yeah. I guess I'm just, these studies and trials are being done in order to inform, the efforts and the calculations, and it just seems like they're being done, they're identifying deficiencies, and then
Can I
that we acknowledge that and move on. It seems like.
Can I jump in here? Sorry, I don't have video. I don't know how to use this on my phone. So the calculation for take was not changed because we have better information. It was not written in a way where we were supposed to use the 88 and 12% in the HCP. It was our interpretation that was incorrect and when we were doing it. What is correct is the final disposition of birds. And so using the actual number of dispositions. So it wasn't a change in how we were assessing take. That's one. And then secondly, regarding if we think that the permittees are not meeting their discovery rate as they had claimed, the agencies have informed the individual permittees and recommended that they pursue an amendment or work through adaptive management to increase their searcher efficiency to the level that they had assessed. And so One Hotel Hanalei at this point is intending to pursue an amendment to correct their discovery rate. And I think we talked about that 2 weeks ago. But the agencies always do have discretion to let the permittees know whether or not they need to work through adaptive management, suggest adaptive management measures that might help to increase the implementation to better meet what HCP was intended for. And then if they are unable to meet the requirements, then we recommend that they pursue an amendment.
Thanks for the clarifications.
Maybe, Jenny, can you clarify, or the HCP office, who is currently pursuing an amendment regarding their discovery rates? Is it just One Hotel Hanalei?
Let me check. I don't know, Kelly, if you know off the top of your head.
I believe it was, yeah, I can't say for sure. I think it's just One Hotel.
Okay.
No, well, yes, One Hotel based off of, there are others, but for different reasons. So One Hotel is intending to pursue an amendment based on the searcher efficiency not meeting 90%.
Okay. So I think given those considerations, I would just note that it can take a while to get amendments in place. And so I would stand by my earlier request of wishing to see to meet with folks 6 months from now for them to be able to demonstrate that they've increased their searcher efficiency prior to the next fallout season.
Noted. Thank you, Melissa. Why don't we, we'll at this point, if the public would like to make any comments via email, go ahead and do that now. In the meantime, do you want to bring up the recommendation slide and we'll just get that going?
And I think Maka'ala had a comment. Do we want to give her the time now?
Yeah, we can go ahead and Maka'ala, we can take your question now before we go through the recommendation slide, just in case there's something we want to add here.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I was just slow on the uptake for getting on the Zoom. I was listening to you on YouTube. I think you all know why I attend these things when I'm able. I represent one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit against One Hotel, KIUC, and the County of Kaua'i. Just for facts. I have two questions. One, I've been meeting, first of all, I've been meeting with one hotel since forever. And meeting with their new ownership and new management since they became available and in place, prior to even 50% of the remodel being completed. I was walking through the place and making comments. So I do understand the property. I'm wondering if they ask me every time, how come you're picking on me? How come you're picking on us? And I explained that we're not, but I explained to them that we do have a lot of birds in this flyway. And we know that, I believe. So I want to be sure that that doesn't become an excuse for more take, that because there's more birds in the air. Because this is a productive flyway. I don't know that it's one of the most productive ones, but I know it's a very busy flyway because I live in this flyway and I can hear the birds. And I don't want that to become an excuse. So somewhere in your considerations, I'd like the radar data, if you have it available, to at least evidence the fact that one of these isn't more likely to have downed birds than the other. The second thing I want to say is, and I think I've explained this to you before, nobody that I spoke with at the one hotel understood the definition of take. I said, well, you had take, and they said, oh, no, 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 no. No birds died. No birds died. I said, that's not take. So whoever is responsible for explaining their permit and explaining the definition of take, please emphasize the fact that changing the behavior of the bird in any way is take. They really didn't understand. And this was like just 2 years ago. I'm also wondering if there's a way, just from my own information, is there any kind of a comparison between the size of these properties when we talk about the efforts, the search efforts, et cetera, that one bird in the open on the sand is depressing, if not frightening. But has there ever been a comparison of the size of the properties? I just want to make sure we're not comparing apples and oranges. I know we'll get to the predator issue for one hotel, which is horrid, pretty soon. But those are my questions for now. And thank you so much for giving me time.
Thank you, Makaala. I don't know if anybody wanted to address any of those questions, if we could now, and if not, we can, we have them recorded and we can follow up with you for sure on that. We do have radar data. I'd have to talk to our Seabird experts to find out where they are using those services and collecting that data. But yeah, did anyone with the HCP team have any follow-up? You have any follow-up, any chance? No? Okay. Well, we have your questions, and yeah, we'll follow up with you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Since we're taking questions from the public, let's just take a look on Zoom and see if there's anybody on Zoom. Nobody on Zoom. What about our HCP email? Nothing in the email. So let's just go back to the recommendation slide and we'll finish that up.
Can I add one more question? I guess I think this would be for Dilek. It's just how for the 3 properties that were included in this study this year, is just how those were selected, like whether that was like a DOFA selection process or if it was the properties volunteered. I don't understand how that, yeah, that part of it as well.
No, yeah, that's all very important. I would like to know myself, and we will get those answers on how we chose the sites and yeah, why not? Why aren't all of them being done? Is it a money thing? Is it a staff thing? So, I mean, I think it's awesome that we're able to provide these services to the few people that are involved and that the work's being done. So,
I can answer.
oh, go ahead, Jenny.
In the past, I don't know, I can't remember about these three this last year, but in the past, the way that it was selected was for the properties that were not meeting their assessed searcher discovery rate. So if somebody had a 50% discovery rate that they were claiming, but they in the previous year, they only had like a 30% discovery rate, then that same property was selected again for the following year. And initially when this HCP was, when the licenses were issued, it was not intended for DOFA to be paying for the permittees to assess their discovery rate. It was done as a way to support their implementation and to provide information on whether or not they were meeting their claim discovery rate. And we had year after year recommended to each of the permittees to conduct their own third-party validation trials to, one, keep up their searcher discovery rates to the bar that they had claimed, and two, for adaptive management, so that they can continue to improve throughout the years. And so that's kind of where it originated. And I don't think it was ever intended for DOFA to continue beyond year one. It was just something that had opportunistically happened to help inform how the individual permittees were doing. Kelly, I think you've had more discussions with Elise on this. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I think that was, you said it all.
Okay. Not to go beyond year one. I guess at this point, we can move on to our next agenda item if that's, oh, I'm sorry,
Recommendations.
recommendations. I'm getting ahead of myself. You want to share yours?
Yeah, I was just typing
Yeah.
what they made.
We're going to put up the recommendations slide here in just a second. And while we're waiting for that, I didn't know if you guys want to maybe just discuss if we want to take a break for lunch or not. Yeah, just throw your 2 cents out if you'd like. I think it's 12:34 right now. Maybe we can finish the recommendation slide. We can take a break. Kaviko will be back at 1:15. So let's see where we're at when we're finished with the recommendation slide, see what time it is, and we can make a decision maybe.
Sorry, it's not working.
For the top one, is there not a percent of area searched reported somewhere? I should find it. I thought I remembered from presentations last year of the.
Yeah, those exist in each of the ITLs. I think it's actually written into there because it's part of their, yeah, they've got the maps and they show the searched area and all of that. Whether or not that's what they're actually searching is a different question. But Because there have been some times when they've said, oh, this year we couldn't get it to this area because of this or something like that. But I think when they're talking about they said they used a random stratified design for dispersing the birds for discovery, and they could provide the area because that would be a GIS generated kind of thing. They should be able to tell us the area over which they dispersed the decoys to get a birds per area.
So is it like include information on property size and search area? Is that in reporting? Okay.
Yeah, that's great. So in this case, there were 2 of 3 that are below their discovery rate. And the third one is meeting it, but it's not a lot higher than the discovery rate. And again, considering that it's decoys. And so a question for DLNR would be whether they plan on repeating for these same properties in future years. We would recommend repeating searcher efficiency trials at all 3 of these properties. And we're probably due for repeating any of the ones that have been found to be deficient in the past. Even if they were able to bring it up for 1 year, I think it would be good to repeat across any properties that have been deficient within the last 5 years or something like that. And I realize that this, if DLNR is the one providing the funds for this, this may be a limitation more on the DLNR side. However, this is an annual report, and we would expect that this would be fixed before the next seabird fallout season. And so to ensure that that's the case, ideally, we would have a searcher efficiency trial and report of how they're going to rectify or something like that within 6 months. I don't know if the rest of the committee has a better way of saying that or particular requests along those lines.
I can't read that bottom. The bottom line, is that the one that's. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties with the PowerPoint again. But I wasn't sure to the committee if these two kind of contradict each other, since someone said recommending that they conduct third party, because that was the intention with the HCP, and it wasn't the intention to have DOFA continue. So I thought this one might fall to DOFA, so I didn't know which bullet to keep.
I think the recommendation would be that we recommend they demonstrate that their searcher efficiency rates are meeting or exceeding discovery rates. It sounds like whatever was intended in the way that ITLs or HCP was written, in practice, it's been done via DLNR. But either way, I think from an ESRC perspective, we have no authority to force anything. But from an ESRC perspective, the concern is that you're out of compliance with your ITL. If you're not meeting discovery rates, then you are out of compliance because the rates at which you're finding things are not consistent with how you're being credited, which means that your take is in practice much higher than what you're being credited with. And so however this gets done from an ESRC perspective, it needs to be demonstrated that they are meeting their permitted discovery rates.
This is Eric.
I see Eric unmuted. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be here still or not, but I agree 100% with what you said. This discovery rate makes a huge difference in the actual amount of take and in lethal take, especially. So it makes a big difference. And if there's not justification for using a higher rate, then in my opinion, at least, it should not be used.
I think we need to be prescriptive though, because some permittees have done their own trials internally and may or may not include some biases that should not occur.
So are you saying, so to be adding that participants are demonstrating their searcher efficacy rates using third parties, does that address it? If there's concern that internal assessments aren't.
Yeah.
Third-party trials or third-party testing, something like that. And again, an important component of this is I would like to see this, I would like them to demonstrate this before the next fallout season. So what I'm suggesting that we put up here is that we would have a meeting with them no later than September, in which they demonstrate that they have, I mean, clearly there would be some steps they would need to take. They would need to train their staff for better searching, and then they would need to go through a testing phase. So it would be quite a short timeline. However, I would like to highlight that this has been 5 years. So this is not new news. This is something we've been consistently saying during every annual meeting. And so it's time to not wait for another year to go by. They need to get it in shape and demonstrate it to us before the next fallout season.
Melissa, I'm sorry, I just have a question that I'm not super clear on. For these searcher efficiency trials, is there more than one person doing the search? Is it, I mean, like they're talking about minutes it takes to find something. Is that 5 people going out and looking? I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not the person who did the methodology, but based on the presentations that we've received in past years, searcher efficiency trials, you have your staff on site as well as guests, all kinds of people who could discover birds, right? And so different properties handle it different ways. Some have had incentives, like they have a thing in the room or for their staff that like you get $100 or whatever if you find a downed bird, right? And so they've really incentivized searching. There's different methods of training your staff to look for them, training your housekeeping staff to look for the downed birds. All of those could be searchers. When they're saying minutes until discovery, that's just saying the third party came in and placed the birds sometime before dark or whenever they said they placed them. And then when the bird is found, they've got a tag on it where you're supposed to call a number, I think, or go online or something like that. And so they have a very concrete way of determining when that bird was placed and when they received notification that the bird had been found by someone following the tags. You could have 1,000 searchers in theory, right? If you've trained everybody on site to be looking. So it's not standardized by that, but it's saying on your property, essentially, have you done a good enough job of incentivizing people, training people, et cetera, so that those birds are found, however they get found, within a reasonable amount of time, and all of them get found.
Okay, yeah, okay, thanks for making that clear. That goes back to the other question when we were seeing how many people are getting trained versus how many people are actually working there that could be trained. So, thank you for that.
But during the trials, right? I mean, the idea is that, you know, I guess the host health staff or whoever's typically staffed with doing the searches, that trial is following that period, and that, you know, the people that are trained to do the searches are conducting a search that day, and whether they're finding it or not.
Yeah, what they've told us in the past is that the searcher efficiency trials are supposed to be essentially like a spot check, a surprise, right? So they're told the period of months over which the testing is going to be done. So it's going to happen sometime during the months of October and November or whatever, but they're not told the exact day that it's going to happen. And in theory, if you're doing everything you're supposed to do during fallout season, you're going to discover them. And that's one challenge in that's why I'm a little nervous about the wording of this, because if they're not during a season, if it's not during fallout season already, then they wouldn't be doing the trials. Sorry, you wouldn't do a trial during a time when they're not already searching. So the trial would essentially need to take place during the first month of the fallout season and report out to us. So it's a little bit tricky to get a report out before before the fallout season, but the point is, we shouldn't be waiting a whole year to hear that they've fixed this. They need to fix it in time for the fallout season. All right, Jenny, you've got a recommendation?
No, I absolutely agree with you. We do have them, sorry, I'm stumbling today. They are all supposed to be trained up prior to the seabird season. So ideally this happens at minimum 2 weeks before the peak season, but most of them actually do it, I think it's a month out. I could be wrong on that. But that doing some searcher discover efficiency trial during that time period of when they were trained would probably provide information on what it looks like prior to birds actually coming down. I don't know if that helps.
So yes, Melissa's, maybe she's gone. I mean, so it seemed like the concern is about that no later than September. And so they would be starting their trials they'd be starting the searches at the beginning of September, yeah, or like late August is the 2 weeks before.
Sorry, Karen, can you repeat what you just said? I'm sorry.
Well, it seemed like Melissa was maybe concerned about the September being included in there. And so does
this is fine. I'm so sorry. I had someone come to my door that needed something right away. So I stepped out for about 1 minute just now. Yeah, if it's before the next fallout season,
August.
Jenny, do you have a recommended month that would make sense based on your knowledge of kind of the seasonality of things and timing and what might be reasonable?
I would say, especially for the permittees that have lower than their claim discovery rate, I would say by August 1st, because that would inform whether or not they need to do additional training and adaptive management with enough time prior to the seabird fallout season.
I see. So they could, if they're training their folks and they're essentially saying, we don't expect you to find birds, you know, at this time. However, we're gonna have you doing the searches so that we know you're trained, and by the way, the testing is going to take place sometime during this time, or this is where their internal testing could take place, and they can present that to us by August 1st or something like that. Is that kind of right, what you're thinking?
Yeah, I would say for for the permittees that are not meeting their discovery rate, this is an important step in adaptive management to meet the bar of what your discovery rate should be. And you should be working on this prior to the seabird season and with enough time so that if you are still low on your discovery rate, that you have time to implement additional adaptive management measures before birds start coming to the ground.
So in this instance, what we're imagining, and again, these are all things outside of our control, but what we're imagining is that they would essentially demonstrate the steps that they've taken when they meet with us by August 1st. They would demonstrate the steps they've taken to ensure that their team is trained and they're doing a good job finding things. That does not replace some sort of a spot check trial by DLNR to follow up on that during the actual fallout season. But internally, this would allow them to demonstrate to us what they're doing to train. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I just got a note. Yeah, so prior to September 15th, they would have had to have their searchers trained up, ready to go. So I think timeline wise, that does make sense.
Yeah, because that gives them time to 6 weeks to address any deficiencies.
Yep. Especially for the entities that we've already recommended adaptive management to happen.
Okay, so the one thing that I think got deleted out, and I would like to see in there is as much as I recognize it's a cost and time issue for it to be performed by the Kaua'i Seabird recovery program, I do think that given the issues that we've seen over the last 5 years, it is important to continue having that compliance check. But given that it has been 5 years, I would essentially expect that they shouldn't wait for the DLNR check to tell them they're not doing good enough. They need to fix it well enough that when it gets tested next year, they're doing great. Participants who have had below discovery rate results in the past 5 years.
I mean, but I guess for that one, we don't know the other properties that haven't had the trials in the last year or two. We don't know, we don't know where they're at, right? And so
yeah, that's why I said in the last 5 years.
In the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'm a little uncomfortable putting KESRP to do it because I don't know what the capacity for KESRP is.
Can we just say DLNR? Yeah, agencies. Okay.
I don't even know what the capacity for DLNR is to conduct these.
Is the onus on DLNR to fund them, or is it on the licensee?
No, the onus is on the permittees to demonstrate that they are meeting the searcher efficiency, the discovery rate that they had applied for.
So they could be hiring contractors. to do it? Is that versus it falling on DOFA?
Yes.
So I agree with that in theory, but I think in practice, we've seen in the past that there's been mixed quality of the searcher efficiency trials. And so I guess what I'm just saying is that I'm not saying it should be funded by DLNR or it should be, you know, I understand the burden. And we're certainly, by making a recommendation, we have no authority to say that that's the way it has to be. What we're saying is that given that it's continuously been low discovery rates, it seems like that would be a good idea for the agencies to continue doing these trials in the way that they've been done.
Yeah, and I believe, yeah, I agree because agencies wouldn't have that bias. But we do have the SOP from KESRP, and all of the permittees have seen that SOP, and I believe they have it. So I think that everybody has the ability to follow the SOP as it was written. And I believe HDOT had conducted their own prior to the license being issued for one or two of their facilities. But we can recommend maybe that they review and follow that SOP if it's less than what we would expect.
On the bats, so I guess when the searcher trials that are done at the wind facilities, yeah, that's DOFA's not involved in those at all. Yeah, that's all third party or external.
Yeah, we just provide permits for the work they're doing. But yeah, that's third party.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how to address this. I mean, it seems like, yeah, it would be, you know, ideally the agencies are doing it, but there's not, you know, if there's not a funding mechanism for that, there's just really, I mean, the reality of that, of the agencies taking on that burden seems, you know, it just doesn't seem like it would be a reality. So I don't know how we.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the.
Oh, we agree.
Oops, are we still up?
I don't know.
I see a black screen.
Same.
Okay. Coming back.
Not sure what's going on.
There we go. I was just going to say, all the other applicants are funding these types of actions by themselves. And to go back when I said we're talking about the permits, that was more dealing with, you know, deceased surrogates or something like that, protected birds. But for this, it's, you know, they're just putting out the decoys. So, I mean, yeah, it should be upon the licensee. I would like to find out more about the discussion where we, you know, put forth our effort and assigned the Kaua'i Seabird project to do this. But, you know, it should be on behalf of the licensee. You know, we have technical assistance agreements with a lot of these types of HCPs too that, you know, we can charge for this kind of stuff if we have that capacity. But
Just a quick wording edit for on the agency's continued searcher efficiency trials. Yeah, I know we're quibbling about whether it should say agencies. what if we delete agencies continue and say searcher efficiency, third-party searcher efficiency trials need to take place in the 2025 to 2026 season for those whose discovery rates were below, for those whose searcher efficiency trial discovery rates were below the license discovery rate in the last 5 years.
The third party at the front.
Sorry to interrupt, just recognizing that Kavika has entered the room again.
So add the word third party in front of searcher efficiency trials. Yes, highlighting that it shouldn't be somebody who has a conflict of interest. Okay, does that meet Ginny and Paul, do we have
Yep.
your screen? Is that better?
Yeah, thanks, Melissa.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's important to document, since this is the thing that kind of stays from year to year for us to see. But I think it's just important to state somewhere that the responsibility lies with the participant to demonstrate that they are meeting the discovery rate. That's written in the incidental take license. And so that's the justification for why that's a responsibility that should be on their part and not DLNR's to do. And maybe you could just put that in parentheses after licensees to fund.
I would add that this is for participants that have claimed higher than a 50% discovery rate, because that's what's in the HCP, right?
I mean, the ones with a 50% are not meeting it, but you're saying that the way it's written is that they're credited with 50%, whether they have 1% or 49.
Yes.
And so there's nothing we can do about that? No, that's ridiculous.
That's the way that it's in the HCP.
Right, but if they're not meeting the demonstrated discovery rate, and the spot checks over the last 5 years have shown that they're abysmally below that, then they're out of compliance with the take license, because the take is actually higher than what they're going to discover, right?
If they're lower than 50%, we would always recommend that they conduct adaptive management to meet the 50%. But what's written in the HCP is that everyone has a 50% discovery rate. And if you are claiming a higher than 50% discovery rate, then the onus is on them to provide the data to justify why it's higher than 50%. I think we need to look back at the language in the HCP.
So it's this wording of responsibility lies with participant. It lies with the participant for those whose discovery rates are above 90% or 90%.
50%.
Whose discovery rates are above 50%. Okay. I don't think and I think that has to do with who's supposed to fund or prove that. However, discovery rates are credited as such because they're expected to meet them. Right? You don't just get to choose to not do, like, what if you're just not searching?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say they just choose not to do searches, right?
Right. That's they are all required to do searching. If they choose to not search, we would recommend that, based on information, that you're not implementing X, Y, Z, your discovery rate would not be 50%.
Right, but my point is, how do you know if their searches are adequate?
I think we need to look at the HCP for how it's written.
Okay.
Just to clarify on this bullet in which it says the trial should take place for participants whose actual discovery rates were below their licensed discovery rate. If Jenny, if you're speaking to it's 50%, is this still how you all want this worded? Because it sounds like all the licensees have a 50% discovery rate unless it's 90% for Hotel One. So I
And
don't know
that's yeah, I like the wording of it right now. To me, they should, anyone who had below their license discovery rate should be retested. And my understanding was that what we were discussing is whose responsibility it is to prove that. Like who's supposed to pay for those trials. But I'm still deeply concerned that many of the searcher efficiency trials have been pretty abysmal.
And to clarify, so even if it's 30%, they're still getting a 50% discovery rate?
The way it's written, they're credited with 50% unless they amend their permit.
And that, I mean, that goes the same way, right? We know it's not 90% for one Hanalei, and they're being credited for 90% unless they amend it. So I mean, it goes for the 50% or the 90% threshold. It's like the actual data aren't getting used for the calculation.
Yes. And so my concern is that the reason why a third-party trial, whoever pays for it, whoever's conducting it, the reason why it's critical for that to be done is that if they're not actually discovering things at a 50 or 90 or whatever's in the permit, then they're essentially being credited for finding birds that they never found. And so to me, that is being out of compliance. You're taking birds that you're not permitted for, and you're not reporting because you're not finding them. And so I do think that these third-party trials need to take place. We're very overdue for a lunch. Would folks like to wait until after lunch to finish discussing and take a vote on this, or is the committee ready to take a vote on this?
A break.
I'd like to say let's take a break before we vote on this. If we can do that.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'd like a break as well, please.
I think that makes sense.
Do you guys want to take a half an hour, or what are you feeling like today?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
30
Okay,
minutes.
so it's 1:09, so we'll be back in a half an hour and we'll continue with finalizing the recommendation slide. Okay, I'll see you guys here shortly. Aloha, everyone. We'll go ahead and convene in 1 minute. So we'll be right with everyone here in 1 second or 1 minute. Okay, hope everyone had a great lunch, quick lunch. But we're gonna continue to move forward with finishing up the recommendations side. And this is related, do you have a title on the top of the slide?
General recommendations
For
for KSHCP. I can rename
This
it.
is the Citrus efficiency trial.
Maybe two participants or two licensees, something like that.
Just
We're not sharing.
sorry. And do we have quorum?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we have quorum. One comfortable with the bullet point that says licensees to fund and responsibility lies with the participant for those whose discovery rates are above 50%.
I mean, it seems like it's just like licensees, like you almost don't need the, it's like licensees are the responsibility lies with the licensee, right? That's. I mean, it's.
And this seems to be, because we spent quite a bit of time discussing this, and I think it's something that essentially the ESRC committee doesn't have answers to who can force who to pay for what. So is it possible for us to strike that line? Would everyone be okay with us striking that line and just saying, like, you need to have third-party searcher efficiency trials? We're going to defer to the HCP offices at DOFAW and at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as to the details of who's supposed to fund and all of that, but this needs to happen.
Yeah.
Is that?
I agree. Yeah, I'd rather not have the funny part because I feel like I don't feel like I have the perspective to to say who should be funding what exactly.
Same. there seem to be nuances to the way the HCP and the ITLs are written that are beyond at least USGS and UH to interpret. Perhaps.
So strike.
And for the main bullet, I feel it just needs like a couple clarifying words that are meeting or exceeding discovery rates used for their calculations or as outlined in their HCP.
In
So-
the ITL.
In the ITL.
In the ITL. Yeah.
Thanks.
To stay in compliance with it, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Jenny, does that work for you as well? Is Jenny here?
I'm here. Which one did we edit? The first one?
We edited everything.
Do we need to have that the searcher efficiency rates are meeting or exceeding? I mean, I would like to see meeting at the bare minimum, but do we need the exceeding part?
I
don't
think
have a-
the reason why we had that word as far as exceeding is that searcher efficiency trials are not an accurate representation of actual discovery rates when they're performed with those decoys or however. And so to me, exceeding tells me that there's some accommodation for things that might disappear due to a cat or something like that. So I like the meeting or exceeding language, but
Okay,
personally.
yeah, that's fine with me.
Just to clarify, so here I wrote searcher efficiency and then I wrote discovery rates here. Are we speaking to the overall discovery rate? Is that what we're speaking to? Because I believe that's what's outlined in the HCP as being 90% or 50%. So should I guess I'm changing this to say discovery rates? Is
That would make it more consistent with the HCP.
okay?
So maybe just say discovery rates as tested in searcher efficiency trials or something like that. I mean, like someone with more policy knowledge than me, is there a difference between discovery rates and searcher efficiency rates, or is it the same?
Might have lost Jenny.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Did
you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so recommend that all participants demonstrate through third-party searcher efficiency trials to show discovery rates.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay.
All right, excuse me.
Because
Yeah,
just to
say
clarify,
exceeding those outlined it. I don't think you need discovery rates twice, but it's totally fine how it is.
Okay, motion to approve.
Are there two slides though? Did we like approve the first slide? Is that
No.
not yet. I had to break it up into two. So let me just remove these duplicates and then this is the other slide.
The Sonesta also was below discovery rate. So Hanalei, Hotel 1 Hanalei is mentioned here, but Sonesta was also below. I think we've actually covered this in
Yeah.
our other one extensively, so we can delete that, yeah.
And then I think regarding the first bullet, including information on property size and search areas in reporting, that sub-bullet, do we need that? I think that bullet is there to say where we can get this information, but not necessarily that we need to. Because I think this bullet was trying to identify the property, like if you can actually search the whole property and how large the property is that you do have to search. Is that correct?
I believe so. Because yeah, I'm not sure that the sub bullets needed either.
Okay.
Okay, is everyone okay with this general recommendation for KSHCP, KSHCP participants?
I think we were talking about deleting that sub bullet from the first bullet.
Oh, did it not?
Oh, I
On the
think you
first
did.
bullet, it's deleted.
No, I think it's deleted.
Oh, maybe I have a delay. It seems like everything's a little.
The first bullet
semi-confusing.
should say just include information on property size and search area in reporting.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Okay, motion to approve.
Second,
Third,
okay, we're okay with this one, so this is good, so save that file. What about the next one? We didn't, were we all okay with the first slide that we were working on? Because this was the second slide,
We
wasn't it?
said both. Yeah, we
Oh,
looked
these
at
are both,
both.
okay,
Yeah.
sorry, thank you. Okay. We already took information from Zoom and HCP. So moving on to the next agenda item. So item 4 is the 2024 status of Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan. We have a couple different sections on this. So the first item is 4A, status of Alexander and Baldwin, a participant of the Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan. And DOFAW will provide a presentation on this first, and then we'll move forward to the licensee. So DOFAW.
Pulling up the presentation now.
Okay, good afternoon again, everybody. This is the Endangered Species Recovery Committee 2024 Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Monitoring Plan Annual Review Meeting Day 2 of 2. I'll be presenting first on some general things, and then I'll go into Alexander and Baldwin specifically. Okay, slide please. Thank you. Okay, so just an overview. Again, there's 8 individual participants or licensees. Listed below are the ones that went on April 10th, and this afternoon, April 24th, we will have the County of Kaua'i, Department of Transportation, and Alexander and Baldwin. Sorry, the order is a little bit out of order. We'll have A and B first, followed by County of Kaua'i, and last HDOT. Just to review again, this is a 30-year permit. June 2020 through June 2050. At the conclusion of 2024, licensees are approximately 4.5 years or 15% through their permit term. And then again, just an overview of the covered species in these ITLs. The population updates as were provided in the last and with updated information provided by Melissa at our last meeting. So pelagic population for A'o, Oahu, and some estimates based on effective population size for Akeake. Okay, and then shortly we'll be hearing from Sean from Alexander and Baldwin, but just an overview. Alexander and Baldwin, they do currently have 3 properties for which that are covered under their ITL. Port Allen Commercial Properties, Hokule Shopping Village, and the shops at Kukui'ula. Updates, Jeff Kermode is the new A&B Director of Environmental Affairs, but I believe this afternoon we'll have Sean O'Keefe, who had actually retired, but we're glad, Sean, you're here with us today. So thank you for that. And then just a note that
1 second, we just have a slide problem. Give us just 2 seconds here. We just need to update our PowerPoint. Give us, yeah, just 1 minute. There we go.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys.
thank you. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Where was I? Okay, we were under updates. So this year, Waipoli Town Center was sold in October 2024, but up until that point, the licensee had fulfilled all of the obligations at this location under their ITL until the date of sale. The status of the ITL in 2024, non-lethal take of 4 AO, 3 at the shops, and 1 at Port Allen. And I'd also like to just make a note that A&B also assisted in the recovery of 4 additional AO found outside of A&B property, but either while they were on search, or I think one of them was in collaboration with KESRP, who had discovered a downed bird out in the field. Okay, next, please. So this might be a little bit premature, but recommendations for Alexander and Baldwin. Before I get into that, I just want to acknowledge the things that this licensee did do over the past season positively to work on improving their participation in this KSHCP. So they did improve their down seabird searches. They hired a wildlife control contractor to help them with that. They did undergo a third-party trial. They implemented additional lighting minimization, which I'm sure Sean will talk a little bit about. They are also continuing to pursue outreach efforts to neighboring properties at A and B, part of the area where the downed birds that they assisted in recovering that were not on their properties were located. And then, of course, again, acknowledging that they did assist in those 4 additional not A and B birds being recovered. But just a general recommendation for Alexander and Baldwin to just keep working with the agencies on additional adaptive management, just because their current rate of AO take is their 5-year rolling average is elevated. Okay, and that's it for Alexander and Baldwin. I will hand it over to Sean.
Thank you. I just need guidance on how to get my presentation on the screen. Do I need permission to share it or something?
Hey, Sean, Jesse here. So I've just made you a co-host. You're going to look at the bottom of your screen on the ribbon there. You'll see participants chat, react, and then a button share that's green. You're going to click on share. And then that'll pull up the various windows on your computer that you have open.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Select your presentation and go from there.
Okay. So is that it? Have I done what I need to do? Now I can close this. Oh, hit share maybe?
Yes, please.
Okay,
There you go.
okay. There it is. Okay, can everybody see it?
There we go. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't need to see me. I guess I want to ask before I start if folks prefer to have the full screen view, because it's easier if you ask a question about an earlier slide if I keep this view up. But if you want, I'll go to a full slideshow version. I just think it'll work better for questions in this mode. Anybody got any preferences there?
You can see the presentation pretty well, so.
Okay, great. All right, I will launch into it in that case. So we followed the what the hell is going on here? We followed the template that was provided. Thank you for sending that over. It's very similar to the previous previous year's presentation, but I think it's good to have everybody's look more or less similar. But I did make an effort during the meeting thus far to address some issues that were brought up and augment my presentation accordingly. So hopefully a lot of the things that you folks want to see that weren't in my original version are now in there. I do want to mention I'm obviously cognizant of the the amount of time everybody's been in this meeting. So I am going to try to be very brisk in my pacing, and not linger too much on slides that are, basically illustrative of, things you guys have probably seen before. But if at any point somebody wants me to pause or go back, just, let me know. But I want to give the follow-on presenters, time to get theirs in before everybody kind of glazes over for, the evening. Okay. So, as was already mentioned, we have three properties still in the KSHCP, Port Allen, Shops at Kukui'ula, and Hokulea Shopping Village or Hokulea Village. I've seen it called various different things. So I have a layout of each one, and I did add the acres because folks seem to be interested in that. So at Port Allen, we actually have 6 separate parcels, and down from, I believe we originally had 8, 2 have been sold and are no longer in the program. So we have 6 separate parcels. I'm going to go through slides that show each one of those, but they're labeled on here. While I have this slide up, because again, it's something that folks have expressed an interest in, I just want to highlight a few areas that are not searchable on our properties. So I don't know if is my pointer showing up on the slide here, moving around.
Yes, we can
Okay.
see it, Sean.
Okay, so over here at the gravel parking lots, there's a steep drop off here to the ocean. And so we have an orange safety fence along that cliff. And we don't search that area because it's, someone will drown if we did that. Secondly, over here at the steel warehouse, this is an industrial property, and there's an area around the back that is fenced off with, the tenants, possessions in there. We do not have access to that area, so we don't search it. It's in our search plan as not being searched. We do, go along the fence and see if we can see anything in there. But the thing I want to highlight there is that end of the building is completely dark. The lights are not on at night. So even though it's an unsearched area, it's also an unlit area. And then we have what we call the shoreline. Oh, I'm sorry. And then there's also a piece of that parcel over here. This kind of white colored line is a fuel oil pipeline for the Island Energy Facility over here. And everything seaward of that, again, very steep drop off, not able to search that. It goes down to the, down to the harbor, down to the water. Not able to search that safely. And then this other parcel here, excuse me, similarly, there's some drop offs there, and there's also a area here that is heavily frequented by vagrants. So there are a couple of safety issues in that area. Again, I want to stress all of these unsearched areas, in addition to being, areas with safety hazards, they are unlit. So we don't have any lights anywhere near those areas. Okay, any questions? I'll move on.
Hey, Sean, I know you've got a number of properties that you guys manage, and my understanding is that in the ITL, it has maps of the areas that are searchable and unsearchable, and how those, only the searchable areas are included in the calculations, and then it's projected out into the unsearchable areas. So I don't know if you need to go through those for each property, and maybe in the future, if you want to show them, just have a map that has it outlined as searchable or unsearchable, and you can
Sure.
just show it and then move on for the sake of time so we can get to the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, again, that's something that I kind of added on the run because there was a lot of discussion about it. So I'll make a note to actually insert into the maps next year, or Jeff will insert it into the maps next year.
No problem. I think it should be in your original ITL. I think we were told in a different meeting that
Okay.
Should be in there. So it should be a pretty easy thing to just
Yep.
pull in and show.
And we know where they are. So in fact, yeah, we know where they are. So, let's see, I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit. Oh, anyway, let me just name the properties so you know where they are. Port Allen Marina Center, Port Allen Center 1 and 2. These are commercial buildings. There's what we call the gravel parking lots. This entire parking area is unlit. There used to be compliant lights there. We don't have them. We don't use them anymore. So for the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years, this has been completely unlit. And unfortunately, there's a street light right here. And so we actually still get fallout on these properties, and I'm not going to attribute it to the street light. I'm just telling you there's a street light. And then the steel warehouse, which is again a long industrial building, kind of a base yard in the back. And then this this used to be a molasses tank, actually. This is leased by the Navy. I'm sorry, that's another area we actually don't have access to. We can't get in through the gate there. So I neglected to mention that one. And then what we call the shoreline parcel actually is kind of a remnant, because when we sold the lands over here, nobody wanted this parcel. So we don't have any development on there. We don't have any real activities other than, people parking things like boat trailers and whatnot. And again, no lights. Okay. This is Shopsy Kukui'ula. Just for reference, north is to the left here. It fits better if I turn this instead of having north be up like all the other maps. So Shopsy Kukui'ula, the area down below is the Kukui'ula development, although we own a small area alongside the shopping center. Obviously, there's no development other than clearing of this area for staging of equipment and things of that nature, parking. But the Kukui'ula development is down here. We sold that some years ago. This is the Kukui'ula Shopping Center, not to be confused with our shopping center. And then the ocean is out this way. No unsearchable areas here. And then this is Hokule Village shopping center. And, oh, I'm sorry. I meant to mention Shopsy Kukui'ula, approximately 10.2 acres. I think I mentioned Port Allen is 11.2. And then Hokulea Village, about 14.6 acres. Also, no unsearchable areas on this property. This area here is fenced off. We don't normally go in there, but we do search it from the outside. And if, anyone thought it was a problem, we could certainly, get access and start searching in there. But again,
Hey,
unlit.
Sean, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Just for the sake of time, I believe you've been provided with a template of
Yeah.
what's needed. And it's great to be reminded of what the properties are, but it's good to have these for reference slides. If we need them, we can come back to them. But is
Yeah.
it okay with the
No, I
rest
can
of the
speed
video
up.
if we
This is
skip
actually,
through the
yeah,
updates?
this
Okay,
is actually
thanks.
one of the slides that we were requested to provide, but I'm happy to skip over them. Waipoli, which we no longer own. Participant updates, these were already covered, so I won't repeat. Just a brief lighting overview. Either I or Jeff, we, in conjunction with our decoy program, in-house decoy program, one of us is over there on a weekly basis for the decoy placements. And so we do take a look at lighting and see if there's any backsliding issues that need to be addressed. And we try and get those communicated promptly to our property managers. And if it involves a tenant, then hopefully they are equally prompt about conveying that to the tenant so things can get corrected. We did take some action this year. I think this is in our adaptive management slide as well, but we did try to do actually significantly more outreach this year than we have in the past, going off property and sending letters to every neighboring property owner, basically telling them about the seabirds, the KSHCP, and what seabird friendly lighting is. And, aside from DOT and I guess KIUC, not a KSHCP participant, but certainly familiar with the issues. There aren't any other participants down there, but of course they all have lighted facilities. So we try and make them aware. We tried to make them aware this year, so that maybe somebody would read that and say, oh my God, my lights need to be tweaked. We're going to continue to do that, or at least I'm reasonably certain Jeff is going to continue to do that in the future. I can't say for certain what effect it had, other than number one, we only had one down bird at Port Allen this year on our properties, which is lower than it's been in the past few years. And then also, I met a lot of people at the public housing that's next door to us. And we went over there specifically because of porch lights and things of that nature. And, they were very interested, because I had to go door to door. They were very interested in hearing about this project. The other thing I'll just quickly mention is the ongoing lighting improvements at Shopsy Kukui'ula. Okay, these are just some quick pictures of Port Allen facilities. So unless somebody sees something they want to look at, I'm going to go through these real quick. Port Allen Center, Port Allen Steel Warehouse. And I don't have pictures of the parking lot or the shoreline parcel because they're unlit. So you could probably imagine this black area is either of those properties. There's really, you're not going to see much because it's completely dark. Just some things we did at Port Allen this past year. Last 2023, we actually had two birds fall out in this parking lot here, right over here. One wedge-tailed shearwater and one Newell's. And we surmised, because all our lighting in that parking lot is fully compliant lighting, we surmised that perhaps this plastic white fencing here might be reflecting enough light from our compliant parking lot lights that it might be attracting the birds. And so at the beginning of the season, I went out and basically covered, with the permission of the property owner, the adjacent property owner owns this fence. We covered our side of the fence with this black shade cloth. And, whether it was, had the intended effect or not, I can't really say for certain, but we didn't have any fallout over there in 2024. So I suspect we'll continue doing that. There were a few lights like this, kind of outside a doorway floodlights that either had previously been deactivated or didn't exist previously. And when we did our pre-season lighting survey this year, I'm sorry, in 2024, we identified these as lights that weren't compliant. So we went down to Home Depot and bought some new ones and offered to install them for the tenants. And so we took care of three lights like that. And also this window we noticed here in the door, because there's activities going on at night in there, we saw this window would be lit up from time to time. And so we asked them to put a shade in there, which they did. So just a few little things that we did at Port Allen. And then we noticed also that there's a light here. This is at the Port Allen Sunset Grill. And for those familiar with the area, there's a lanai there, and there's a lot of lights under that lanai. There is a screen and there is an overhang, but this particular light here, is kind of right on the corner. And so we thought, that light really is a problem. And so what we did, this may look like a little centerpiece for the table, but it's actually the bulb or the globe of the light, where we installed a foil liner inside of it to turn it into a full cutoff fixture. So we've done that on other lights at both at Port Allen and at the shops at Kikuyu, and it seems to have worked to cut down on the amount of horizontal light from that fixture. This is just some photos of general overviews of Hokule Village. It's another light that we noticed during pre-season. You can see this little cover here. They used to have one on this light, and we noticed this one had fallen off. And so this light was no longer shielded. And unfortunately, I guess they didn't have any more of these or whatever, but the tenant wasn't able to get that cover replaced, but hopefully they'll have it replaced by the upcoming season. And then just again, some general photos of the shops at Kikui'ula. Some lighting work at the shops at Kikui'ula. One thing we did this year, and it kind of went, was a combination energy efficiency and seabird friendly lighting project, where we actually replaced all of our parking lot lights. They were already dark sky compliant, but now they're LED lights, which are more energy efficient. And from the research we did prior to replacing them, these are lights that would also pass muster on Maui in terms of the amount of blue light that they emit. I don't know enough about the biology, but the ordinance on Maui kind of focuses on making sure that you have, very low percentage of this blue light. And although that ordinance doesn't apply on Kaua'i, and Kaua'i actually doesn't have a comparable ordinance, we thought it was a good standard for our relighting in the parking lots. We do still have other lights we need to tend to at the shops at Kikui'ula, continuing to work on slowly through that workload. I've talked previously about modifications we've done to many of the fixtures there that might otherwise be non-compliant. So this is an example again of a lamp that sticks down below the cowling, but then we put the foil on it. One of the things we noticed during the pre-season lighting, though, is this foil is installed on many of these fixtures on the outward facing side of the light. And when we did our survey pre-season, we found that when folks replace the light bulbs, they don't always screw the the globe back on exactly the same. So we've got that on our checklist now to make sure as part of a preseason audit that we go to all these modified lights and make sure the foil is facing in the right direction.
Hey, Sean, this is
Yep.
Jason with the committee here. I just wanted to let you know, we have like 5 or 6 more minutes and just with
Oh, dear.
the limited time that we have today. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess we better. Okay, these are just some more lights we are going to be addressing. We found that our holiday lights, folks don't necessarily, when they put them up, think about a seabird-friendly holiday light. So we definitely got that on everyone's agenda now. Staff training, it's pretty consistent with what we've done in previous years. We had 48 folks trained this year. The training is the same as we always give. This year, though, we did do some remedial training at KESAC for our searchers. Our decoy program indicated that they weren't doing as well on their searches early in the year as we would have liked. So we sent HT Harvey out there, and they actually did field training, walked them through the search process and everything, and we did see a jump in their performance based on our decoy monitoring. So that's talked about here. We did continue our down seabird searcher effectiveness monitoring and improvement program, which we started last year. Super good tool for keeping folks on their toes and finding out if they're not on their toes very quickly. Okay, outreach, I mentioned already the extra outreach at Port Allen. Everything else is pretty much the same as prior years. Oh, sorry, I think I skipped too many slides there. Okay. Down seabird searching, same as every other year, twice nightly, same times. This year, all searches were done by our predator control contractor. We're no longer partnering with the nonprofit, and that's by their choice. It was too much for them to continue to manage. The only difference, the only searches not being done by our predator control contractor are morning searches at TSAC, which are done by our in-house building maintenance and landscaping staff. And same thing applied at Waipoli before we sold Waipoli. Okay, search plan was updated this year again, 2024 again. These are our search routes. There's nothing new here. So I'm definitely going to fly through these. Okay, down seabird searcher effectiveness monitoring improvement program. I already mentioned we continued that. Very good performance by our searchers. Nearly 87% of decoys we put out are found by either the AM or PM searchers or both. And that's consistent with how they did last year. This year, we also contracted with HT Harvey and Associates to do a third-party searcher discovery rate trial. We'll be forwarding the report of those trials to the agencies shortly. We just recently finalized it, and I'm kind of in the process of drafting a cover letter, kind of summarizing the results and asking what we want them to do with that information. Conservative estimates, we developed conservative estimates of discovery rates at each individual facility, ranging from 68 to 82%. And these are actual decoy placements. The first two are part of the HT Harvey trial. And this one, I don't know if you can even see it buried in the weeds there. That's one of our in-house placements. All these were found. This is our takeover view, which you're probably familiar with already from reviewing the report. Again, 4 birds on our properties, 3 at Kukui'ula, 1 at Port Allen, 4 birds in the neighborhood on other Port Allen properties. And one of the ones that were found, the one that was found at Port Allen Marina Center, that was actually found by ARC. They come onto our property from time to time, and if they find a bird, they report it. And that particular night, I think they came in before our searchers, but you know, they might find a bird that just came down if we had already searched. Okay, this is just the location of the downed birds. Again, one at Port Allen Marina Center, and then there's a cluster of 3 over here that are off-site birds. One was a fatality that hit a power line along the public road there. Shopsikukuiula, we had 2 nesh along this would be the western property line, and 1 in the courtyard area, and then we also had a wedgie in the courtyard. And we had nothing at Hokulea. This is a summary of our take with various discovery rates. Our PIP discovery rate, our searcher efficiency trial from 2021, which was 0.47 for the 3 A and B facilities, so pretty close to the 50% that we claim. And then for the table, we used 0.68 for our HD Harvey trial. And you can see that, you know, obviously our take is much lower using that number. This is our 5-year rolling average. It was pointed out that we are high. This is our actual average, and this is where we need to be. So we're hopeful that between our lighting improvements and hopefully an increase in our searcher efficiency, you know, over the ensuing years, we're going to bring this down closer to where it needs to be. Predator control, there's really no difference to what we did this year than in previous years. We do a variety of different ways of monitoring for predators. Our nightly monitoring by our searchers, in my opinion, is the most representative of what's actually out there. I added this slide in the middle of the meeting, and I think this is what you folks want. This particular slide shows how the predators actually sighted on the property by our seabird searchers changed over the course of the season. And the green one, TSAC, if we get to that slide, I'll talk about what's going on there. But these are the number of predators sighted during the entire month by at each facility by our searchers. So for Hokulea and Port Allen, a total of 30 cats were seen by our searchers during the entire season. So like 0.3 cats per night. And I think it's important to point out, we're counting sightings, we're not counting cats. So it's entirely possible that, you know, even within the same night with the morning search and the day search, we're counting the same cat more than once. And then this one is a breakdown by the average number of predators sighted per night, meaning both searches. So as you can see, the numbers for Hokulea and the Shopsikukuiula, Port Allen, pretty low. Again, we're averaging somewhere around 0.3 birds per night, and higher at the Shopsikukuiula. And then this is the predator data, trapping data. I think in the PRC presentation, there was a comment about, you know, not having our facility by facility captures per trap night. You can see that is displayed on our slide. And this is the average that was displayed on the PRC slide. So 50 predators. High point here is the preseason trapping. 42% of all the predators trapped were caught during our preseason trapping. So very effective way of getting your predator counts down before the birds start coming. I don't think there's anything in here that I haven't already covered in one form or another. That's the trapping summary. Adaptive management. These are the last 2 slides for those holding your breath. things we did in 2024, again, continuation of the in-house decoy program, the H.T. Harvey third-party seabird discovery rate trials, the black shade cloth to address a perceived potential attractant, light attractant by reflected light. And then the again, very significant amount of outreach we did in the Port Allen area. Lots of letters went out. And then for 2025, I don't want to speak for Jeff, but I highly suspect that the decoy program is here to stay. We're very happy with how it's affected our searcher performance. I mean, these folks, they get mad at me and they want to know, where did you put that decoy? Because if they didn't see it, they take it personally. So, I mean, that's the kind of searchers you want, and they're not going to be perfect, but if they've got that kind of motivation, they're going to be doing about as good as you can do. We really need to, in 2025, we really need to push hard on getting the cat feeding at the shops at Kukui'ula curtailed. Out of the 90 cats we saw at the shops at Kukui'ula during the course of the season, averaging about 1 cat per night, about half of those cats were seen over near Long's Drugs, and that's where the feeding is occurring. So we got to find this cat person, and find a way to keep her off the property. So I'm going to make some suggestions on activities before the season, so that we're already in the swing of things when the season starts, as far as keeping that cat colony under control. We also have a serious vagrancy problem at Hokule Village, and at times it makes it unsafe to search certain areas. It's very limited, like a sidewalk along there's a sidewalk that's got some slight concealment, and then I think there's a trash dumpster area that, folks are sleeping in or living in, and it makes it very difficult for our searchers to feel safe going into those areas. We had one searcher who was actually followed around by I don't know if vagrant is the right word to use, but if people don't feel safe, it's hard to focus on the task at hand. We're going to try and do our lighting audits a little earlier so that we have more time to address things, especially if somebody needs some kind of fancy cover for their lights that they can't just pull off the shelf like a Jack-in-the-Box. And then again, elephant in the room, we need to really continue to work hard on our overall lighting improvements at the shops at Kukui'ula. Any questions? Uh-oh. Am I still on?
You're still on.
Oh.
We really appreciate your presentation,
Thank you,
Sean. Well, first, we'll just see right now if any members of the public that'd like to make any comments or testimony, please do so now via email. In the meantime, is there any comments or recommendations from the ESRC?
Don, I just want to thank you. The good stuff really was at the end. So I'm glad we had enough time to get to that. The decoy program sounds like something that, if you're able to provide the details of it, which I assume you have already to the HCP office, sounds like a good option for being able to, other folks to be able to kind of get their folks trained. So nice job with that. Yeah,
and I do think that there are other participants who are already doing this. So it's in it, maybe not everybody, but there are several that are doing it. And the agencies do get an email at the end of the year that summarizes our results for the decoy program. So and I want to be clear, that's not a searcher efficiency trial, but it certainly reflects if the results of the decoy program and any searcher efficiency trials we do, such as the one we just completed, are consistent, then I think it's a good indication. It helps bolster the validity of the real searcher efficiency trial that H.D. Harvey did. And those numbers are pretty close. If
Yeah.
anything, I think I try extra hard to make sure when I place decoys, and I think Jeff does the same. We don't want to lose decoys, so we really make an effort to put them where people just walking by are not going to see them. And so I think our decoy program is, we may not be biased towards full concealment, but we're definitely biased towards partial concealment at minimum. And I really don't like putting them out in the open because that just means we're going to buy new ones. So, you know, they're about 80, 90 bucks a pop now. So, you know, I guess, you know, there must be a tariff on the plastic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I was just curious, the numbers that were presented today in the overview do indicate, you mentioned that you're working on getting, you presented in one of your last slides that if things go on track with the 5-year rolling average, that it's going to be over on the permitted take. And you mentioned increasing searcher efficiency and lighting. It seems like from your presentation, it seems like you're doing everything you need to do to continue improving. Where do you see that marginal edge that allows you to get things down to the permitted take? And again, I'm just looking for kind of take-home messages for others as well.
Well,
how you get there.
It really is two-pronged, and exactly as I said, one is, you know, we'd like to make sure that, you know, if our searcher efficiency is higher than 50%, and we believe based on all the evidence that it is, well, then our take numbers may be higher than they should be. So, you know, we'll talk to the agencies about that. You know, we haven't officially submitted the report as a request for an increase in searcher efficiency, but we're certainly, you know, thinking in that direction. But more importantly, it's all about lighting. And so every incremental improvement that you can make in lighting is, you know, is going to pay dividends. And so I think, you know, there was a bit of an eye opener at TSAC this year because, you know, we're used to really having no birds at TSAC. Up until this 2024, we had one bird. And that includes during the, when I say one bird, I mean one nesh. I think we might have had a couple of wedgies, but that includes during the, you know, the really big fallout years. So I think we might have felt like we were in, you know, pretty good shape at TSAC, even though we know there's some lights we need to address. But I think we're going to be able to light a fire under folks with the fallout that happened in 2024. I mean, it's, you know, kind of looking for the silver lining that, hey, you know, three birds is not, you know, I mean, we've certainly had way worse years at Port Allen, but, you know, we shouldn't have 3 birds at Shopsikukuiula. So I think we really need to, now that I'm hopeful that we've got Port Allen where it needs to be. I don't want to draw too much conclusions from one good year, but I also know we put in a lot of work at Port Allen, and maybe it's time to, you know, give Port Allen type emphasis to the Shopsikukuiula, and hopefully get down to, you know, 1 or 0 in the very near term at the Shopsikukuiula.
Thank you. And I finally just want to thank you for your efforts in regards to dealing with predators as well, particularly cat feeding. I think it's such basic population dynamics. If you increase food availability, you raise the carrying capacity of any given area. It's such basic population dynamics. And so by not having supplemental feeding at a site, you're not attracting predators in and supporting them and raising the population. So thank you for your efforts on all fronts in that regard. I know it's not easy.
Right. Yes, and not exactly, you don't exactly get a lot of compliments. Thank you. Only in this room.
I know, which is why I'm saying thank you. People don't know what
you.
they see, so they don't see all the impacts to the native species. They just see sick cats and they want to help them, right? It comes from a good place in their heart. They just don't realize the indirect impacts. So thank you.
Yeah, we totally get that. I mean, we had we had a bit of a run-in with a neighbor at the housing this past year. And, you know, it stayed civil and everything, but she was upset that, you know, we may have trapped one of her colony, and she was very upset, and I understand it, but at the same time, you know, she needs to understand the birds are important too, and you know, I don't think she read all the materials I gave her, because, you know, she insists that the cats are not killing birds. So, I mean, maybe we'll focus on that a little more in the outreach next year. She was upset we didn't explicitly say we might catch some of your cats. But, you know, maybe we'll just be a little more clear in next year's outreach. And I don't say we're going to sway her, but I think in a situation like this, you just have to give people the opportunity to have their opinions, wrong or not. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sean.
Sean.
Any other comments from the ESRC? If not, we can either pull up if there's any recommendations that you guys have, we can develop a slide for that, or we can move on to see if there's anybody on Zoom in the email. Do we want to create a recommendation slide?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I also want to like echo the thanks for like the effort that's gone into like making improvements and working towards improving things at every site. And I mean, I guess for recommendations, what I would think is like continue, you know, to continue those efforts and continue, you know, the decoy program, I imagine is, you know, there's something about when you're searching for something, knowing that you're always going to find something helps you search, right? So I think, you know, we are in this place where a lot of times people are like, there's the expectation that they're not going to find anything. And so just that piece of it could be a huge, you know, could be a big factor. And so I think those efforts are great and would like to see them continued. And so, I mean, as far as a recommendation, that would be that would be what I would think about including.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, Karen, that's a great point. Sean's done a good job of articulating what he plans on doing this next year. And if there's a way to write them as agree with participant commitment to XYZ. I really like that it's things that you've already recognized, Sean. You've already done your own evaluation. You know what you need to do this next year. This is what we wish to see here. So thank you. So if we can just say agree with, yeah. Sean,
It's
you
on
mentioned
the last slide, basically. So
yeah.
The last slide has most of that on it.
So you mentioned, and maybe you have that pulled up still. We don't, but maybe.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So agree with, it's the addressing remaining lighting issues.
Yeah, so I had 5 bullet points. One was continue the decoy program. The second one was second one had to do with trying to get the cat feeding at TSAC under control, vagrancy at Hokulea so it doesn't impact our searchers, doing earlier audits of our lighting so that we have more time to take corrective actions, and our tenants, if they need to take corrective actions, also have more time before the start of the season, and then continuing the implementation of lighting improvements at TSAC. So there should be 5 there that, you know, are kind of, I mean, you know, we may have other things that we're going to do, but those are the ones that, you know, we're kind of bringing out front and center as, hey, we need to focus on these 5 things.
So maybe
I can send you the slide. I don't think you want the
this
whole...
is great.
Okay.
So instead of recommend to continue, okay, it must be 2:47 in the afternoon. Recommend to, Karen, help me out here. You're unmuted.
Well, you could say
Recommend
recommend continuing adaptive management measures targeted for 2025 as identified in the presentation if you want to kind of shorthand it, as opposed to
That's
listing
great.
everything.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to find wording that gives you credit for the fact that these things came from you. These are not things that we had to say, hey, we're seeing these big gaps. You need to address
Yeah.
these things. But I just want to give you credit for coming up with the things. Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, yeah, but I think you could just add, recommend, just identified by the licensee in their presentation.
That's
I
great.
love that Sean gave his some self-own recommendations. It just goes to show you that, Sean, it's been great working with you over the years. And I know Elise has
Thank you.
had great words for you working with you. And thank you for taking everything into consideration, even though there are things you disagreed with and chose to implement for the benefit of the program.
Appreciate that, and I want to assure everybody that you know, Jeff has known me long enough that he's, you know, I've rubbed off on him a bit, hopefully only the good parts. And I have no doubt that Jeff is gonna, you know, hit the ground running as he spearheads this program going forward. He's been intimately involved in it, especially of late, and especially the decoy program, because I don't want to have to go over there every week. So we kind of alternate. So he's ready to go, and I'm sure he's got some ideas beyond just mine that, you know, that he'll add on to this list at some point.
Okay, so this may be our only item to take note of at this
We
point.
should say, congratulations on retirement. I'm just kidding.
Thank
There
you.
we go.
I didn't think this is what it looked like, but okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'm sure I'll be involved a little bit for a little while yet.
Nice
Thanks.
work,
Thank
Sean.
you.
Thank you.
We'll just go ahead and, well, we'll approve this real quick. So is everyone okay with the recommendations that we have for A and B?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. At this point, we're gonna just see if there's anyone that from the public that want to testify on Zoom.
Nobody on Zoom.
We have no one on Zoom, and what about the HCP email?
No.
No one on
No.
HCP email. All right. We are going to move on to 4B. 4B is the status of the County of Kaua'i, a participant in the Kaua'i Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan. Our DOFAW staff here, Kelly, will start the presentation for that.
Sorry, just 1 second while we get it loaded.
Oh, maybe.
Not our bandwidth.
Kind of feels like it.
It's just delayed. Stop sharing. Try again.
Okay.
You gonna try to share?
Do you want me to try to share?
I'll give her a try one more time. Mm,
There we go.
It's just running slow.
Yeah, Kaua'i. One more. There you go. Okay, this is just a brief overview of County of Kaua'i. So this project covers all of County of Kauai's facilities, but the focus is on the lit facilities. So there's 18 Category 3 facilities lit during the fledgling season. There are various different categories, and we won't go into it, but just basically the ones that are lit during fledgling season. The status of the ITL, this year, one AO non-lethal was recovered from Kekaha Park. This was actually recovered by a third party. Between 2020 and 2023, two other non-lethal AO were found. So as reported by the licensee, a total of 3 since permit issuance. We did have U.S. Fish and Wildlife was able to go through Save Our Shear Waters, or SOS data from 2020 to 2024. And what they were actually able to do was take the GPS points for downed birds that were found and overlay with a properties of County of Kaua'i. And they actually found that they were 36 AO, 10 lethal, 26 non-lethal, and 1 ua'u, non-lethal, that were found downed on the properties over the past years. The breakdown is below between 2020 and 2024. The total, considering all of this, was 10 lethal and 29 non-lethal, 1 ua'u non-lethal. The county, we did have a meeting with county and we shared with them this SOS data. This was back in mid-March during our implementation meetings with them. The county shared with us that all of the parcels where these downed birds were found and recovered from were unlit. So therefore, at these unlit properties, no active downed seabird searches occur and no predator control actions occur at these locations either. Okay, next slide. Recommendations for County of Kaua'i. First, I do want to point out before we get there, some positive changes that the licensee has made over the past year. They worked to reduce the number of Category 3 lit facilities. So an additional 19 Category 3 facilities which were previously lit were turned off during 2024's fledgling season. They did implement an online reporting system for downed seabird searches. They hired a wildlife control contractor to conduct predator control at lit facilities, and they are working with the community to address predators, particularly at Lidgate Beach Park, where there's a large predator colony. In 2025, one of the actions they propose is beginning public service announcements regarding KSHCP and fledgling season. I just want to point out that from the data, it wasn't clear if downed seabird searches are occurring at each of the 18 lit properties daily. So hopefully Pat in a little bit can speak to that. And then just taking a look at the recommendations for County of Kaua'i. The top section is 2023 ESRC recommendations that have not quite yet been fulfilled. So lighting site visits, training with KESRP, systematic predator monitoring. This isn't occurring with their predator control efforts. Enforcing the cat feeding policy on county properties, repeating decoy trials, identify future adaptive management measures to meet HCP obligations, and if needed, amend the permit to a discovery rate which more accurately reflects what the county can implement. Additional recommendations are, again, ensuring these downed seabird searches are occurring every morning at each of the 18 lit facilities. They are not currently doing any Honu beach surveys, but this should be occurring at all lit beachfront parks beginning in May. So as of May 2025, that should be starting. Increased predator trapping efforts and correlating the predator sightings to the wildlife control contractors to make sure this informs their trapping. And then looking further into the seabird fallout at the locations that county reports are not lit, and considering what they could potentially do to address that, if that would be to conduct down seabird searches and predator control efforts at these properties as well. Okay, and with that, I will hand it off to Pat Porter from County of Kaua'i.
Hey, how's it
Pat.
going, everybody? Okay, let me try to share my screen. Okay, you guys can see that?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I'm Pat Porter. I'm Director of Parks and Recreation for the County of Kauai. And then we also have Catherine Leonard, who is actually the head of our permit section for the Parks Department, but also has the Seabird program under her as well. So she does double duty. She runs the permit program for the county parks, and then she also is the lead on the implementation side of this. Okay. All right, so we'll go through lighting review, training and outreach, monitoring, predator control, reporting, and then end with adaptive management. All right, so we'll just quickly go through the lighting review. We have 36 Category 3 facilities. We have 11 Category 4 and 12 Category 5 facilities. So all Category 4 and 5 facilities lights are off during fledging season. And so we're really just concerned with the Category 3 facilities. So one improvement we made this past year was that previous years there were 31 facilities, 31 out of 36 Category 3 facilities had lights on during fledgling. We were able to work with the other departments in the county, and we were able to get that down. And so now there are 18 facilities with lights on during fledging season. And I'll go into a little bit more of that later. Category 5 facilities are mostly our stadium facilities. And this past season, there were no night football games. The DOE decided not to run any night football games. So we had no night activity at Category 5 facilities. Okay, so here's a list of all the locations with lights off. And mostly that's our public works base yards, solid waste, refuse and landfill facilities, transfer stations, and the wastewater treatment plants. And then there's a few of our parks facilities, neighborhood centers, and the spouting horn vendors. Okay, so here's a list of the Category 3 lights that are still on. So these were after meeting with all the departments. We met with each department head individually to go over how we can. Well, let me take a step back. After talking with the agencies, we were trying to decide what is our options. How can we better be compliant with HCP, and with the number of facilities that we have, it just wasn't feasible to do monitoring and predator control at all of the facilities. So our only option was to turn off lights. And so we set on a path to see how many lights we could turn off. as far as county facilities. And so we met with each department head individually. We met with the mayor's office to try to get their support in case we come against any roadblocks in meeting with the other department heads. And so we were pretty successful for the most part. I feel like there was a lot of pushback. It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy sell, especially to our like public works base yard folks. There's a lot of vandalism and a lot of illegal activity that happens around those areas, and we do hear about it now, even during fledgling season with the lights off. When they do have cases where there is vandalism, we do get notified because they just want to let us know that those are happening. But here, so these are the 18 locations that were considered non-negotiable, that we weren't able to turn off the lights. So for the parks facilities, we've got Salt Pond and Lidgate, and those are due to we offer camping at those facilities. So it's beach park camping, and in order for us to offer those type of amenities, then we need to have the lights on, especially in the restroom comfort station facilities. The Lihue Civic Center is this building where our office is, and then the historic county building is where the county council meets, which is just over there. So those are considered non-negotiable that needed to be lit at night. Fire department. So all of our fire stations are lit because they're the 24-hour staffing of those facilities. And then our transportation base yard and police headquarters were also considered. Transportation they work late into the night, and so that transportation is our bus system. So those guys, they finish at like midnight. I think the last run gets in at around midnight or so, and they usually leave the base yard at that time. So there was going to be lights on until then for safety reasons for the workers. And then there's a bunch of housing developments that are under the county but are not run by the county. So these are all low income or workforce housing developments that the county has built out over the years. And here's a list of them. And so actually these are on county land but run by a property manager through like a RFP process. So that's the list of those. So these are the ones that are currently on. Here's just a couple pictures of what our category 3 lighting looks like around the county. They're mostly all shielded, mostly all under eaves. Yeah. Here's our category 4 on the left is pretty much our courts, which are all off during fledgling season, and then category 5 is our stadiums, which are off during fledgling season. Oh, I wanted to add that this year last year during the high school football season, the DOE opted not to play any night games. We did get a lot of uproar in the community about that, and so I do feel like the DOE is going to want to do night games this year. So that'll be something different on next year's presentation, that we probably will be hosting more night games. So usually, we do we have the schedule, we send over the schedule to the agencies, then they do the risk assessment, and then on all low risk nights, and in some cases, medium risk nights, it's allowable to run night football games. So I think this year, the DOE is going to want to do that. So that'll be something different for next year. So training and outreach. So this is Kat kind of ran our training and outreach, and is going to be doing this for the foreseeable future. So she can chime in over here.
All right, yeah, I'm just gonna briefly go over it. Basically, our new hires get trained within 10 days of their orientation, their first day of work. They're trained by a software system. It's called Power DMS, where they're sent an email with a link where they go on and watch the video presentation on seabirds. So those are the new hires. Every new hire watches the seabird video. Then monitors, so anyone that's deemed a monitor that works for the county, they watch a video specific to monitoring. And then there's also an in-person annual aspect to that goes over training aspects, and also covers the technology part of it. So our new digital logs that we'll mention a little bit more in detail later. Fire, all the fire stations, all 3 shifts at all fire stations were trained in monitoring this year, as well as the new log online form that we're improving on. It was the first year implementing it, so we're working to improve it. Parks, there are 2 category 3 facilities, as mentioned before, Salt Pond and Lidgate. For those 2 parks, I went and did training in person, showed the video, and we had training on the iPad on how to do digital logs. For the Civic Center, that's all me and my staff. So the people that work in my office building, we monitor daily around the Civic Center and Annex. KPD, we did a Teams training online where we discussed monitoring procedures and policies and watched the video. And transportation, again, we did the same thing, Teams meeting, going over all of those aspects. There is a new online report form or log, and technology is hard for some people. So that's one of the things we're really focusing on overcoming or mastering this year. I should also mention the signs that you guys see on the slide here. We've developed the do not feed or abandon cats on county parks. That is an ordinance. We have them at Lidgate currently and Anini. They're going to be put up at Salt Pond and on a whole I believe are their next 2 trajectories. There's a QR code that you can see in the bottom right hand corner of those, which takes you to a form online so the public can report sightings of cat feeding and abandonment, and then we can compile that data and notify rangers and park maintenance staff, and try to get some outreach out there, try to get some communication with the public going, and if necessary, citations or consequences for that breaking that rule. We also sent out flyers that were created by DLNR a long time ago. So those go out every year to every department. They're posted on every door. You'll see them everywhere. Sometimes they're even posted year round, but that's something that we put out. And we also have, when people make a contract with us through permitting for special events or community events, we send a contract letter that outlines the rules and regulations. And in those rules and regulations, we have 2 pieces or disclaimers that notify them of fledgling season. They tell them that there are no lights allowed, and they're also asked to contact me directly so that I can speak with them about it, and give them a training and a presentation, and develop monitoring for that specific event if that is necessary. And then on the next slide are the outreach and are the 2 new things that were created just this year. So the sign on the left, help protect sea turtles, I developed that with the assistance of the agencies and other collaborative forces on other islands. This is a sign that we are currently in the process of getting made that will be posted at Lidgate and Salt Pond. It also has a QR code that takes you to a place that notifies, that tells you how to report any issues that the public should see regarding Honu in specific areas on our beaches. And then the other flyer that you see on the right-hand side was developed. We do permitting for camping, and every time somebody creates a new account to book camping permits through the county of Kauai, we send them an email outlining instructions for booking camping permits, and I also include this informational packet or flyer rather with the ordinance attached to it and how people can help us prevent the population of cats or to help diminish the population of feral cats, as well as other things they can do to support our efforts. Oh, Pat, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, so 263 new hires were trained this year for the county of Kauai, and then 145 monitors, and a bulk of that was in the fire department because they have 3 shifts. Kat went to each fire department, each shift, and did trainings for each of them. So Kat puts together a monitoring handbook, has a monitoring handbook, and then makes rescue kits that she distributes every year to the monitors. Yeah. And then she worked with IT pretty diligently and put together our new electronic monitoring form that everybody is using to submit their daily searches. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So for all the housing developments, we have our contractor, our predator control contractor, also doing the monitoring at those facilities. And so all the other rest of the facilities are done by county staff. So if it's fire departments, it's the firemen. If it's the police, it's police. If it's transportation, it's the transportation. And then the parks, park staff do the parks and this office space over here. Yeah. And so that's how we were able to cover monitor all the 18 sites, yeah, with lights on. We want to mention Honu because we had a couple in the past couple years. We were notified that we had a couple Honu take, and so that was at Lidgate campgrounds and then Anahola campgrounds. But what we're doing is we're working on Kat also developed on our Kauai.gov /parks website. You can go to a link where you can submit as the public, you can submit information, and so she created a link for Honu that people can go on there and they can put in information, and then it goes to Kat. And so we need to do something about the Honu. So the kind of the lay of the land is at the campgrounds and the just how it's situated. It's looking like our only option will be to turn off lights for the Honu, to mitigate the Honu take, and which might mean that we might have to close campgrounds during the season. And it's not for sure yet. It's political, you know, it's going to get political, and we need to go through that process with administration and stuff. But that's what we're looking at, and that's probably going to be our recommendation moving forward. Which is not going to go over easy with the public because we're taking away, you know, camping space for the public. But right now, that's what it's looking like. And these campgrounds are heavily used year round. Like they are some of the more popular campgrounds too. Okay. So monitoring, these are all the sites that are being monitored, and then later I have there's a slide that shows the predator control, and it's the exact same list. So wherever we have predator control going on, we have monitoring. And we went over this earlier. Here's some examples of the maps that CAT made for each of the 18 sites that have predator control and monitor going on. So each one is has these. So we got a couple of slides showing all the maps. I know we don't need to go through that. Yeah. These are housing developments. Okay, we threw in this slide.
Sorry, Pat, to interrupt, but since you're just on there in the overall report we had in the very beginning, it noted that 10 of the Kaua'i County properties were not doing sufficient trapping, which resulted in an overall rating of County Kaua'i as insufficient. Do you speak to that piece while you're on these slides?
Yeah, sure. So so before our old contract with our old predator control company was 13 sites. They were trapping 13 sites. Our new contract is trapping the 18 sites. But there was last year where the old contractors contract ended. It was a mutual agreement between the county and the contractor to walk away from the contract, and then there was a gap. So we were able to hire on the current contractor through just a PO to hold them through until we were able to get funding next fiscal year to actually lock in a full multi-year contract. And so during that gap period, we held them on to the 13 sites. On Eric's list, those 13 sites were listed, but those were listed as well as the 18 sites. Yeah. And but what wasn't conveyed was that all of those sites, those 13 sites, most of them were the lights were turned off. So so there was no light attraction at those original sites. There were a lot of the refuse center, the transfer stations, the wastewater facility, the public works facilities that we were able to turn off. So when this new fledgling season started, those didn't have lights on. So actually the new contract has a totally different list of sites that are being trapped. Yeah, because of the changes we made in which facilities where lights have lights on and which have lights off. Yeah. So I don't know if.
Oh, okay. So I think that table 5 is about predator control specifically, not lighting. And then on that table, let me pull up the page number so everybody can. I think this is page 44 in the annual report. So it's table 5, predator control effort and results for KSHCP participants. And then so it lists all the properties, and then the county of Kaua'i, 10 of the properties are, it says effort sufficient, yes or no. So 10 of the county properties, it says no for sufficient effort. So asking
Yeah, I
specifically
think that's
about
based.
the predator control for those 10 properties, which resulted in an overall rating for County of Kaua'i as insufficient or not sufficient
think
for predator control.
Those are based off of if lights were on, yeah. Which lights, most of those lights have been turned off during fledgling season. Yeah. And from our discussions with the agencies, it was that if there's lights on, then predator control and monitoring must happen at those facilities. And if lights are off,
so that's
then
the
we
connection
mitigated that.
between.
Yeah.
That's the trigger is if there's lights, then there's predator control, but no lights and there's no predator control. Is that what you're saying?
That was what our discussion with the agencies was. And so that's why we went this route of trying to turn off as many lights as possible, because we didn't have the capacity on island to trap and monitor all of the facilities. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't catch that little nuance of it. So can the agencies confirm that's your understanding too, please?
Yes, that's our understanding. We still are in discussion with the take that Elise had evaluated regarding the GIS location at county facilities. So I believe that she is scheduling further discussions with the county and the state to go over that. But our messaging has always been if you cannot do predator control and cannot do seabird searching at your sites, then lights must be off.
Sure. Good. Move on.
Yeah, I think if there's no other questions from the committee, you can continue. We're kind of hitting the 20-minute mark, so I don't know how many more slides you have, but just try to push forward if we can.
Okay. This is just a list of the aid stations at our fire stations. And then so all 8 of our fire stations island-wide are aid stations to take in birds, every year. So 183 seabirds reported this year at the aid stations. This is just an excerpt from the take from this year. We do have to meet, like Ginny just mentioned, we do have to meet and go over some of these. There's a few on here that are most likely not county property, but we have to meet with the agencies and go through that. This just talks about that slide, last slide. So if you look here, Kat made, this is one of the things that Kat made was a report form that the public can go on to and then report feral cat feeding, report down seabirds, can report honu. So there's different tabs that they can click on by going onto this website, and they can submit information. And this is just an example of the information that comes in. So this is for feral cat feeding, I think. Yeah. And so what Cat does is a lot of times it is on county land, but there are times when people put in information on here and it's not county land. So what Cat and their staff do is they take this information, they forward it on, they get the contact information for whoever's land it is, and then they forward on the information to them. Predator control, so this kind of ties in with our monitoring. So it's all those sites that were listed before, which is another slide. Our contractor traps year round at the 18 facilities. The reason we trap year round is because we should trap year round, but also it was our way of building capacity on Kaua'i to have an entity that could take on this type of work. When you only offer a short window of work, a small company, a small business won't be able to staff that effectively. But if they can offer full-time work, year round, then they'll be able to draw employees that way. And so when we're going through this, it's more money than what we planned, but it's actually building capacity on Kaua'i to take on this type of work. And then I feel like as a government entity, we should be able to, do that, especially for this type of work. Here's the list of all the areas. This is the excerpt from our contractor's final report on pre-season. So they have two categories: pre-season, predators removed, and in-season. So pre-season, they have 49 total out of all the sites, and then during the fledgling season at 68. Okay. This is just some information. Nothing big. We're going to work with the agencies to reconcile current and past take numbers. And then Kat's going to be continuing to work on the, iron out the kinks of the daily reports, the electronic reports. Kelly, I think we didn't send over the monitoring reports that our contractor did. And so we'll send those over to you. I think that was what was missing out of the bunch. Yeah. And this is our last slide. So these are just some adaptive management things that we've been working on. Predator control adjustments and assessments with predator control contractor. So that is, we get a lot of complaints, inquiries from the public about our cat trapping or any kind of trapping, especially cat trapping. And it is a very touchy subject. In fact, we had one incident where Lidgate Campground, we closed it down we did a big cleanup. We closed it down for a full week, and we decided, we're gonna might as well do a big, large cat trapping there, since there's a lot of feral cat feeding going on there. And somehow the word got out that we were closing down the park to cat traps, and the county was gonna trap cats and kill them. And then they, one thing led to another, and they found out who our contractor was, and then there was I don't know if it got past Kaua'i, but on Kaua'i, there was a big, huge social media backlash directed at our contractor. And this was just at the time when we were finalizing the contract, a multi-year contract with our contractor, but it wasn't finalized yet. And they came this close to backing out of the contract because of it. So we do have a lot of issues with the cat community over here and our trapping. And so this first bullet is more just ironing out some of the communication that we have, with our contractor, with the public, and all of that. Let's see, increase category 3. Also, we increased the category 3 sites where we're conducting predator control and monitoring. I think I'm not too confident that we'll be able to get past the 18. We're going to keep looking at it, but I think for the foreseeable future, the 18 sites are going to be what we're going to have to deal with. Let's see. We started off strong with our monthly agency meetings, and then we kind of stopped after a little while. So I think next year we can do a better job at that, meeting more regularly. And then, yeah, and then just continue outreach, try to beef up our outreach to the community. Is basically what our plan is, moving forward. So I think that's it for our presentation.
Thank you, Pat. Cool. pull up our recommendation slide.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Pat. Nice to see you again, Pat. Haven't said hello to you in probably like 7 years or something like that.
I know, since I
Nice
left.
to see you again. We're gonna pull up our recommendations slide at this point, and then we'll see if there's any comments anywhere else.
Is it okay? It's a little bit easier, like to see who's talking and whatever, like, do we need to discuss first before we jump to recommendations? So I think there's a lot of stuff here. It's a little bit
That would be
easier when
nice.
you can see eyeballs. Okay. Pat, I just want to start by saying thank you. Oftentimes when we have people presenting to ESRC, it's contractors, and they often don't have the authority to make the changes that need to be made, or they're not the people working to make those changes. They, you know, they can do the in the field stuff, but they say, oh, we got to go talk to the contractor for this or that, so, or to the permit holder, right? And so I just want to thank you for being here, for facilitating the presentation and organizing it, and really taking leadership and trying to address this. It's huge and complicated to work with as many communities and as many aspects as you are working with, and it's Herculean. And so I just want to thank you for that effort to bring people together, to work with Department of Education and campgrounds and all the different aspects. That's a ton of different interests within the community, and it's all really hard, and I just want to thank you for that. Can you just remind me briefly, I'm remembering from last year that you were put in charge of this, and are you actually city and county?
Yeah, so I'm actually the the director of Parks and Recreation for the county.
Parks and Recreation, but a bunch of the sites are not Park and Recreation.
Yeah, so it's countywide.
Okay.
So we were tasked by the mayor's office to do the implementation side of the HCP.
So just for those who weren't here last year when that was brought up, just that acknowledgement that you might have more or less direct authority over the campgrounds or something like that, but there's a lot of facilities you're being asked to tell them what to do, and they're lateral to you. You don't actually have direct line of authority to tell them what to do, and so you're having to negotiate things. Am I remembering all of that correctly?
Yeah, correct. And that was why getting the mayor's office, which is a step above us, on board to be able to be that you know, like authoritative figure to say, hey, you guys gonna do this. Yeah.
So that was something we had asked about last year, as far as like, can we support you in that or any of that? But that's all happened in the last year, it sounds like, where you were able to get them on board, and that authoritative structure is now.
Yeah, I think we worked hard to try to educate, because you know, when administrations change, and you know, so we tried real hard to educate the new administration, and they bought on, you know, they're on board. So yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. And if there's any other things that we can assist with, I know that many of us wear hats outside of this room. This is more a checkup to see how did things go in regards to your permit. Are you meeting the obligations under the permit? You've done a good job of outlining where you've made progress and where you still need to go on this. And certainly there's a number of facilities that still need work. But you've made a lot of progress in the last year. I just want to really acknowledge that. And yeah, again, kind of stepping aside from that, mention that there are folks who could maybe work on different aspects of this with you outside of this. I don't know about permit compliance, but engaging the public on conservation education or wildlife education or different things like that. I think there's different ones of us who could assist with those kinds of things, which might make on the back end your job a little bit easier in different aspects. So anyways, if there are ways that we can help on that, that would be great. But yeah, I think you did a good job in your final slide of acknowledging where there's still areas to work on, and it sounds like you're actively working on them. So I just want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments from ESRC?
Yeah,
or discussion?
so this could be, sorry, I had to start driving, but so back to the last thing I was talking about on table 5. I don't have it open and I can't look right now, but So I remember seeing a fire station or two on there for the insufficient trapping efforts. So maybe somebody could double check that, because if it's a fire station, then lighting isn't the issue, it's something else. Which I think is an important thing for us to hone in on as a part of a recommendation. But maybe if and
Was that because of take, Kavika?
that was the insufficient trapping effort determination in table 5.
Okay, I'll go look at that, and then I can reach out to Eric too, yeah, on how he came up with that too, yeah.
Is Eric still here or no? He's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the tip. So Kavika, are you like, which fire stations were categorized as that?
Well, I mean, just to confirm that there was a fire station or two, I think it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
it looks
lighting
like
isn't going to be the issue why so lighting isn't going to be the issue why there was insufficient trapping effort there. And so we might want to delve into that a bit and make a recommendation about addressing the root of the issue.
I guess to maybe follow on that is that, I mean, it seemed like, Pat, I think it was in your last slide, or maybe it was the second to last slide. You said the 18 sites, there's 18 sites that you don't think you'll be able to turn the lights off on, right?
Yeah, correct.
That included the fire stations and whatever else. And so did you include like, is there a plan then now? If you've kind of gone through that first step of trying to identify all of the sites that you possibly can turn lights off, like, are you guys in that second step of like, what are the additional actions that you're going to take to at those 18 sites? I think that's partially addressing what Vika was
which
talking about,
we are with our new contract, we are trapping and monitoring each of those 18 sites. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'll touch base with Eric. I'm not sure how he got that, because we are trapping fire stations, yeah, and monitoring fire stations.
Well, I think the table is saying it's like that the effort's not sufficient because the catch per night's too high. It's above the threshold that he was using. That was, I think it was 0.1, right? And
so we're saying that there is take at the fire station. Is that what you're saying? Is that what that's saying?
No, okay, so the numbers, basically, Eric had a cutoff of 0.1, and if there was cats per trap night were more than 0.1 that were caught at a particular location, then he flagged it as being like, hey, you got a lot of cats at your site. Might be due to cat feeding at those sites or drop-offs.
Yeah, so there were times, well, let me go check with our predator control folks, but there were times when they said, hey, we get on hotspot over here. Is it all right if we put a little more effort in this area and then not do as much here? And so outside of the season, we usually go with the recommendation on that. But within the season, we tell them, you guys got to focus on those, got to make sure that you're trapping at those sites. So I'm not sure if that might have, they say, oh, we got less cats here, we got a whole bunch here, so can we put more traps at this location? So I wonder if that might be taking that number.
Yeah, I think it would be a question. You'd have to dive in site by site probably and say, why would that site have a higher catch rate per night? I do think, Karen, what are your thoughts? And Kavika, who brought this up, I do think it's a little bit different than some of the other sites that are, like a fire station is a pretty small property. And so they're going to be moving around a lot in and out of that area. And so the source sink issue, it's in the middle of a neighborhood, you're going to have high catch rates. It's Kealia and Hanapepe are the two that
Oh,
were
yeah.
flagged. Yeah.
But, oh, yeah. So Kealia, there's a large homeless population around that one. And they do a lot of, we know for sure that there's a lot of cat feeding going on in those homeless camps. And then Hanapepe is right in the middle of town. So it
Yeah.
might be.
There's reasons for the higher catch rates at those locations. Yeah, Karen, thank you for noting that that's why. Why it gets a no is it's not due to the number of trap nights, it's due to the number of cats per trap night, right? Yeah. Yeah. Just maybe in regards to that issue, out of curiosity, I know you're doing the trapping and removal at some sites. The cat feeding, my understanding is that there are laws against cat feeding on county land, so it is illegal. Is there a jurisdictional issue between, like, is that a DOCARE citation or is that a police citation?
It's a police and a park ranger. So it's under, there's two different ordinances, or there's one ordinance that falls under two different chapters. One is the parks that governs parks, and one just governs just general county facilities. So depending where it is, our park rangers can cite for that in the parks, and then outside the parks it would be KPD.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in much more broadly. I know that there can be issues with knowing which things are important to cite for and when and how to cite, being able to document it in such a way that it can be prosecuted, actually having the judges educated so that they follow through with actually doing the citation once the citation is written, having it actually result in a fine or other kind of penalty that deters other people from doing it. And so there might be all different kinds of things along the line why that law isn't being implemented, and that's above both of our pay grades. But you know, you can just continue trapping and removing, but when you have cat feeding on a site, it's just, I'm just curious about what the tools are in your tool belt for dealing with that, right? Other than just going and talking with people.
Yeah, and you gotta catch them in the act too, yeah. And that's the hard part. But we have had incidents where our rangers have been able to catch people especially Lead Gate Park. I know Andre is our watchdog over there. And so he calls me, he texts me all the time, says, hey. So we send the rangers down.
Again, thank you for your efforts.
Okay, well, it's 3:45 and I know we usually try to end around 4 or something. We do have one more agenda item that we're going to get to eventually here. So just throwing that out there. I didn't know if there was any more discussion before we move on to recommendation slide.
Before we go over to the recommendations, can we maybe look at the recommendations from the previous year to see whether or not those were implemented?
I would imagine they were in the SMIDL that was provided to everyone. Or yeah, we might be able to bring up the slide. Kelly, is it?
If you have the slide from last year, that would be great, because then we know it's the exact thing we kind of voted on.
Well, I think Kelly had it up. It might not be the exact slide from last year that we edited, but I think she had recommendations from 2023.
Yeah, there we go.
I just had a question. Are you doing the Seabird training with KESRP, or is KESRP coming out to help coordinate the Seabird searching training?
They did come out last year and worked with me and my fellow coworker, and then we passed that information along. I'm hoping to get them to come out again this year around August and help support us with in-person training with staff. If I can get all of the departments on the same page and schedules worked out.
Okay, thanks. And then I wasn't sure. I know you said, Pat, that all of the searches were done from the employees. I'm just curious, do they search on the weekends as well if they're not working?
No, they're just searching during on their work days. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's the parks where they do have weekend staff that they could be searching, but if there's no weekend staff, then they're not. Yeah.
Do we need, would you guys like to move anything from this previous recommendation slide over, or continue working on the recommendation slide that we had up earlier?
I don't know, the rest of the committee, do you see anything on here that they're not actively working on? Or Pat could answer that too. These are all things I assume were part of your checklist.
I have been actively working on them and am
Yeah.
actively working on every single one here. Yes.
Thank you. I grabbed just a screenshot of what Pat had on the last slide, and I know we're not supposed to use the chat, but I was just wanting a way to make it a little bit more. Oh no, let's hear. Nope, that screenshot went away. I don't know if we have those or if someone has that handy and can pull those in, because it was quite a long list of what they're planning on doing. And I don't really have, I'd love to do like we did in the last one and use their own to-do list. And if there's anything that the rest of the committee wants to add to it, then that's great, but it was fairly comprehensive.
You want me to pull it up?
Pat, maybe for convenience I know we're not supposed to use the chat, but you've already shown it. So is it possible for you to like paste that into the chat, and that way it can make it easy for the HCP team to paste it into the slide as a starting point? Just trying to be efficient given that we're at 3:50.
Should we go, should we see if there's any comments anywhere else first before we?
Maybe we can work on that process while you do that formal process.
Okay, I'm gonna do that now then. We're gonna just see if there's any comments from, or any if there's anybody that testified on Zoom.
No testimony on Zoom. Perhaps, Pat, you could pull up the last slide in screen share.
Oh, we do have testimony in our email, though. I need to.
You have one testimony in email. You want to just share that real quick, Kinsey?
Okay. So we received testimony from Mary Ann Massenberg, and her testimony says, "Aloha, I am one of the volunteers who has been helping to relocate cats out of Ligate since last October. We've already trapped and relocated 42 cats, and they have been placed securely in private homes, small private sanctuaries, and adoptions off island. We are actively working to put up secure fencing on donated land for the remaining approximately 50 or 60 Ligate cats. We take the unfixed cats to KCCP spay and neuter bus, but we are not releasing cats back into open areas at Lidgate or elsewhere. We will continue our efforts and hope that our work will be seen as a benefit to the goal of saving birds and using alternatives for secure cat relocation. 2 requests. We understand that the protocol is that the county trappers will scan any cats they trap and return microchip cats to KHS to notify owners to take them to a secure place. There is skepticism about how much that is happening, and we would appreciate enforcement. The other request is to figure out how to reduce cat abandonment. The signs are not working. I was glad to see that there will be public service announcements, but kitten season is coming, so it would be great if PSAs would start very soon. Mahalo, Marianne Massenberg.
Thank you, Kimberly. So I guess we can go back to the. Yeah, if you guys have anything that you'd like to share or address for the testimony that just came across from our email. Or comments. Hearing none. So I guess at that point, we can go back to our recommendation slide.
Jason, you want me to pull up my share screen or?
We need to get it into our PowerPoint. Could you like copy paste the words into the chat so that it's easy for her to copy paste into our slide?
Okay, let me try.
There was like a longer list, yeah, that you had on your presentation on the last slide.
Paste. Having a hard time copying it.
So on your presentation, and you don't need to do it while sharing, but yeah, on your presentation's last slide.
Okay, so I have that one pulled up here.
Okay.
And then you want me to copy it into the
chat.
Chat.
Yeah.
Shucks, I'm not sure how to do that.
You might, is it not copying from the PowerPoint? You might be able to put it in a Word doc and then copy it from the Word doc into the chat and just paste it in the chat. But you should be able to just copy and paste right out of the PowerPoint.
Here, Kat's coming. She's going to it.
Hi, everyone. Oh. Oop. And then your presentation. Chat. Oh, it's all white. That's why we got to change the color. Boom.
There you go.
Thank you. So I think on our side, what I would recommend to the HCP office is that we say something to the effect of recommend completion of copy in the beginning wording from what we used last time and on the previous participant, and we had the kind of beginning words of like how to be consistent with their stuff.
Microphones. Yep. I'll let your microphone go down.
Mhm.
I have to start driving. I don't know if Kavika, it looks like he left. If I jump off the call, we won't have quorum, is that correct?
I'm still here.
Still there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Was it Jenny? Did we get what we needed from the other side? Okay.
And I just want to reiterate that I think these look good to me, and I would I'll do a motion to approve.
Did we want to add, I guess, if for the that third primary bullet, add, completion of the following as outlined by the licensee in their presentation, just so that
Right.
it's
Totally agree. Nice job.
Thank you. Yes. Melissa was saying that I couldn't find that language, so thank you. Beth.
And then my comment about the fire stations, which I think is what bullet 2 is about. I think it's broader than fire stations. I think we need to, there should be anything on Kaua'i County shouldn't be an insufficient rating in the report. So I'm not sure what specifically, if there's a specific thing we need to recommend, or a recommendation is just bring all trapping efforts into the sufficient category.
Yeah, Kavika, you know I'm a huge fan of making sure the predators are controlled, but I want to be fair to the participant here in that I think the choice of a 0.1 is a little bit arbitrary.
Oh, I thought that was from the HCP language. Was it arbitrary? I mean, not arbitrary, but it was self-chosen.
I don't remember him giving a rationale for it, and he's not here. Jason, do you know? Or does you have us know? I think that those sites, and also I don't know if you were on when I looked up which fire stations they were and mentioned them to Pat, and he said, yeah, those are like right in the middle of areas that, like, one's right next to a houseless camp and one is right next to super urban. Like, you would expect it to have super high numbers. It means they're actually doing the right thing, right? They're catching the cats in a way that you would expect them to at those sites. So I actually would say that the issue is more with the cutoff that was used that doesn't acknowledge the nuance of those particular sites. And I wouldn't actually put that bullet. But
Well,
that's
don't delete it yet, just because Melissa said so. We're still talking about it.
We're just discussing. Sorry.
Okay, well, if we look at the table, I think trapping nights was also an issue. I think there was a 25 trapping nights on there. I think that was for a county property. I'm not sure, but 25 trap nights in a year, I
Yeah, it
think
was
is
16 at
insufficient.
Kelia. Yeah, I would agree with that. It was 16 at Kelia and 29 at Hanapipis. So that does sound low. Yeah. And it's a high
Alright.
number per trap night. So very
For
efficient,
16 nights.
but
So, or whatever, right? So
Yeah,
it should
yeah.
be year round, or at least continuous through the season, but those trap nights are really low.
Yeah, I can chime in. I actually don't mind that on the recommendations. I think that gives us something to keep on track with. So I actually don't mind it being on there.
Okay.
But I mean, so that's awesome to hear, but I just want to be a little bit specific in our recommendations as much as we can. So if we don't want to go with the percentage, I think trap nights is a more, I mean, it's standard. I'm not sure what number to aim for within trap nights, but
Yeah.
does anybody else have any recommendations about trap nights?
I mean, I think that was that I was, I think, very ineffectively trying to get at this morning was that
Right.
I mean, even for the sites that are categorized as sufficient, there doesn't seem to be a sufficient number of trap nights at many of them. And that's what I was trying to find out, if there's anything in the, I guess, the HCPs or the regulations for the minimum number of nights. And it seems like even, you know, if you're looking at 16 nights or 29 nights, like that's not even covering a decent portion of the fallout season, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know how to what a sufficient
Can we
number.
just recommend that they do maximum trap nights during fallout season even? Nice specific recommendation.
I mean, it seems like that's
the low trap nights are.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
The lower trap nights is probably from the sites that were from the original 13 that we carried over into this year, that weren't the sites that were during the fledgling season. If that makes sense. So they could be low. That's why they're lower. But I gotta dive into it a little bit more. But
Okay, well, I'm fine with that second recommendation if you all are.
Sounds good.
Okay. It seems that everyone's okay with the recommendations that we have here for County of Kauai.
Was Karen okay with this one too? The second one.
Karen.
Yeah. I guess I'm not totally sure it needs to be specific to fire stations, but I think it's fine. It seems, I don't know.
No, I think it should be all sites.
Yeah, seems relevant across the board.
All right. I don't want to seem like I'm rushing anybody, but I think we have a good recommendation slide here.
Yes.
Motion to make these recommendations
Second.
formal.
Okay. Great.
In a vote.
Thank you, Pat.
We don't need to vote. Or one second.
Oh, yes, the whole hands are holding.
Getting my keys so I can get back into our office before they lock everything up. Okay, great. So we can move on from here. Thanks again, Pat. I really appreciate your time with us today. Very, very great. So we'll move on to 4C. 4C is the status of the Hawaii Department of Transportation, a participant in the Kauaʻi Seabird Habitat Conservation Plan. Our DOFA staff, Kelly, will provide this next presentation, and we'll move forward with that now.
Thank you. Okay, so this is our last licensee for the day, and for KSHCP, this is the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation. The Hawaii DOT has 3 sites currently in Honolulu Harbor, Port Allen, Lihue Airport. Status of the ITL in 2024, we have the non-lethal take of 2 a'o and 1 uapu. The a'o, downed a'o occurred at Honolulu Harbor, and 1 a'o and 1 ua'u at Lihue Airport. Next slide. Thank you. Recommendations for Hawaii Department of Transportation. Jump there. Do you want to talk a little bit about these changes that this licensee did make in 2024? They continued with outreach efforts to Lihue Airport staff, contractors, and vendors, trying to reach as many people that utilize this facility or this property to inform them of down fledglings season. They also did continue with in-house decoy trials. These weren't third-party trials, these are just in-house decoy trials. In 2025, they plan to work with USDA Wildlife Services to try and identify measures to reduce predator presence at Lihue Airport. There's been quite a lot of predators noted at that site specifically. So that is on their radar and something they're going to be tackling this coming year. So general recommendations for DOT, just because of their elevated rate of wa'u, their 5-year rolling average, just to continue to work with the agencies to identify additional adaptive management measures. And number 2, just a general recommendation to folks doing in-house decoy trials to reach out to KESRP if there are any ways that they could make their in-house decoy trials more robust. Make sure, that as much as they can make them reflect, the kinds of trials that KESRP does run. And that's it for the DOFA staff. And I'll hand it over to Greg Spencer from Hawaii Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Kelly. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Greg Spencer. I'm with H.T. Harvey & Associates. I'm a wildlife ecologist, and I've been providing technical assistance to HDOT for the last several years on the implementation of the KSHCP, as well as a number of other habitat conservation planning initiatives and things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the 2024 KSHCP implementation at Hawaii Department of Transportation's covered facilities on Kaua'i. Let me share my screen. Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the Department of Transportation has 3 covered facilities under the KSHCP on Kaua'i, and I've listed those here with a picture of each of them and their location on Kaua'i. In the upper right, Lihue Airport. The lower left is Port Allen on the southwestern shore of the island, and then Nauwiliwili Harbor on the shorefront portion of Lihue. So just to kind of start this and just recap a little bit, we did receive instructions from DOFAW HCP staff and Fish and Wildlife Service on the kinds of things that they'd like to see presented in our summaries. And so I've tried to capture most of those. And the first thing I'll point out here is the responsible parties. For the airports division, Craig Davis is the airport superintendent on Kaua'i, and he's in charge of all the operations at Lihue Airport. Jeremiah Aguilera is the new Harbors District Manager for Harbors Kaua'i, And so he runs and oversees all activities at New Willy Willy Harbor and at Port Allen Harbor. And Chris Takeno with HDOT is the agency's environmental compliance manager. He can't be with us today. He's in travel mode, but I am joined by my colleague, Ella Foley-Gannon with Morgan Lewis. Just to summarize some of the lighting stuff related to the three covered facilities on Kauai. All the substantive lighting improvements that were in the works were completed by 2020, with the objective being to try and make sure that all those were implemented at or just prior to permit issuance. So we haven't had a whole lot to report about new lighting upgrades, of which there have not been any of substance. So since 2020, we've been operating with a suite of lighting improvements. We'll talk a little bit about those. These on the upper left, there's a picture of what the new fixture installations look like, the full cutoff LED fixtures that were installed on the 18 high mast lights along the terminal, along the main terminal, and along the cargo terminal and portion of the north ramp. So those are new, and those were installed leading up to 2020. And these are just sort of operational pictures. On the lower left there is New Willy Willy Harbor when there's no operations going on, and the lighting's down to approximately 15% security setting, 15% of capacity security setting. And then the bottom picture there next to it is Port Allen Harbor, and that's in pretty much, I think, a nearly full light shutdown mode during the Seabird season. That corner light, I think that corner light stays on till a little bit later in the evening, but eventually that shuts off, and all you have is a few of the wall sconces on the side of that warehouse building, and then there's one in the back on the seaward side too. All those get down. Every other light along the side of the warehouse gets shut down, so it's about 50% illumination of what it would be. In the middle of the warehouse, there above that sign, there's a fairly strong light that illuminates the parking lot in the early evening until the passengers coming off the cruise boats have been able to cross the parking lot safely and leave the harbor. That shuts down at about 8:30 at night. There's no new lighting infrastructure that was added in 2024 at any of the facilities, and none are currently expected in 2025. Those top two stacked photos are just a illustration of what it looks like when the high mast lights are in full operation at night at the airport. And then in the bottom picture there is what it looks like when the lights have been shut off between about midnight and 4 a.m. during the Seabird season. So you can see the distinct difference there in the level of illumination that's happening on the AOA during the Seabird season at night. So we do annual training and outreach to a pretty broad audience. I cannot tell you today, but probably could get you a figure in terms of the percentage of people at each facility that we reach. But we do training with HDOT staff, contractors, tenants, site security personnel, and then we extend that training that we do directly with those folks to people that are working sort of in other capacities at the facility. So support personnel, sometimes specialty staff who are project-based work or intermittently present, as well as the public. We produce training modules that include background on light attraction fallout, the species that are involved, light minimization strategies that can be used operationally and also by individuals who might rely on lights for short-term projects and things like that, so that they can turn those lights off. The training also includes seabird rescue and handling, incident reporting, And we also produce a light attraction fact sheet that we update each year, and we distribute that broadly as well. So all the people that receive the direct training also are provided with the fact sheet, and their managers are also provided with the training module. And we encourage them to distribute that among staff so that people can look at that and review that over the course of the season. It can be used as a quick reference and refresher. So H.T. Harvey and Associates develops the training materials, and we also deliver them. Ever since COVID restrictions lightened up as quickly as we could, we transitioned back to in-person training, and that's what we've been adhering to across the facilities ever since. This is page one side of our 2-page fact sheet that we distributed in 2024. Some of the specifics of our training in 2024, at Lihue Airport, we were able to reach 30 HDOT staff on the operations and management side, including some of the supervisors that work with crew out on the AOA and in other capacities. So that's really great. And I have to say, the folks that participate in these trainings seem to they get a lot out of it. They're really engaging. They have to take time away from other duties, but they're really attentive and really spirited and engaged. And so that's a really good thing to come away from each year. Knowing that these people who receive the training are really absorbing the content. They're asking good questions, and they're taking the knowledge with them out into the field. We also had 4 dedicated searchers at Lihue Airport this year that received training. They received the same annual Seabird response and awareness, response, and recovery, in addition to searcher-specific training that provides fundamentals of searching, demonstrated fundamentals of searching, conditions and layout of the public access areas that we monitor, and then strategies for effective searching and monitoring, in addition to situational awareness out there in the field. We also use decoys of mill shear waters as a training tool, and we've been doing that since last year pretty intensively. And we can talk a little bit more about that. And Nawiliwili Harbor, which is Harbor's division on Kauai, is comprised of a smaller number of individuals. So as far as the portion of people that we reach there, I'd say that on the HDOT staffing front, we hit 100% of the staff on Kauai. And we had 3 security guards at Nawiliwili that we specifically trained in the search procedures, and they've been that's been an ongoing part of our training each year. Security guards are really great. They augment what we do in a big way. They add a lot of capacity, and they've learned a lot about seabirds. We've had a couple of them that have been so engaged that I get notifications year round, even if a booby lands on something at the harbor and roosts for part of a day. I get a call, sometimes even a partially completed report on incidents like that. So they're really engaged, and it's a great deal. So this is the second part of our fact sheet, which includes details about handling and performing rescue operations, and also points of contact for quickly reporting grounded seabirds when they're found. As far as the down seabird searches are concerned, we follow the procedures outlined in the KSHCP. We begin the searches on September 15th and run through December 15th, covering all of the searchable areas. Just to reiterate, our team covers the publicly accessible areas. So these are areas that are outside of the restricted zone within the AOA. And as I've mentioned before in previous presentations, and we outline in our reports, USDA Wildlife Services is contracted by the state of Hawaii to implement the Wildlife Hazard Management Plan and manage all wildlife related issues for public safety. And they support us during the seabird season in a big way within the AOA. This year, we had a little bit of a change in the way that we conducted in the way that we structured our monitoring staff in the public area. We had one seasoned HT Harvey staff member who has been conducting searches at Lihue Airport for about 4 years. That individual was responsible for the nightly searches on 4 nights a week. This year, we brought in Kaua'i Wildlife because they have a huge amount of experience. A lot of it they gained in working with Alexander and Baldwin on searches at their properties, but they're so keen and focused on what they're doing that we reached out to them and we worked with them because we had a situation where we lost a couple of key staff due to health issues late in the summer. So we worked with Connie, we got them on board. They covered 3 nights a week and all of the morning searches. And we decided to try something new this year where we had we had 2 searchers at the same time covering the public area. And we thought that worked really well, and we'll probably continue that in the future. All of the predator observations and the search effort are logged using a phone app and then uploaded to an Excel worksheet. We did training in 2024 with decoys for a couple of weeks, and then we took a hiatus, and then we began a more rigorous trial with the decoys. And I'm happy to answer questions about that, but we did that so that we could gather information that would help us not only just evaluate the success of the searchers in identifying and detecting decoys, but so that we would have something a bit more quantitative so that we could run analysis and evaluate where we are in terms of meeting our targets for discovery rate and or exceeding them. And so, as I said before, all of the searches in the AOA are done by USDA Wildlife Services, and then they also extend their surveillance into the public area. So we overlap with them a lot at nighttime and in the morning when they're cruising the public areas in conjunction with their work in the AOA. This map shows Lihue Airport. There are 2 sections to it. If everybody can see my cursor, the boundary is generally here on the public side of the terminal, which runs I'm sure everybody's pretty much familiar with this area, but this is the road that connects with Ahukini and runs straight down. So this is the area where the Harvey and Connie team search. This is the rental car area. This is the public parking area. This is the front of the terminal surrounding sort of like apron, different sections, heliports, and then the north terminal area, all the way down to the National Weather Service office down here. So we cover everything up to the perimeter fence. And then USDA Wildlife Services is doing kind of constant surveillance within the AOA, generally following these vectors. Searches at Nowili Harbor, again, performed each night and morning through September 15th through December 15th, according to the same procedures outlined in the KSHCP. Harvey staff included one biologist who covered all of the night searches for the entire season. We had 2 nights that were missed just because of illness, but we alerted harbor security to that absence, and they covered for that. And then security covered all of the morning searches at the harbor as well. And they do constant round-the-clock, sort of hourly surveillance of the entire facility. And so, we feel really comfortable with that too. They've been first finders on a number of down seabird incidents at the harbor. Search effort and predator observations like Lihue Airport are logged using a phone app and uploaded to an Excel worksheet. And unlike Lihue Airport, we did not do any decoy work or discovery rate estimations with decoys in 2024. And this is, again, this picture just kind of shows the the general search routes and the different sections of the harbor. Over here is Pier 3, where Young Brothers operates. Here in the middle of this red area is Pier 2, where the cruise ship berths on the outside. When the cruise ship is in, much of this area is kind of locked down in a security mode. But we're still able to get in and search most of this area. This area it's got a lot of activity when the cruise ship is in. So there's lots of people on the ground. We've posted a number of informative posters and outreach materials so that visitors that are coming off the ship, coming and going off the ship, passing through the terminal, leaving the harbor and then returning are also equipped with some knowledge in case they see a bird, how to handle that and report that promptly. And Port Allen Harbor is the third of the facilities that we monitor. Searches here are performed twice a day as well. We had County Wildlife down here doing all of the surveys this year. We lost a really experienced searcher from our team who just couldn't do it in 2024. So Connie was able to step in, and they covered all of the searching there this year, and they did all the predator observations as well. And as with the other sites, the search effort and predator observations are logged in an app and uploaded to an Excel worksheet so they can be worked with there. And then, like with Nawili Wili Harbor, we didn't do any decoy training or discovery rate trials in 2024 at Port Allen. This is a very straightforward site search. As you can see, it's pretty small. It's less than 2 acres overall. This warehouse that runs right down the middle of that pier, we do not search inside there, but we do search on the outside. This is a DOD controlled area on the northwest side of the pier, and we don't search over there either. But the whole thing can be searched really thoroughly in about 30 or 40 minutes. So here's our take overview for 2024. As Kelly had mentioned in her intro, we had 2 newel shearwaters and 1 Hawaiian petrel. One of the shearwaters was at Lihue Airport, one was at Nawili Wili Harbor, and then the single Hawaiian petrel grounding occurred at Lihue Airport this year. All of them were released by SOS, and down wildlife incident reports were prepared and submitted to Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW. And before I go on and talk at all about the numbers, I want to come back to what we discussed earlier about a recently unveiled new calculation that we're going to go back to. All of the numbers that I'm going to present today are based on the calculation that we've been using for the last few years. So I did run the calculations just to check the effect that they would have on the numbers we already had generated using the post-release survival estimate adjustment. And so I can work with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service to amend our annual submittals to reflect that. And we can discuss any what the differences are and what they might mean to the overall picture. But anyway, as you can see here, our totals for newel shearwater lethal take according to those calculations in 2024 was 0.68, and non-lethal was 1.76. Hawaiian petrel 0.45 lethal, and non-lethal was 0.88. And I've got the PIP approved discovery rates there shown on the bottom. So for Lihue Airport, we applied a 0.75 discovery rate, and at Nawili Wili Harbor, we applied a 0.90 discovery rate. And then following on the requests that the agencies have made about running our calculations using our PIP approved rate and any rates that we had in our, available to us to use that were relevant to the facility since permit issuance, we went ahead and we ran those too. So the first calculation using the PIP approved discovery rate of 0.75, we arrived at a lethal we generated lethal and non-lethal estimates for both null shear waters and Hawaiian petrels. And I put an oval around the lethal take just to bring your attention to that, so your eyes can focus in on the lethal component of the estimate. And then for the next one, we ran the calculations using the results of the Rossiter et al. 2022 trial that was run during the 2021 season. And then we also ran the calculations using a discovery rate estimate that we had generated in 2022 with using carcasses of wedge-tail shearwaters. So starting to see, so not directly comparable to the study that was done by Rossiter et al., but this was also at a time when decoys had first been introduced. So we didn't have access to the decoys at that time. However, we did have access to wedge-tail shearwater carcasses, and so we went ahead and we used those for the trial that we did that same season. And then we ran a trial, as I said, in 2024 using decoys at Lihue Airport, and we had pretty impressive discovery rate that we generated there, and we also used that as an example of what that would produce in the calculations of annual take. And you can see how incrementally, as you go through these, you can see the effect that this has primarily on the lethal take level and the total birds found. Anybody have questions on this? These are our 30-year permitted take levels, lethal and non-lethal for null shearwaters and Hawaiian petrel on the right. So here's a calculated take from Willy Harbor, which we only ran with our PIP approved, since we haven't done any updated trials at Willy since pre-permit when we ran a trial to inform the PIP approved values. And this is our 30-year for null shearwaters at Willy Harbor at the lethal and non-lethal level. And again, the PIPs down below, the approved PIPs for the facilities down below. Here are the grounding locations for those two birds in 2024 at Lihue Airport. The kind of the aqua colored one there is the null shearwater. And then the sort of purplish one is the Hawaiian petrel. And both of these were found in the secure area adjacent to boarding gates. The Hawaiian petrel was found a little bit sort of on the back end of the terminal gate. And he was, if you've reviewed the report or recall the report, he was kind of found within a, sort of within a doorway at the base of some stairs. And both of these birds were found by Wildlife Services during their surveillance in the AOA. Both of these birds were released. And here's the distribution of groundings at Willy in 2024. I included a couple of wedge-tail shearwaters here. And then as you can see over here, the null shearwater came down just outside the maintenance and operations yard adjacent to Pier 1, which is where Matson does most of their yard operations. Our 5-year rolling averages based on the standard calculations that we've been using for the last few years are seen here. This is for lethal and non-lethal combined. Our 5-year rolling average threshold identified in the ITP is 8.13. And as of 2024, for null shearwaters, we're at 6.44. So we're still under that threshold. If we would have had another year like 2023 or 2022, we could have easily been above that. So fortunately, we had a lower fallout in 2024 across the board. And so that's kept us down under it. And down at the bottom there, I summarized the total take to date for lethal and non-lethal for null shearwaters and Hawaiian petrels. Also provided the 30-year permitted lethal 30-year permitted non-lethal. And at the end of 2024, the percent accrued lethal take and percent accrued non-lethal take for both species relative to the 30-year permitted levels. Predator control at Lihue Airport, similar to the way we've done it in past years. We did 3 nights of reconnaissance level surveillance in the public area to evaluate sort of the numbers and overall abundance of cats that we encountered, and importantly, their distribution. And then we looked at that information and we looked at the activities happening within the public area, and we used that to select the initial trapping locations with Kaua'i Wildlife. The monitoring of predator numbers and distribution is actually performed by the searchers, just like we've been doing since 2020, where they count the predators that they encounter while they're conducting their searches, not by just walking into them, but they're surveying the area, looking for seabirds, and when they detect a predator, they note it. They note it's where it's at, and then we transfer that information on to Wildlife Services so that they can make some discretionary shifts in their placement of traps. And as I said before, all of the trapping and removal efforts at Lihue Airport, whether it's in the public area or the AOA, is all performed and managed by USDA Wildlife Services. And so, HCRB and Kaua'i Wildlife are not, it's not our job to move traps. So it's important that we convey the information on what we're seeing in an effective way to Wildlife Services so they're aware and they can make those shifts. And none of the animals that are captured are released on property or nearby. Wildlife Services generally transports cats, I believe, to Kaua'i Humane Society, if they detect a pit tag. So they have a pit tag reader. I think it's part of their procedure to check every cat that they capture. And if they have a chip, they take it up to the Kaua'i Humane Society. The results of the trapping effort in 2024 in both the AOA and the public area were there were 14 active traps running for the entire season. There were 14 animals captured and removed, 8 during the fallout season itself, with a 0.006 animals per trap night removed. And here's just a graphic, just a figure that shows what our observations looked like while trapping effort was underway during the season. We didn't see what is a discernible trend. We continued to see cats present at the facility throughout the season, despite their removal. And this kind of just goes back to what we've been working on in an adaptive management capacity with Wildlife Services and with our own team, as well as some of the tenants, to address the issue and identify some ways that we can actually have a meaningful impact on the presence of animals. The airport is an open facility. We get a lot of ingress. We're not too far from Ahukini Landing, which is it's a combination of there's a lot of homeless folks that are camped out down that way. It's an area that's popular for the public, so it gets a lot of use, and it's a haven for cats. So it's not very far for cats to roam up Ahukini Road to the vicinity of the airport, and then discover things at the airport that they might be interested in, just given all of the human activity. So we have identified some areas that we think we can target for making improvements, and we can talk about that a little bit during the Q&A. But it basically, based on what we're seeing, we're not seeing, we didn't in 2024 see a really strong indication that we were seeing a significant reduction in the number of animals that were present. Predator control at New Willy Willy Harbor. We also did some reconnaissance level surveillance before we got actively trapping at the beginning of the season. This again was to help us and particularly help the contractor get familiar with the layout of the facility, identify where cats are seen, how abundant they are, and also to really understand, are there ingress points that we can identify that we can really like focus our attention on and either try and prevent ingress or focus trapping activities so we can intercept animals that are coming through those areas before they have an opportunity to sort of like get around and become, and occupy the harbor. So we also did, some predator monitoring was conducted by the searchers. We got really good data from that, as we did at all the other facilities from the searchers, and then we transfer that information along to Conning Wildlife. And I'll say Conning Wildlife is pretty sharp, so what they're observing is pretty consistent with what we're observing when they're on site, checking traps and baiting traps and tending to the trapping operation. They also do a little bit of wandering, within reason, to kind of just do, additional reconnaissance and stuff. And so what they observe is pretty similar to what we observe. And I'll say that free roaming cats at Nowili Willy are not numerous. They're not even seen every day. So it's not like what we see at the airport or what's seen at some of the other participant properties, just in terms of densities and consistency of presence. So we know that there's some movement in and out. Again, they're also logged when they're seen, and the information is shared with the contractor. All the trapping and removal is in the hands of the contractor. So they place all the traps, they change all the bait, they shift baits. They use 3 or 4 different kinds of baits that they rotate with. And again, no animals are re-released back onto the property or in the surrounding area. They're all completely removed from the vicinity. And this is the trend for Nowili Willy Harbor, which includes the days in which animals were actually captured and removed, and a trend line that shows a reduction in the number of animals that are actually seen. So we didn't have this kind of resolution for Lihue Airport, which we will try and regain in future years. I think we've been able to report that in the past, but for some reason in 2024, I was not able to get the kind of resolution on the specific location and times and dates that animals were captured there. So, but this line tells us that we're doing really well at Nowili Willy Harbor, and that the predator control program is really reliable. And so very happy to see this kind of trend. At Port Allen Harbor, we also did predator control throughout the season. But we had very little, almost negligible cat activity there, which is pretty in stark contrast to what we saw in the very beginning of the KSHCP. Port Allen used to be a cat haven for a number of reasons, but because of that, we didn't do much in terms of pre-season reconnaissance. We spent some time down there, but we recognized what we expected to see, that there was very little baseline cat activity there. But nevertheless, we set one trap down there for the whole season, moved it around frequently, and placed it in areas where it wouldn't be seen by the public, so it couldn't be damaged or stolen. And we left a lot of that to the discretion of the contractor. And then, the observations, the effort that we made to identify and enumerate predators at Port Allen was done by the searchers. And again, all that information was logged when it was seen. And because the search team and the animal control contractor were the same entity, that flow of information was pretty rapid. So as I said, it's pretty quiet as far as predator animals are concerned, at Port Allen Harbor. We actually captured one animal that was removed from the facility, and one was seen on October 15th. And in general, just very, very low presence. So for adaptive management, we have not, HDOT has not actually formally begun to implement any formal adaptive management measures. However, I think at this point, we are looking at adaptive management as the mechanism that will enable us to address some of these things that we've been hoping to improve, or we aim to improve in terms of just overall performance in the implementation of the HCP. So one of the things that comes out for us that's been really meaningful is using the decoys in a training capacity and for estimating discovery rates. So far, we've done that at Lihue Airport, found it to be really successful, and we're planning on expanding that to other facilities as well. This is a picture of a decoy in the public parking area at Lihue Airport, and you can see how it bears a resemblance to a real downed seabird. This picture at the bottom being a Hawaiian petrel at Niuwili Harbor in 2021. So this is adaptive management has a lot of capacity to perhaps be built out further. We don't have a long list of adaptive management actions that we would like to develop at this time, but we've talked about a few things. We've seen some things that are really consistent across the board. A couple of things on our palette, include working with USDA Wildlife Services to find some ways that we can be successful at either intercepting more animals that we don't want to see, that we consider to be predator or scavenger animals at the airport, or just in general reducing the attractiveness of certain portions of the airport, so we can cut down on the retention of those animals in the first place. So we have some work to do there. And we do have some, I guess not concerns, but a healthy recognition for the fact, as Kelly mentioned earlier, that the cumulative to date take of ua'u is on our radar, I guess. I'm not going to say it's high per se, but our permitted take numbers for ua'u over 30 years are fairly low. So it doesn't take very long for one or two birds to, raise the awareness level of everybody. And so we recognize that. We want to look at that more carefully. But I would say, going back to your introduction, Kelly, I don't know that there are a wide range of additional light minimization measures, for example, that we can implement at either Lihue Airport or Niuwili Harbor that are in and of themselves going to reduce take of ua'u. We don't have the high take of ua'u in the first place, and we've implemented a lot of minimization measures. And just to remind everybody, we do have certain constraints that we can't, we can't, surpass as far as regulatory guidelines that we have to adhere to by the U.S. Coast Guard, for example, and the FAA, as well as OSHA. So these facilities are a little bit different than some of the others in the participant group suite, but we can talk about some things, and we can explore ways that we can address the ua'u take and how to try to minimize that even further. But we do have some constraints that we have to work around. A lot of those we've talked about, and we'll work with the agencies in the course of the next few months to identify some things that we might take a closer look at. So I think that's about all I've got, and happy to answer some questions if there are any.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Great presentation. It looked like the decoys, look pretty similar to a real bird there. It was hard to even tell the difference.
They're pretty effective. Yeah.
ESRC?
Double checking that we have quorum. I don't see Fish and Wildlife Service. Do we still have quorum?
Yeah, we still have
Okay.
4.
There's 4 of us.
Okay, all good. I'm in support of the recommendations they recommended. There's maybe just a really quick comment. We are almost at 5 p.m. All of the things in the report, Eric had noted are all in compliance, right? So predator control adequate, all those things get a yes.
Yeah.
You noted the take is likely to exceed the permitted take.
No, I'm not
Okay.
saying that necessarily. I'm saying what Kelly and Elise have said was that, hey, this might raise flags. What's happening? Is there anything we can do to look at this? And I didn't mean to interject on you, Melissa, but I wanted to just make sure we don't put ourselves collectively in a place where we all perceive that it's an imminent probability.
Not seeing an imminent probability. It was highlighted in yellow on the list as far as the 5-year rolling average, if it were to continue leading to that. But given that you're putting all of these things in place, and again, you've done a good job of evaluating how to continue improving over the next year. I guess I was just going to be curious if you were going to comment on that, but it sounds like you're feeling pretty good that you've got the things going that you need to and can address it, and that you're not going to, even though it's currently on a trajectory to exceed the permitted take, if the 5-year rolling average were to continue into the future, you feel like you put the things in place that need to happen, so that'll decrease and won't meet that permit limit.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it and I say to myself sometimes, like looking at a 5-year historic data set to project what take looks like over 30 years is, I mean, I think that in some ways that may have, put everybody in a position where it's possible that, for Hawaiian petrels, for example, maybe the take estimates were underestimated, for example. I'm not going to say that with, authority per se, but if you look at, we had 2 in 5 years, right? And if we were to maintain 2 at 5 years, every 5 years, we would exceed the take, right? So we'd like to not see that happen, but we also want to have robust, a robust safety net. So making sure that we have enough birds on the permit, allowed on the permit, helps us, avoid running into that limit sooner than we had expected. So we're going to keep working on it, and we'll keep you, apprised of our ideas and, the things that we propose to do, and why we think they might work or not.
Maybe Karen or Kavika, do you have any comments here, or Jason? Jason's also a committee member. Any comments?
I don't have any comments. I have a question. I was curious how much coordination you have with Alexander and Baldwin about the work at Port Allen. Do you guys coordinate at all, or because you guys are? I mean, they're in the area just kind of adjacent to where you.
Oh, yeah. So they do conduct work. Well, they do have covered properties right there next to the harbor. So
yeah,
we did coordinate with them in the first couple of years just to make sure that we had boundaries well established. They had some concerns about some heavy Christmasberry bushes that were, really thick along the boundary. And so we worked together with them to clear that area out, so it was easier for some of their folks to get all the way down to the boundary of the shared boundary. So yeah, we coordinated on that. We also coordinated with them, I think it was last year and or the beginning of this year, so that we could reach out effectively to the Navy and remind them to keep their lights under control during the fallout season. We had a couple of incidents where their missile recovery vessels were they were idle at the pier. Obviously, they had some operations that they were getting ready to initiate, but we thought that they had a prolonged period of like illumination with their deck lights. So we reached out to them and said, hey, here's our situation. We both have a shared responsibility down here. And can you please be more aware that these kinds of lights can become a problem in terms of attracting seabirds? So we have done some coordination with them. And we've communicated with them a lot over the last few years about sort of the status of the cat situation down in Port Allen. Since it went from multiple feeding areas and drop-off points for cats, which had created kind of a cat mecca down there, to now an almost a non-existent cat population in Port Allen, aside from the residential areas, most of which are sent back from the covered facilities. So we have done coordination with A&B, sharing of information, working together to try to make sure that we can be, that we're surveying effectively and sharing observations too. Yeah, that's natural, right? I mean, they're right there, and they have a whole bunch of facilities, bunch of properties that they monitor down there.
Thanks.
But there's gaps. There's other properties in the Port Allen community that aren't part of the KSHCP, and so Sean's done a lot of work to reach out to those folks and coordinate with them too.
Thank you.
Gregory, I'm wondering if you can just clarify your earlier comments. Were you, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and you said a lot of things, and I'm just trying to sort through in my head at the end of a long day.
Yeah.
Were you essentially indicating that the take that was originally put into the permit, you feel like for the permit period, you feel like is likely to be exceeded?
I don't know that that's the case, but it's Hawaiian petrel is we just don't have. I don't know what the other permits look like per se. I haven't looked at all of them, but it's for a 30-year period of time. Setting thresholds that seem much lower compared to Newell's, let's say. It's just one of those things you have to watch really carefully. We know we're going to have Newell's fallout. We know Newell's are more sensitive to light attraction than Hawaiian petrels. We know that they're more abundant. They're more represented in the fallout, but the rare species, the more rare species like Hawaiian petrels and certainly ake, we really want to keep our focus on those species, and we don't want to exceed our take. So it's disproportionate in terms of Newell's and Hawaiian petrels, and that just puts us in a position where we have to watch. We have to really be vigilant about our minimization and turning lights off when they're not needed. Being very, very careful, particularly during the peak period. That 2-week or 3-week window in October, we need to be looking at the same thing during the moon phase in November when Hawaiian petrels come on scene. There's so much emphasis placed on Newell's, and yet there's a new moon episode that occurs in November too, and that actually coincides more closely with the uptick in the Hawaiian petrel fledging season. So we just need to be mindful of those kinds of things, and we need to adjust what we do to take that into consideration and be aware.
Okay. The allowed take, or the permitted take, I should say, for Newell's shearwater is considerably higher than the other two species, if I'm looking at this correctly. So I think those ratios were factored into there. yeah, all three are species of pretty serious concern. So yeah, thank you for your attention to minimization methods.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we want to go to recommendations? Kavika, I think, is on, but I know he's by phone. I don't know how his reception is, but
I can hear okay. I don't trust my reception to be able to do video though.
Okay.
Can I go to public comments just to see if we have any, and then we can start with that. So if any members of the public would like to make a comment or testimony via email, please do so now. We're in the middle of discussion right now, but there is a member of the public here, Maka'ala, that would like to provide some testimony possibly. Maka'ala?
Yes, thank you very much. I don't mean to elongate this very, very long day. Thank you all for this extraordinary service. I do sit in on most of these, and yeah, it's hard stuff. I want to inform you that Jeremiah Aguilera is not the harbor agent anymore for DOT harbors. He transferred back to the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation.
Well, thanks for that.
Sure. And also, this is a tried and true and tested multiple times procedure. When we take a trapped cat to Humane Society that has a chip, often that chip is registered to a feral feeder. Most of them are, in fact. And so although the cat might not return to that specific harbor, I can attest to the fact that the cat gets back on the land and kills birds someplace else. So I just don't want us to get too comfy cozy with the notion that we take them to KHS and all is well after that, because that's not what happens. Also, I've been concerned about the houseless camp at the airport, and I know that there have been concerted efforts to address that camp. I'm hoping it's been reduced, but as with the other subjects earlier today, anywhere there's a houseless camp, there are people feeding cats. And there are loose dogs. And so that particular area has always bothered me. We added airports and harbors as a secondary legal action from my organization because of lights. So I'm delighted to hear that you're making good progress with that. And I would be happy to hear that you've done any kind of work with light spectrums, or if you're just turning them off. If you found, we need for each of these entities in this HCP to help us learn what works best or better. So if something other than turning them off has been successful, please let this committee know, because we need those experiences to be shared with other entities across the island who still, have need for light for, safety purposes. We must do better. So thank you very much for your work and for this opportunity.
Thank you. I have one comment I can make to the idea that, please turn lights off, do more and more. If you go back to the slide I showed about at Lihue Airport on the terminal ramp, I think it's a big deal that they shut those lights off for 4 hours at night. Like that really reduces the light footprint at the airport. If you haven't been out there at midnight or 2 in the morning, it's not a bad, give it a shot this year. But the reason they leave them on, however, in one section, because that services the air ambulance, and so that's there for life, and so as much as we'd like to see those go off too, it's complicated to get them going again on a moment's notice when you have an emergency situation. So they explained that to me when I asked them, how come we can't turn those off too? but they've gone to great lengths, I have to say, and I'm I'm pleased with the degree that they're willing to work with me, on a biological basis to say, hey, what can we do? Can we do this? Can we do that? And they'll flat out tell me when they can't do something and the reason why. But we do the best we can to be creative, Makala, and to and as strategic as we can too. Like the airport's staff and as well as the harbor, they're aware of this. They're aware of these high risk periods. They're aware when the moon phase is coming on and it's starting to get dark. I not only give them a calendar of what that looks like, or a graph of what that looks like each year, and point out when the high vulnerability, when the high risk for fallout periods are, but I remind them as we get close, and I remind them during that peak period, be vigilant, don't forget, if something's not working right, fix it. So we work with them all the time.
Thank you very much. One of the things I will point out is that the very busy flyway at one hotel is because the birds are following the river, and the very busy flyway at Nawiliwili is because the birds are following the river. So we know in these situations, in my opinion, we know in these situations that there's going to be, more impact because there's more birds. So thank you. The cruise ships worry me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I had a question about the airport lights, because I think it was Kalaupapa or Hana or Molokai, one of those smaller airports. I remember their lights would turn on when they picked up a plane's transponder or something like that, but otherwise they were off. Is that something that can get done at the airport?
So the smaller airports typically don't operate at night. They don't even have facilities, lighting infrastructure facilities to support night flights. So like Hana, for example, right? Or Kalaupapa. So I can't speak to that per se. I didn't know they had transponder triggers. But again, their lights at best are very minimal because they only fly in the daytime. And irregularly at that. So I can't speak to that directly, Kavika, but I'd be interested in learning a little bit more about it because it has relevance for some additional habitat conservation planning that I'm involved in. But
yes, so maybe that'll be a recommendation to explore that technology.
I don't know for sure the degree to which Lihue Airport would incorporate something that was
understood.
An automated feature like that, but we can look into it and definitely talk story about it.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we'll bring up our recommendations slide at this point. We didn't have any comments on Zoom and HCP email.
No comments on Zoom.
Okay.
None in the email.
And while you folks are pulling up the recommendation slide, did DOFA staff have any comments on the presentation? I guess Jason as the representative member.
I don't have any comments at this point. I think besides the amazing, seeing those photos of the airport, I think that's great what they've been able to do to reduce the lighting over there. But other than that, I don't have any comments at this point.
Okay, thank you.
That.
Kavika, can you maybe expand on the transponder?
So I guess my recommendation would be to look into the technology used at other airports where the transponder triggers the lights to turn on, but otherwise they're off. Sorry, I don't have a more eloquent way to put that at 5 p.m.
Yep, that makes sense.
But I'm trying to understand that, Kavika, too, so I can carry that subject along. So the transponder, you're saying that the transponders on the small planes are detected at the airport, and then the airport prepares for a landing?
I'm not an airplane guy, so I remember at one point in my life, we were approaching an airport and the light suddenly came on. I think it might have been Hana. It was a smaller airport,
You're
and I
not,
was amazed that the lights came on, and they're like, "Oh, that's because the transponder triggered it."
you don't think it was
So
Honolulu or Lanai?
it might have been. It definitely wasn't Honolulu. So
Okay, yeah, because I think that those are the only two other airports that I know of that could marginally accommodate night operations.
yeah, I mean, I did find a whole bunch when I was younger, so it could have been that one.
Okay,
So
thanks.
yeah, sorry I couldn't be more help, but it'd be worth looking into. Thank you. And then just a recommendation for staff. I know Fish and Wildlife is not here anymore, but I think helping the rest of the committee understand what it would mean if one licensee were to go above, how that impacts the permit. That would be a recommendation to staff to report back to us next time, I guess.
Yeah, I think to that effect, I would put something to the effect of that we support the participants' efforts to focus on minimization or to ensure minimization to avoid exceeding the permitted take, something along those lines. Maybe support isn't the right word because that could imply many things.
Maybe I was going to suggest maybe rather than, it's very hard for us to move very far very quickly when we use terms like increase minimization, but maybe participants
I think ensure minimization or something.
to ensure, like, minimization standards are maintained and explore opportunities that could, result in, lower exposure, light attraction exposure. I don't know what to say there. I just know that if we phrase it a certain way and we say that we're going to look at increasing, and increasing is our objective, that's going to be hard to do in certain circumstances. And I mean specifically operational lighting. That's the kind of thing I mean. Like, we can look at, whether there are lighting infrastructure that's not critical. But
Sorry.
I'm not the one that can do that, but I just wanted to, I want to avoid recommendations that we need to pursue that, because of the way that they're worded, they make it hard for us to achieve.
Okay, so committee, how about this? Recommend adaptive management to recommend adaptive management to prevent exceeding permitted take.
I support that.
How about investigate adaptive management options, or something like that, or begin developing some adaptive management.
Greg, you're providing recommendations for yourself here.
I know.
No, I appreciate your help though.
Yeah. Sorry, Jason. I just
Melissa-
want to make sure I want to make sure that we can be successful at addressing the recommendations. That's what I want. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Melissa, would you mind repeating your recommendation?
Sure. Recommend adaptive management. Given that current 5-year rolling average suggests participant may be at risk of exceeding permitted take.
Can you be species specific?
Sure, for Newell Shearwater.
Well, we're not quite there. For Newell's. I thought my understanding was there was more concern about where we're at with Wahoo.
What I see in the report is that Newell Shearwater for the 30-year projected total in table 12 is highlighted for HDOT, Lihue Airport, and Nawiliwili Harbor.
So I saw that in the report that Eric provided this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And he prefaced that those were based on recalculations that he'd done that were different than the ones that I showed you. So
before they applied they removed the 0.88.
And they're not really different, but they're not the same. And so I just want to make sure that we are clear about sort of where our take levels actually are before we determine that we are on the cusp of exceeding a 5-year, threshold. I don't deny that, we're approaching the 5-year rolling average threshold, but I don't think we're in a place where today anyway, we're concerned that we're going to exceed that. But it could happen. So
Greg, just sorry, respectfully, we're really late in the afternoon here. So
Yeah.
The committee, it's our job to word the recommendations.
Yeah.
And our intention is not to tie anyone's hands. These are recommendations to the HCP office. The only thing that, essentially ties anyone's hands, and even then it doesn't, is if we vote to make a recommendation that the permittee is out of compliance and we make that recommendation to TLNR. We're nowhere near that. What this is us going on record saying, hey, the numbers show that this got flagged this year, and now we have it on record.
I appreciate that. Yep.
That's why I used wording like may exceed, right? So I stand by my current wording, and actually looking at it again, it's showing both Newell Shearwater and Hawaiian Petrol. And again, those calculations, we spent quite a bit of time going over how those new calculations were done this morning. Everyone seemed to be pretty comfortable with the new calculations. I don't want to rehash that conversation here if you weren't present for that. And again, I would defer to the HCP office on any further conversation that needs to entail. But it's my job just to flag, hey, in the reports we received and the numbers that we talked about this morning, it's flagged as a potential issue down the road. We're just keeping an eye on it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I think is that all of the recommendations we have for HDOT? And if we can all approve the recommendations for HDOT or have a vote to approve the recommendations.
Approve.
Thank you, Melissa.
Approve.
Thank you, Karen.
Approve.
Thank you, Kavika. Approve. All right, we'll move on. Do we have to approve the other one too, or are we?
The other one was
just
for the
staff
staff.
recommendations, so
So
we're in there.
I wrote, understand what the implications are if one participant exceeds license take.
Okay.
Recommendations to agency staff.
Okay, great.
Do you want me to pull that up?
No, I think we're okay with that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
All right, so item number 5 is adjournment, so I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, say aye and keep your hand raised.
Aye.
Melissa, Kavika. I didn't hear anything from Kavika because I can't see you.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Unanimous. The time is 5:22. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
And
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time today.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Aloha.